My name is Deneen White, and I am going to be your host this weekend for the VIP Ignite Model Actor 30X Challenge Bootcamp. We are so excited to have you. So, first of all, for my friends that are watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, I'm not really sure why you're not here live in Zoom, because you know what? You can watch and get a lot of information, but you're not going to be seen if you are on Zoom. I mean, if you are on YouTube or Facebook. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come on over and join me and all these beautiful people that we have on Zoom. And this is how you're going to do it. You're going to go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, that is VIPigniteSummit.com. You're going to get a Zoom link. You're going to click on it. It's going to say, do you want to join now? You're going to say yes, and you're going to come join us here. All right, guys. So I am so excited. Let me introduce myself to you. I have been talking for a little while here, but you guys don't know exactly who I am. So my name is Deneen White. I am the publicist for VIP Ignite. I host all of our live and virtual events. I am also the president of Talent Services, which is our mother agency. How many of you are here because you want to start booking work and you want to be signed? Type me in the comments. If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. Over the course of this weekend, we are going to go over a lot of information with you, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a breakdown of what we're going to do today. And then I have a really cool presentation we're going to kick this event off with, okay? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to talk about how to build more confidence. How many of you know that the top models and actors, they have a confidence that can be learned if you know the framework? Raise your hands. If you know that that's something that can be learned, raise your hands. If not, by the end of my presentation, you're going to all be raising your hands because you're all going to know that you need to have more confidence and how to get that confidence. After that, we're going to have Mr. Michael Fonkin, who's the co-founder of VIP Ignite, come on. He's going to talk to you about from runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. Whoop, that sounds How are models, is it because the models fell and broke their ankles? What's going on? Don't worry. We're going to go over that with you guys. Then after that, we're going to have a publicist come on who's going to show you the art of being your own publicist. How many of you know that you need a public image in order for someone to want to work with you? What? She's going to talk about that with you. Some of you are like, oh, I don't know, maybe. She's going to talk about that with you. She's going to lay out how to be your own publicist. Then we're going to have a casting director from Apple TV. Come on. How many of you love Apple TV? Raise your hands. I know I do. Oh my gosh. There are so many shows. I have an Apple TV problem, but how many of you want to know what a casting director is actually looking for? Let me say that again. How many of you want to know what a casting director is actually looking for? Raise your hands. Yeah, because he's going to unlock that for you. He's going to let you know exactly what a casting director is looking for. Okay. And then we're going to get into modeling. For a lot of you, you're like, oh my gosh, that's a lot of acting stuff we're talking about. But then we're going to get into modeling. We're going to talk about what type of modeling you qualify for. The best thing about being here in 2023 is this. The industry has changed. And what we're going to do is, again, we're going to go over what type of modeling you qualify for. Then we're going to have a segment called Model Garage. At the beginning of it, what we're going to do is we're going to put one of our agents from LA and New York on the hot seat. Okay, we're going to ask him questions that he's going to be like, whoa, where did you come up with these questions? We're going to ask him questions that you may not even know to ask him. Then at the very end, he's going to pick maybe 2 or 3 or 4 of you, maybe 5, depending on how much time, to evaluate you. Let you know where you fit in the industry. Maybe you belong in LA, maybe you belong in New York, maybe you belong in Atlanta. We don't know, but he's going to unravel all of that for you. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do a segment called Actors Cookbook. Everything in life, every area of success in life, there's a framework for. So what we're going to do is we're going to break down the framework of success as an actor. And let me tell you something. I apologize in advance. A lot of you are going to be really mad at me after that presentation because you're all going to want apple pie. Okay, so just be prepared. I apologize in advance. Make sure that you make time to go get yourself a slice of apple pie. Then at the very end of the day, what we're going to do is, how many of you had your talent success plans How many of you got that? You got an email, you got it in the Facebook group. If not, what we're going to do is at the end of the day, we're going to go over your talent success plan, because I want you to have an idea of where you want to go. Because the most important thing is having a vision of where you want to go. If you don't know where you're going to get, where you want to go, you're just going to be going on a walk. Okay, if you did not get that, my assistant will drop that in. Actually, Jemima, if you can just drop that in now, but we'll drop it in later as well. All right. So I have are you guys ready to get started? Are you excited for the day? If you're excited, show me your excited faces, first of all. Show me your excited faces. All right, this is my excited face. All right, so I want to start the day by telling, I have a presentation I'm going to share with you guys. I have a presentation I'm going to share with you guys, but I'm going to start by telling you guys a story. Let's see here. Okay. So we're going to talk about from doubt to success, unveiling the confidence formula of top models and actors. But before we do that, what I want to do is I want to share a story with you. So I host the podcast for VIP Ignite. How many of you have ever heard an episode of the VIP Ignite Live podcast? How many of you are like, I didn't even know you had a podcast? Oh my gosh, we'll share the link later in the Facebook group. But over the past couple of weeks, I've had the opportunity to interview some amazing people on the podcast. And last week, I had the opportunity to interview a man named Greg Reed. How many of you know who Greg Reed is? Have any of you ever heard of Greg Reed? I know I have. Okay. And for some of you, it's okay not to know who Greg Reed is. Okay. But that's why you're here. So Greg Reed is an entrepreneur. He's a speaker. He's an actor. He's a film producer. And I had such an amazing interview with him. And Greg Reed is also the author of a book called 3 Feet from Gold. How many of you have ever read the book 3 Feet from Gold? No? Okay. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to recommend that you get the book 3 Feet from Gold. Okay. You can get it on Amazon. I think it's like under $10. And if you have Audible, you can listen to it for free. Okay. But what I want you to do is I want you to make sure that you read the book 3 Feet from Gold. Okay. So how many of you know what's the first, if you're being a successful person, what's the first question you should ask them? Does anyone have any idea? Like, what is the first question you would ask a successful person? You could type it in the comments. What is one of the first questions you would ask them? Amazing. Yeah, it is an amazing book. What did you do? Thank you, Diamond. That's the right answer. So the first question I always ask successful people is, what book are you reading right now? And the reason I ask them that is because if I'm talking to someone who has a higher level of success than I do, I want to know what they're reading. I want to know what they're thinking about. I want to know, okay, what is this person interested in? And how can I get to that level of success? Okay. So the first thing I want you to do is, like, whenever you are speaking to a successful person, I want you to ask, okay, what book are you reading? Okay. And then the next thing I want you to do is I want you to buy the book. Okay. Buy the book. If they tell you, this is what I'm reading, buy the book. Michael, who you'll meet in a couple of minutes, whenever we're out talking, networking with people, that's literally the first question he asks. And then you'll see him like sneak over to the side. He goes on Amazon and the book is literally at his house within like 24 to 48 hours. It's like literally like the whole house is full of books because we're always reading, we're always moving forward, we're always learning. Okay. So do I have your permission to tell you a story, a little bit about the book 3 Feet from Gold that Greg Reed shared? Yes. Okay. Awesome. So the first thing so the book was set during the gold rush. Okay. And there was this man who decided, you know what, I want to go out west and I want to try my luck at finding gold. Okay. So what he did was he talked to his wife. He was like, listen, I really think that we can do this. And she was like, okay, let's do it. So they literally sold everything. Like they packed up their house, they sold their furniture, they sold their house. They sold everything that they needed and they headed west. And again, this was during the gold rush and they were like, okay, you know, we're going to go out there and we're going to strike it rich. It's going to be awesome. So they literally pack up everything and they head west. So they go out west and they get to a mining town. And he was like, okay, this is where we're going to stop. And what he does is he's like, okay, well, we're in this mining town. Let's buy a mine and let's start. So he goes to town, he finds a mine, he buys a mine. And then he goes into town and he like buys everything that he needs. Like he buys the pickaxe, he buys like all the equipment. Like he went and he was like, give me everything that I need to mine for gold. So they literally did. They gave him everything. Like, and they gave him stuff he didn't even need. Like he had so much equipment to start mining for gold. So what he does is he goes in there and time starts passing. Like he's in the mine, he's like he's picking, he's like really doing a good job. Like he's like really trying and he's not finding anything. And his wife, a month goes by, 2 months, 3 months, and his wife's starting to be like, yo, like what's going on? Like, are we ever going to find gold? And he's like, let's just keep trying. Let's just keep trying. So he keeps trying. And finally his wife is like, look, you tried, it's been great, but you know, it's time to go home. Like this isn't working. He's like, okay. So he goes in and he like just one more time and he finds a nugget of gold. He's like, oh my gosh, look, I found some gold. I found some gold. He was so excited. So he takes it into town. He gets some money for it, not a whole lot of money, but he gets money so he can continue. And there's just enough hope to keep them going, right? So now he's going in there and he's like, he's going in and he's still trying to find gold, but more time passes. And his wife's like, listen, this isn't working. Like it's time for us to go back to the city and for us to like, let's just call it quits and let's go. And he's like, okay. And he finally comes to the point where he's like, okay, it's time for us to just, let's do this. So he goes into town and he's offering to sell his mine. And there's a prospector there and he comes in and he has a scientist with him and everyone's making fun of the guy with the scientist. Like, what do you need a scientist for? You need a team of people, right? You don't need a scientist, you need a team of people. But this guy has a scientist and he buys the gold mine from this guy. And the guy goes back to the city. And when he gets back to the city, he didn't lose money. He like broke even. So like he's not in a terrible situation. He hasn't lost everything. He like broke even. So he goes home and he's able to reestablish his life. A couple weeks later, the prospector who bought the mine, who had a scientist with him. Oh, by the way, that scientist wasn't just a scientist, he was a geologist. And for those of you that don't know what a geologist is, that's someone who studies the earth. They study rocks, they study patterns. And the reason that they bought this mine is because they saw that there was a vein of gold that was really close. So they bought the mine, and what they did was they readjusted the way that they were going in to excavate to mine for gold. And they went 3 feet in a different direction. And they found the largest vein of gold in the history of the gold rush. What? So imagine this. And as you can imagine, it hit all of the newspapers. It was all over the radio. Everyone knew that this happened. Now, here's my question for you. If you were the man who sold your mine 3 feet from gold, what would your reaction have been? What would your reaction have been? For your average person, they would have been like, I failed. Yeah, holy shit, right? Devastation. Well, let me tell you something. This guy, he didn't, I know, damn, right? Your heart would sink. Yeah, all expletives. I like that, Leah. But you know what he did? He didn't go home. He didn't like start crying. He had a passion for insurance. The man who went home, he had a passion for insurance. And what he did was he built an insurance empire. He was one of the biggest sellers of insurance. He made himself a millionaire 100 times over. Because what he realized was that he gave up too soon. And what he realized was that he would never, ever do that again. And this is what I want you to think about. Like, how many of you know how long it takes to become an expert? How many of you know how long it takes to be an expert? It says 10,000 hours, right? It takes like 10,000 hours to become an expert at a field. Good job, Yaz. Right? But this is what I want you to think about. Like, if you were to spend 18 minutes a day doing something, perfecting your craft, that would add up to 100 hours a year. Okay. And within, if you do that thing over and over and over again, and you just keep perfecting it, you're going to become an expert. You're going to become a master, right? This weekend, we're going to ask you to give us probably about 20 hours of your time over the course of the next 2 days. If you think about becoming a master is 100 hours, you're going to be 1/5 of the way there by staying here and listening and taking notes and being a part of this. You're going to be a master of the subject matter of modeling and acting. And that's what we're going to be doing over the course of the next couple of days. We're going to have Ryan Colby come on later. How many of you got the email from Ryan Colby saying he was looking for you? Yeah, well, guess what? He's going to be coming on, and he's going to ask me, the first thing he's going to text me is like, okay, Janine, how many people are on and how many of them have their cameras on? Because I'm ready. Okay, so make sure that when Ryan Colby comes on, you have your camera on, because I don't want you to be that person who's 3 feet from gold. You were here, but you had to turn your camera off. So can we all agree that what we're going to do over the next 2 days is we're going to be persistent? Okay, I want you to be persistent. I want you to be all in over the next 2 days, because I don't want you to be that guy who, oh my gosh, I couldn't do it. I had to go home. If you are, I want you to be that person who raises the level and becomes a millionaire over and over and over again. But then over the next 2 days, I want you to be all in. I want your cameras on. I want you participating. When we ask you questions, I want to see your answers in the comments. Okay. All right. So did that help anyone? Did that help you guys a little bit? I love that story, because I'm like, oh my gosh, like, would I be the person who was devastated, or would I be the person who persisted and said, you know what, I'm never, ever, ever quitting again? Because I know in my life, I've had situations where I gave up, and then I was like, oh, why did I do that? Why did I do that? All right. So that ties in perfectly with this presentation we're about to hear. So let's talk about from doubt to success, unveiling the confidence formula for top models. Okay. So before we talk about confidence, we have to talk about fear. Okay. So fear is a feeling that we have when we think that there is something scary or dangerous. This is a natural feeling. It's natural to feel scared when you're trying something new. And your brain has a part of it called the amygdala that actually controls fear. Okay. So when you feel fear, don't be like, oh my God, I can't feel fear. It's totally natural. Okay. So the amygdala tells your body to react when it senses danger. Sometimes it's real, sometimes it's imaginary. Okay. And what I want you to think about is your thoughts and how you see things can make you feel scared. So the question I have for you is, are you in control of your thoughts? Andrea, you can stay on, just stay on and listen. Okay. But I want you to think about that. Like, your thoughts control your reaction to things. Okay. So if you're in Africa and you see a lion coming to run at you, should you feel scared? Yes, you should feel a lot of fear. If the predator is coming to get you, yes, you should feel fear. But that's smart, right? You should feel terrified. But if you're feeling fear right now because you're on a Zoom call, maybe that's something that's a little less rational, right? So I want you to start thinking, is my life actually in danger, or is this something I'm perceiving? Okay. So just remember, fear is normal. It can protect you, but it can also make you worry too much. All right. It's important to understand fear and not let it control you. So let's talk about becoming more confident. Confidence is a belief in your abilities, qualities, and judgment. It can be developed and improved over time. And what we're going to do is we're going to, over the next couple of minutes, we're going to explore how to become more confident. Okay. So let's understand the nature of confidence. It's not fixed. It's something that can be developed. About 5 or 6 years ago, I was one of the least confident people that I knew. But now when I walk into a room, I know I can own the room. It's not because I miraculously changed. It's because I've learned how to be confident. Okay. And recognize that confidence can be situational or general, and that you have the power to increase your confidence. Type, I have the power in the comments. You have the power to increase your confidence. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is stop comparing yourself to others. Like, comparison is terrible. Like, I get this so many times. Well, why am I not doing this and they are? You're on a different journey. Stop comparing yourself to other people. You are on your own unique journey. Okay, focus on your own strengths, your own successes, and your own personal growth. What's happening to other people is none of your business. And all it does is it steals you of your confidence. It robs you of joy. Okay, surround yourself with positive people. In my former life, I used to hang out with the most negative freaking people in the whole entire world. Oh my God, this is wrong. That's wrong. I stubbed my toe. Oh my God, my husband hates me. My kids are blah, blah, blah. Stop doing that. There's something you can do. If you are surrounding yourself by negative people, what you can do is go into your phone. Think about the most negative person that you know. We all have, I'm not asking you to raise your hands. We all have that person. So what I recommend doing is go into your phone and tell them, hey, look, listen, my life is going in a different direction. I can't be surrounded by negativity. Thank you for the memories. Have a nice life, and then delete them from your phone. Okay. I've actually done that with a lot of people in my life. Surround yourself with positive people who believe in you, who are going on a journey that you're going on. Okay. Take care of your body. How many of you know that the way that you eat, the water that you drink, you moving your body, that will increase your confidence? Kelly Walker, we could talk about moms. I had 45 years of that. But take care of your body. Like, let me tell you something. Like, I started going back to the gym this week, and I feel like $1 million. I mean, I can barely breathe. Okay, my abs hurt like the dickens, but I feel like $1 million. So take care of yourself. Get yourself moving, meditate, take care of your body. I can't overemphasize why that's so important. Okay, set and achieve goals. Set some goals in your life. Be that person who makes a vision board. Set some big, hairy, audacious goals, some goals that make you sweat in places you shouldn't sweat. But then also set some goals that are achievable. Like if you're on a weight loss journey, just for example, set a goal of losing, we're just going to make up numbers, 50 pounds. But when you lose the first 5 pounds, give yourself a hand clap. Or if you want to start booking big roles as a model or actor, celebrate even when you send out the auditions, send out the self-tapes, when you get yourself submitted out, congratulate yourselves. Celebrate those accomplishments, because you know what, if you're already doing things to move yourself forward, you're lapping that person that you were that wasn't doing anything. All right, face your fears. I'm going to tell you a really quick story about this. So I have 2 major fears in my life: heights and being out of control. I am a Virgo. Okay, so we're control freaks. So one of my biggest fears is heights, and for whatever reason, I agreed a couple of weeks ago when I was in Orlando to get shot 390 feet in the air on 2 rubber bands in a metal bowl. Don't ask me what I was thinking, but I got asked 3 times. The first time I was like, I'm gonna get a cocktail. Are you insane? Like, I could be drunk. Okay, just being really honest. The second time I was like, I'm just not in the mood. I just know. And the third day I was like, okay, fine, let's do this. So without sharing too much, international drive, without sharing too much, I got flung 390 feet in the air. I faced one of my biggest fears. And let me tell you something. I lived. I lived. It was awesome. And something happened that when my feet were back on solid ground, I was first of all stunned that I did this. But something changed in me. I was like, okay, you know what? I can do this. If I could do that, I could do anything. Not only that, the real quick backstory is that 3 years ago, I was in Las Vegas with my inner circle, and we were going to jump off the stratosphere. And if you don't know what the stratosphere is, it's like this big building in the middle of Las Vegas. It looks like the Space Needle. And I was like, I'm going to do it. We're going to do this. It's going to be awesome. Let's go. And I got myself suited up and I was like, I'm going first. And I got up and I stood on the edge and I started crying. I couldn't do it. I was petrified. So for me, having the opportunity to redeem myself, if you will, by being shot 390 feet, that was huge. So face your fears, okay? And I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you that sometimes you have to face those fears. You have to do the thing that scares you the freaking most so that you can get confident. All right? Practice self-compassion. Like, this is the guideline that I want you to take. If you wouldn't say it to a 2-year-old, stop saying it to yourself. If you wouldn't say it to your best friend, don't say it to yourself. Stop being such a jerk toward yourself and be nice. I could be like, oh my God, I'm such a loser. I never jumped off the stratosphere. Or I could be like, oh my God, you know what? I have grown so much. That's awesome. Stop. Please agree right now. Everyone raise your hand and say, I'm going to be nice to myself. Like when you see a little 2-year-old walk there, or a 1-year-old just learning how to walk and they fall, you're not like, ha, you loser, you fell. Have any of you ever said that to a kid? No. So when you're trying new things, be nice to yourself. Embrace your imperfections. Learn from your mistakes, and let's just keep going. Okay, develop skills and knowledge. The more that you know, the more confident that you're going to be. So if you're a model or actor, start developing the skills, enhance those skills, because you know what? The more skills that you have, the better your lighting is, the better you are presenting yourself on camera. Even today, you're going to get more opportunities. Start developing your skills, start developing your knowledge, because the more confident you become in any area, you're going to have that confidence. It's going to trickle throughout the rest of your life. All right. Embrace positive self-talk. I think we already covered this, but stop being a jerk to yourself. Start being nice. And if you have trouble with this because you've been told your whole life, oh my God, you're this, you're that, you're not enough, go to your mirror after the end of this call, or when you have to go use the restroom because you're going to drink a lot of water, and say, hi, you're beautiful, you're handsome, you're strong, you're amazing. Look yourself in the eye and say some nice things. Start practicing that. Okay. And in conclusion, I just want you guys to understand that fear is powerful, but when you understand fear, you can use it to your advantage. And confidence is something that you can learn, but you have to, it's a journey. It's a journey of self-reflection, mindset shifts, and developing positive habits and behaviors. So start working on that now. Start working on that right now. I want all of you to sit up a little straighter in your chairs right now. Because you know what? You're already growing. You're already growing. You're already moving forward. You're already getting that confidence because you know what? You're here right now. So I want you to sit up in your chair a little bit. Sit up in your chair a little bit taller and just understand that confidence is something that you can develop. All right, guys. Thank you so much for listening to my presentation. Did you guys learn something? Did you learn something in that presentation? Yes or yes in the comments. If you learned something, yes or yes in the comments. Awesome. How many of you now are going to start being nicer to yourself and just understand that if you are 3 feet from gold, keep going. Don't give up. I know that maybe you've tried other things and they didn't work, but you know what? Keep going. One of my favorite Disney movies is Finding Nemo. Just keep swimming, okay? Just keep swimming. Thank you for starting to be nicer to yourself. Thank you for being persistent. I love it. Awesome. All right, guys. So I want to keep this moving because I want to be aware of your time. So are you guys ready to hear from our next speaker of the day? If you are, what I want to do, this is another ground rule. When I introduce a speaker, and we're going to redo this when Alicia comes on a little bit later because I didn't ask you guys to do this. What I need you guys to do is I need you to celebrate each speaker as if you just won an Academy Award or Grammy, if you just booked the cover of Vogue throughout the whole entire world.
You just won a Tony Award.
You just won a Tony Award. All right. So I want you guys to celebrate each speaker at that level. Can you do that? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes or yes in the comments. Okay. Oh, you guys are good. Ooh, my neck is I'm gonna have to go to the chiropractor. I'm ready from watching all those comments go by. All right. So here we go. Let me introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker is Mr. Michael Funkin. For almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, film, and fashion shows throughout the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in its partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Funkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, perfect. All right, great presentation. I love that. Yeah, Greg Reed is absolutely phenomenal. Guys, definitely get that book, 3 Feet from Gold. It's absolutely phenomenal. We have a lot of really awesome podcasts coming up. We have a great one with our business partner and publisher, Mark Victor Hansen. I know he wanted you guys to all have some complimentary copies of 2 of his books, which are bestsellers. So if my assistant, one of my team members, could drop the link to Mark Victor Hansen, there we go. So there you go, guys. A little free gift for showing up to Mark Victor Hansen's best-selling books. I would definitely recommend reading the one Ask First. It's absolutely phenomenal. I know we had given these out once before, and I know a lot of talent reached out to myself thanking me and what a big difference and impact it made in their life. So I want to keep this show moving because we are a couple of minutes behind schedule. And again, I want to respect your time and also all of our special guests that we're having. We have somebody really special coming up right after I speak, which is really going to really change your perspective. Today's all about building the foundation. So throughout the day, we're going to be putting on different hats, right? Everybody's here to be a model, to be an actor, to be a musician, to work in the industry. But at the same time, to do anything, you need to understand the industry that you're working in. So we're going to be showing you things of seeing perspectives from how to be a brand, how to understand the perspective of an agency side, a casting director side. So you guys are going to be getting so much information today. Make sure you're looking for those golden nuggets, right? You know, it's like Deneen said, great nugget. When you meet somebody successful, what book have they working on? What book have they just read? You know, it's something they can recommend. Create that relationship, create that network. Don't just be that person who's going, pick me, pick me. Be that person who brings value to the table. So what we're going to do for the first presentation, we're going to take off our model and actor hat. We're going to kind of put on our entrepreneur and business owner hat, our agency hat, and we're going to understand the relationship of how an agency perceives their business. All right, so let me share my screen. Okay, can everybody see my screen? It should pop up any moment. There we go. All right. So this is From the Runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. All right. So how does that all make sense? Well, by the end of the presentation, it definitely will. So I'm sure we've all heard if agencies really want you, they will pay for you, right? Everybody knows that. It's a familiar saying in the industry. So let's explore that. Let's explore exactly how that means, right? Well, because we're going to really examine that. We want to go into details, right? When you hear that statement, what does that statement actually mean? So right now we're wearing our agency hat, right? So our agency hat says, hey, if we really want somebody, we're going to invest in them. Right. So we want to see it from the perspective of the agency, because if we can see it from the perspective of the agency as an aspiring model or actor, we now know what to bring to the table. So you see how understanding when you're sitting across the table from somebody, being able to see the view from their world, having the understanding, the empathy to see their perspective of life. So investments made by actors and models in themselves, and the reasons why agencies do not cover upfront costs can be understood in terms of human capital theory and risk management. Okay. So let's explain that. Human capital theory, as it applies to the fields of modeling and acting, suggests that individuals invest in themselves to increase their marketability and earnings potential. Just as a student might invest in education to enhance their future earnings, actors and models invest in physical maintenance, training, and personal branding efforts to increase their desirability to potential employers. A successful investment can lead to higher pay, more prominent roles, and of course, longer careers. Such investments can include a wide range of activities. Maintaining physical appearance, right? Going to the gym, right? You should have a gym membership, right? You should be working out, working at home, exercising, walking 30 minutes a day, right? Taking acting or modeling classes, right? Being familiar with your industry. Investing in high quality headshots, right? Having the right headshots. Developing a unique personal style. If I go on your Instagram, what is the style that I would recognize? What is your brand, right? How do you promote yourself? Do I go on your Instagram? Do I see an aspiring model or an actor? Or do I just see somebody sharing other people's content? Do I see just somebody who's consuming content and not promoting content? How do I see you engaging with brands? Do I see that you're swinging to the left or to the right? What is your political outlook, right? What are you smashing brands? Are you getting caught up in conversations that you shouldn't be getting caught up on? And now you're actually kind of not neutral, right? As a brand, as representing Coca-Cola or representing Pepsi, or you're representing Macy's, how are these brands going to perceive you, right? So I want you to see this, how an agency sees things, right? When somebody walks in and says, hey, I want to be signed to your agency, great. What do you have? What do you bring to the table, right? Everybody wants an agency, but how do you become the person an agency actually wants? So we're looking at this from an agency. These are the things that they're looking for. What type of training do you have? What type of headshots do you have? Where is your marketability, right? It's a capital investment that you're asking of me. It's like going to the bank, right? I want to purchase a home. Great. Are you currently working? Well, no. Okay. How are you going to pay your mortgage? Right? These are things, this is a business. They see these things as business. So I want you guys to be prepared, because you're going to you have the opportunity to network and really learn from some amazing people today. Hiring managers or publicists, right? We're going to talk about that shortly. There'll come a point in your career where you need a manager, right? A manager is different than an agent. You're going to have so many projects being sent your way. You need somebody to step in and kind of help organize that information, right? A publicist, who's your publicist, right? At the very beginning, guess what? You need to be your own publicist. Do you have a brand board? Do you have brand colors? Do you have a media kit? Do you have a bio? Do you have a press kit? Do you have a podcast? What are the things that you're bringing to the table, right? What are the companies you've worked with? What type of bookings have you done? Who have you worked with? Who's your current representation? Why are you looking to switch agencies? Well, it's my first agency. Okay, great. Tell me about what you've done so far, right? Think of this like as a job interview, right? An agency sees you as a potential applicant. Why should they choose you over somebody else? What is it that you bring to the table, right? Your looks can get you in the door, but it's your professionalism, your reliability is what's going to be keys to your success, right? Actors and models often bear these costs because these are highly individualized, and personal activities can differ greatly from person to person, right? Each person an agency represents, each actor is a different type of actor. What type of actor are you? Are you commercial? Are you dramatic? Are you more theater, right? As a model, are you high fashion? Are you editorial? Are you commercial? For those of you that are brand new, we're going to talk about that later today. But by the end of this weekend, you need to start making decisions. You need to start leaning into what are your strengths. You need to lean into your strengths of what type of work can you do? What type of characters can you play on TV, right? What are the tools and the resources I can work on to become a better person, right? At the end of the day, mindset is great. We can motivate you. But at the end of the weekend, how do you motivate yourself, right? So what are the tools? What are the resources? By the end of this weekend, you're going to learn all of these things. You're going to have access to some incredible resources that are going to change your life. Talent management companies do not generally cover these upfront costs, right? They're not prepping you. They're not sending you to the gym. They're not covering these things. They're not covering your training. They're not covering your headshots. They're not doing any of that. They expect you to have that done already. You're applying to be with them. So the primary reason why, and people say, well, why is that? The primary reason lies in the risk associated with such investments, right? The entertainment industry is notably unpredictable, with success depending upon a multitude of facets beyond raw talent. What are the market trends, right? What's that influencer that's hot now, that certain look that may not be? Are you changing with the times, right? What are the personal connections you have? Who are the people you worked with? Who are the people that would recommend you? And at the end of the day, there's some luck to this, right? But I always like to say you create your own luck, right? There's luck there, but if you do everything you're supposed to do, if you're the type of person that walks in the door, right? Giselle walks through the door, and agency's like, yeah, I'm interested in her. Giselle, she has a proven track record. Brad Pitt walks through the door. I'm interested. He has a proven track record, right? He created his own luck. You know, people say all the time about Alicia, about the company, you know, she's done all these things. She's lucky. She's not. Okay. She's the one, she's up an hour before everybody else. She's on set before everyone else, working on books, working on projects, working on shows, whatever it takes. She figures it out. And then when she can't figure it out on her own, she finds the best possible person in the world to work with, to help guide her, to mentor her. Whether it could be technology, whether it's AI, whatever it may be. Today, you guys are going to get to hear from one of the top people in the industry as far as working from a publicist side. You guys are going to learn so much. Hey, because we bring the best people to the table, whether it's an event, whether it's our academy for training, developing talent, whether it's our agency. Okay, this is what you need to start seeing this in your own life. You need to start taking control of how do I become that person and start changing my luck. You change your story, you change your life. That's a nugget. Write that down. That's a hot one. Okay. Agencies therefore mitigate their financial risk by having models and actors bear the initial cost of their career development. The agency's role is primarily to secure jobs for their talent, negotiate contracts, and provide career guidance. That's it. That's the standard definition. That's what their role is. Their role is not to sit there to hold your hand, to get you headshots, to figure out whatever it is that you are missing, to call you up in the morning, make sure you're awake, making sure you're on time. That's not their job. Their job is to get you placed, to get you work, to negotiate the contracts, and to provide guidance to make sure you're doing the right thing, that your career is accelerating, you're able to book higher end jobs, you have the right training, you have certifications, right? You know how to do stunt work, you're certified in firearms, right? You have training in voiceover, you have the right tools, right? You have the right lighting. If I needed you to do a reel, you know how to do it. You have everything prepared, right? That no matter where you are, you're able to be able to provide the tools to provide what they need to book you the work. This is how an agency sees. We're wearing the agency hat now. So covering personal expenses would fundamentally change the nature of their business model, potentially leading them into unprofitable ventures. Okay. Businesses do not want to be unprofitable. Okay. So they want to make sure that the people they're working with are profitable, that they're somebody who they can actually make money from, not lose money from. If an agency were to invest heavily in a talent that does not prove successful, the financial losses could be substantial. Okay. You don't want to lose your money, right? Most of you guys live in fear. Oh, right. I don't want to lose my money. Oh my God. Right. So think about it from a business when we're talking millions of dollars. By not covering these upfront costs, agencies can maintain a larger roster of talent so they can represent more talent, thereby diversifying their potential income sources and reducing the risk associated with any single talent not succeeding. Right. If I represent 40 phenomenal talent, I just need one or two to start becoming a seven-figure earner. I'm not going to represent 200 talent that have never been on a set before. I'm not going to represent somebody who doesn't have headshots, doesn't have training. Why? I'm not the YMCA. Why would I do that? I want to leverage my investment into people I know have the greatest chances of success. It's like a horse race. I want the horse that's going to win. I don't want the one that's never raced in a race before, that's not even used to somebody sitting on it, right? Think about it. It's a business. So another reason lies in the structure of the industry itself. And this is very important. It's a golden nugget for you guys to realize. The market for talent is essentially a free market, right? Talent can go anywhere. Talent, there's nobody's tying you down, right? Talent compete against each other, right? The most desirable individuals can command higher fees and better terms. I can tell you one thing, the average commission in the industry is 20% for models, 10% for actors, for TV and film, which means that an agency, they get 10%. So if somebody booked a job for say $10,000, the agency makes $1,000. I can guarantee you, okay, I not even guarantee, I know for a fact, a Brad Pitt, a Julia Roberts, right? Any of those high profile talent, their negotiations are at 3%. So on that $10,000 job, they're paying their agent $3,000, not 10, because they've already put the work in. They have the recognizable brand. Their agent's doing less work to get them that job, right? They're just doing more of the negotiations and the contracts of what their pay is, versus an agent, when somebody's new, they got to fight for you. Listen, I know this person's new. Listen, trust me on this. Give them a shot. Okay, the people we work with, that's what we work with. We work with people who fight for our talent, because our whole goal is we understand that the people we work with, they're aspiring. They've invested time, they've invested money, and they've reached a certain level of success. And now they're looking to push through to a higher level. I see Leah's on the call. She's a great example of that. She's always pushing herself forward, right? Craig Bruce is on the call. He is the most amazing person to work with as an actor, as a speaker, as an international coach. Okay, so these when you reach a certain level, these things start shifting, but you have to reach that point. So again, this is a free market. Understand that. Understand who you're competing against, and you have to become better. By investing in themselves, talent can differentiate themselves from others and potentially gain an advantage in this highly competitive market. Everything you can learn, everything you can do pushes you forward. Right? You never know that one special skill, right? You're really great at archery. You can drive stick. You can fly a plane. These little things can make a difference when hiring somebody. That's what the greatest thing about this industry is there's so much to experience. You get to experience life to the fullest. And you should really have the passion to understand this entire industry. You know, Deneen said that story this morning, you know, about being 3 feet from gold. You know, one of the things I took away from that was, he could have found that gold, but he didn't bring the tools and the resources, right? He didn't think to have a geologist. He didn't think to understand the patterns of how the earth worked, how these minerals are moved through the earth over time, millions of years, right? He didn't understand that. Had he understood that, he would have been the one to find that gold. It's the same thing in this industry. For most of you guys, you know, kind of going through the people who have their cameras on, everyone on this call has potential. We'll talk about what type of potential you have and where you'll fit in the industry later today. But again, you have the potential. You're 3 feet from gold. It's understanding what makes you unique, what makes you special. How can you lean into that to have that career, right? And to have that career, which will lead to abundance. And once you have that abundance financially, you have that abundance, what are you going to do with it? What is your why? Who are you going to help? What difference are you going to make in this world? All of those things should be a part of like your manifesto. You should have understand your values, what you're looking to do. You should see the end result. And all you need to do is plan, how do I get there? What are the tools and the resources to get there? Otherwise, you're just digging in the ground, hoping to find gold, hoping to find an agent, hoping to land a job. And you're just spinning yourself in circles for no reason. This entire weekend is designed to put an end to that and to have you have a focus, to have you understand exactly how this industry works. The financial burden of these investments is a part of the competitive structure of the industry. That's just how it works, right? You have to be willing to invest in yourself to be competitive, to be that person an agency wants to sign. The concepts can be drawn parallel to the broader healthcare market dynamics, right? If you think about healthcare, right? Just to give you an example to kind of really have this sink in. The service providers, right, doctors, clinics, hospitals, they invest in their facilities, their equipment, their staff to attract patients, right? When you think about when you're driving around and you see billboards for hospitals, you get ads in the mail, right? You get you see commercials running consistently. Hospitals is a business. They advertise to potential future customers. You should use this hospital if you have this illness. You should use this particular, area for whatever it may be, right? They advertise. They're a business, right? They want to attract patients. While insurance companies, right, manage the financial risk associated with healthcare delivery. They're the ones who have to write the check out, right? These costs incurred by providers to deliver services can be seen as similar to the investments actors and models make in themselves, right? It's the same thing. You want to be that person that's attracting people. In the healthcare setting, these investments might improve patient outcomes, drive patients' preference, right? Command better reimbursements. So insurance companies, like the agencies in the entertainment industry, manage the financial risk and usually do not cover the capital investments needed to provide care, right? The insurance company is not going out and building the hospital. The insurance company is not going out and hiring the doctors. They have to manage that risk. They're the same as an agency, okay? Which can be seen as similar to agencies not covering the upfront costs for actors and models. Same thing, two different industries. At the end of the day, guys, this is what's called pattern recognition. It's recognizing patterns. It's recognizing how things work in the real world. When you start developing this, and it's a muscle, you'll get better and better at it. You'll start seeing things. You'll recognize patterns in communication. You'll recognize patterns in scripts. Right? I do a phenomenal training on script analysis. We talk about the hero's journey, right? Most movies and TV shows follow a set standard. If you want to be an actor, you have to know all this. It's not just about a monologue. It's understanding how the business works. It's being able to go behind the scenes. Our inner circle, some of our members, our highest level platinum members, they're going to have the opportunity next year to sit down with the protege to Francis Ford Coppola, literally on set for an entire day. Imagine being an upcoming actor, a writer, producer, director, having the level of knowledge to work with somebody who's the protege to the director of The Godfather. Okay? Like it's amazing. But this is what you need to concentrate on. This is what you need to focus on. So my name is Michael Fompkin, and this is From the Runway to the ER, exploring the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. And I want to pass this back over to Ms. Deneen because we got a really special person coming up next. See you guys later. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, how awesome was that? How awesome was that presentation? Did you guys learn something? If you did, type your biggest takeaway in the comments for me. What was your biggest takeaway? In the comments, let's go. Thank you, Michael. Yes, everyone say thank you, Michael. That was a great presentation. That was awesome. Yeah, hospitals are a business. We all know that one. Awesome. Yeah, the similarities between the medical and the entertainment industry. Now, when I told you the title of that presentation, we were like, Deneen obviously fell and bumped her head and needs to go to the hospital. Or were you like, oh, okay, somehow there's going to be a correlation, right? Yeah, you have to, let's see here. Biggest takeaway, you have to invest in yourself if you want to position yourself for success. That's awesome. That's so true. Like having the opportunity to be here, you're investing in yourself, but also think about investing in the books that we recommend, right? Recognizing the patterns in the business, right? Yes. Recognize the pattern in the business. I love that. It can be fun, but it's also work and preparation, right? Yeah, the entertainment industry is, think about this. You literally get paid to like have people take photos of you. You get paid to act, but there's hard work involved. In order to be the best of the best, you can't just like show up and say, hey, I'm pretty and talented. No, you have to put in the work. No pain, no gain, literally. So my dad used to say that to me. I played tennis in high school. My dad was like, girl, we're going to get up at 5:30 in the morning and go play tennis. I'm like, why? No pain, no gain. Let's do this. But you know what? Me being dedicated to that got me to be the captain of my tennis team in high school. So yeah, understand the business. Nothing comes for free, right? You change your story, you change your life, right? How many of you are already starting to shift your story a little bit or a lot? Like if you're shifting your story, type shifting in the comments because that's important. Knowing your worth also, you have to know your worth. right? Let's see here. You need to get the training that we need to make it in this industry. Invest in yourself, right? Yeah, you need to make sure that you have the training. You have to make sure that you have all of the tools in your tool chest, because there's stiff competition out there, people. There's stiff competition out there. All right, so I'm going to introduce our next guest in one moment, but this is what I'm going to ask you guys to do. She's going to share so much information with you. I know you've already had a lot of information. So we're 1 hour in and like already your minds are shifting, everything's shifting. So let's do this. Let's hydrate. Let's everyone get your water, let's all hydrate real quick. Oh, awesome. All right. Very good. All right. So are you guys ready for our next guest? Are you ready for our next guest? Awesome. All right. Okay, so let me introduce her to you, and I'm going to get her pinned here. All right, so let me get her pinned. All right, guys, so let me introduce our next guest to you. Our next guest is Cheryl Snap-Conner, the founder and CEO of Snap-Conner PR and creator of Content University. She is a speaker, author, and national columnist on business communication and PR. In 2020, ClearPoint Strategies named her one of the world's top 30 business thought leaders to follow. For 6 years, from 2012 to 2018, Conner contributed to the Entrepreneurs Channel for Forbes as a PR and business communications expert. She has also been a guest contributor of the Wall Street Journal at WSJ Startups, a regular contributor to Inc., and she has recently launched a new PR and entrepreneurship column for Entrepreneur Magazine. She is the author of the Forbes ebook, Beyond PR, Communicate Like a Champion in the Digital Age. Everyone, give it up for the one, the only, Miss Cheryl Conner.
Hi,
Cheryl.
everybody. It's good to be here.
It's awesome to have you. Thank you so much for being here this morning with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, we're really excited to hear what you have to say today.
Well, I'm excited to be here. So, gosh, there are a lot of you here. I'm really interested. If you can let me know, give me a feel how many of you are already actively participating in the roles as actors, as models, as participants in the infrastructure, and how many are interested because you're working your way in, you're wanting to get your break. The things that I'd like to share with you apply to both, but I'd like to cover both bases and I'd like to be as applicable as possible. PR is an amazing opportunity. It's also sometimes a risk. It's also a big job. It's expensive if you hire it done. So there is so much. We could be here all day. I've got resource materials that I'll make available and can share to anyone interested afterwards. I'm easy to find. Luckily, all you have to do is Google my name. So Cheryl Conner or Cheryl Snap-Conner. Little interesting anecdote on that later I'll share as well. But as you get into the realm of you've made it or you're working to break into the field, you want to be known. But before you get out there, there are too many people who are just too tied to the concept of I need to be seen. I need to be seen for the sake of being seen. And the first thing that I will ask any individual is why? Why? You know, what is the job that you are hiring that PR to accomplish or that visibility to accomplish? And then really be mindful, intentional, and proactive about designing what you do to lead you to that outcome. There are some ways to do that artfully. Some of the first columns that I wrote for Forbes, because you can't self-promote. That's a big rule. I wouldn't have wanted to anyway. It's generally not effective to self-promote. You want to add value. You want to be of interest. You want to intrigue people. You want to leave them with something that makes them wanting more, wanting them to maintain that connection, wanting to continue the visibility. Some of the entrepreneurs that I spoke to were in the entertainment industry or needed to break into that infrastructure to be able to accomplish what they needed to do. One in particular, I pulled up some of the articles that I've written on this, and her name is Christina Davis, Daves, not the typical spelling. But here was somebody who is, in her 30s, entrepreneur, broke a limb and decided, okay, I'm going to make a business out of making casts. And because it's such a bummer to be laid up with a broken limb, I'm going to decorate them. And I'm not crazy about the name that she chose, Cast Medics, but she started to decorate these casts. She spent $27,000 for someone to help her break into retail with this product design. And it was a big flop. It was a bust. So now she'd spent all of the money that she could invest in this company down to credit cards and started to realize, you know what, Eureka, everybody's human. We break limbs. You see people on the red carpet or in public events who've broken a limb, and it's the worst possible timing. So she started observing in the news, just watching who in the entertainment sector has broken a limb, and reached out through Twitter, reached out through their agents. IMDb, of course, is the resource to find out how do you reach someone, but take it to other ways as well. Sometimes IMDb and the contacts listed are not that helpful. They're opportunistic. They're people who are saying, you want to sponsor this person? What will you guarantee? And then they're not really even engaged by that celebrity. They just want to leap in and see if they can then go to that celebrity and say, I've got this opportunity, and take their commission. So they're running a game on it sometimes too. But she successfully reached a number of celebrities and was able to offer them something that made them stand out, made them feel a little better, made them show up a little better or more uniquely, rather than having this gorgeous attire and then a stupid medical cast on the foot. Well, decorate it, go with it. So she did that. It became very successful, and she started developing the ability to do her own PR because she had to. She had no money. Generally, if you hire an agent, it's going to cost anywhere from $1,500 to $8,000 a month. And that's PR. That's the getting coverage part of it. And it may not even be that helpful. And it's a long game. It's a marathon game. You start to be visible, and there are aspects of it like, okay, I was seen this week. What's next week? What's tomorrow? So think that through. And then there are a lot of aspects of PR you can do yourself. My general rule of thumb, and bear in mind, my business is PR. This is what I do for a living. I would still tell you, use the PR agency or agent for their strategy and for their connections. If money is an object, and it probably is for most of you from what I'm seeing in the chat line, if you're not already, Brad Pitt, and the agency can make their money, as we were hearing, by selling you, and it's easy work, and they can catch their commission, well, then great, you're made. But until that happens, that's your money that you will be spending. So do it wisely, and anything that you can accomplish yourself, do it yourself, but with some caveats. I'm going to give you some ideas of the things you can do. I'm also going to give you some ground rules for how to do it effectively. So first off, before you start to desire publicity and garner it for yourself, go through an exercise. I can give you templates. Anyone who wants to reach out to me afterwards, I'll send you a template to do PR messaging. So in words, in verbal words, and on this template, how would somebody describe you? How would you describe yourself? How would you differentiate yourself? What is your why? Do it as succinctly as you can. The worst possible thing to have happen is you get a visibility opportunity and somebody says, who are you? What do you do? And you're hemming and hawing around, or it's a random list of answers you give. That's not going to help your cause. Be very intentional about your brand, what it is that you do, what it is that you stand for, what are the characteristics, and especially what are the things that you would most like to see said about you, or the descriptors that you feel are most accurate or that you want to be most accurate. Now design what you do around that. And then concisely, if I were to describe who you are and what you're about in 100 words, that's not very many words. In 25 words, do that. And in fact, we'll do that with people, or advise you, do that as kind of a build. Like somebody says that, and the top answer or the top answer could be the 2 graphs, or the top answer could be 100 words, because you will get that request again and again. Also, if it's written in that form, we call it a little bit of inverted pyramid. If somebody cuts from the bottom or their eyes only catch the top of it, now you're covered. They'll understand what they most need to know. And in fact, if you write a press announcement and release it, this, we call it, some people even call it a pitch page. You've got this PR messaging. You want to make certain that you're adhering to that and using it as preparation. There are sections of it also that says, so what are the main competitive advantages of you or your offering? How does it compare? How does it fit into the industry? What are all of the audiences that care? And you'd be surprised when you really think into it. It's multiple. It would be the hiring agents, obviously. It would be the public who watches you. And, you know, you've come to the table with talent. What are those talents? And what are the audiences that most relate to what you bring? Certain demographics, certain kinds of shows, programs. Where are you going to appeal? Are you entertaining? Are you funny? Are you heartfelt? You know, do you appeal as a character actor or in modeling? That's a wide open arena where people and organizations are finally valuing the whole breadth of people that they address. Well, do you fit in there in any particularly advantageous way? What do you bring to the table? How do you describe it? How do you fulfill it? Because the secret to everything that you do in public relations is what's in it for the recipient. If it's you focused, okay, fine. But if you can learn to focus on your readers, your viewers, your audience, what's in it for them, why will you be memorable then? Why will you be helpful to them? Then you've got something, then you got game. And then the final section of that would just be the stat, we call it a boilerplate, but the stat statement that gives the core facts. And when you would issue a press release, there's some keys to that too, but one of them would be that you don't wind around the bush to lead up to a story, ever, ever, ever. Anything that you're doing in PR, it's like telling a joke backwards, the punchline first. Even remember that when that story gets picked up in the press, that headline, fortunately, Google has gotten wise and they've extended that search result box a little bigger. But imagine if you issued something, and this is a true story. This is a true and sad story. Somebody in the state where we work issued this press release that said, the Supreme Court of Utah today ruled that. That's the Google search result box. Would you open that? Would you care? Would anybody care? We don't know what sector, what industry, what topic. Worse than that, even if you did open it and it's winding into this tit for tat court fight kind of a story. And this was about a ski resort, that the main ski resort, you know, the Deer Valley Ski Resort, was running into a little bit of conflict with the vendors that were in the shops that were at the mid-mountain, because the ski resort wanted to be the sole provider of rental equipment. And one of these stores was providing rental equipment. So they were going back and forth in court. Well, there'd been a good day for this vendor. And so they wanted to advertise it. They wanted to crow it from the rooftops. And they said, and to celebrate this win, we're offering a sale. So until Wednesday, you can get this rental equipment for X. Okay, there's another fail. If you issue something on the internet, you know, this is a rhetorical, silly question. How long is it out there? Forever. It's going to be there longer than you'd want to see it. So if it is up there as a Google result, even next week, is anybody going to care? This could be a disaster as well, in that, is your next court appearance going to go well? Or are you going to fall on your face? So, you know, think about the meeting, thinking about the venue, thinking about when somebody sees that result about you in Google, is it well thought through? Will it interest them enough to come in and read the rest of it? And is it, we call it evergreen. Is it something that will still interest them about you a month, 6 months from now? You know, another thing is if you make an announcement about yourself or what you do, what is the context? Are you already a known, well-known entity? Unless you're a household name saying, was signed with X and X. People don't care. They don't know they should care. They have no context to put it within because they need to know the story of you before they know why they should care about it. And you're up against a lot of competition. So make certain that you do this activity, this messaging first. Then we're going to use some intention and smarts about the way that we use it. But everything that you describe in those words, and yes, it's not set in stone, but maybe like soft set cement. You know, you don't want to put something out. Do your test market among friends, focus group. How do you get this? Does it interest you? What do you think? Because it's hard to make sharp left turns once it's out in the media. It's out. You have to live with it. You're going to have to segue gracefully, consider, envision in your mind this story arc that's you. And that if people saw only the headlines about you over a period of time, does it all make sense? Does it hang together? Is it part of the grand master plan of your progress, your progression, your growing eminence and attraction in the field that you're in? Or is it what I jokingly and maybe disparagingly tend to call random acts of PR? Oh, look, I was here. Oh, look, I was there. And we all see far, far too much of that in the entertainment industry. So be purposeful, be intentional, have your messaging done well, and then consider that your brand promise. So when you go out, are you being true to that brand promise? Be consistently true. If something happens, if there's a mess, if you trip up, okay, that's a bad day, but it's part of your story. And increasing there are no secrets or very few. You're going to have to live with that story, and that's fine. It's okay to be human. It's okay to be messing up once in a while. It's okay to be Steve Harvey and announce the wrong Miss America winner one day. It's another day and it's part of your life story, and you are the sum of those things. That's okay. But trip as seldom as possible. And then if something like that happens, then handle it well. And that's probably when you really, really need outside PR counsel. When you're working with something tricky like that, now is the time to find the credit card, the savings account, whatever, to get some good guidance on how to handle something really, really gnarly like that. Also, your visual brand, that's part of your brand. In some respects, when you get in front of that camera, the words that you say are going to be 7%. That's an actual research statistic. 7% of what you portray and others receive is going to be nonverbal signals, other things. So does that mean you need to be in designer clothing and full stage makeup every time you step out the door? No, but you need to be consistent with your brand. If your brand is that you're a together person, you're insightful, you're thoughtful, you go to your settings prepared, and it's not great when you're on camera and somebody sees you in the sloppy sweatpants and thongs one day and you didn't manage to pull a brush through your hair. Think about that. That doesn't mean you can't be casual, you can't be yourself, there can't be an everyday, but if you're going to be on camera, it's going to be saved. And this is one of my own lessons too. I was never on camera, really. I had the advantage of being behind a keyboard and print, and it's good. You can be real smart behind that keyboard. And then you get there in front of the camera, and it's another thing. I did not know until through Forbes, I ended up doing some video interviews. I interviewed Damon John. That was the first big one that I did. And I thought I was being really prepared. I ran to the makeup counter and said, okay, I'm going to be on video in New York. Help me out here. They did. Of course, I went there on a red eye, and it was raining all the way to the Forbes office, and my hair tended to bush up, Afro style. I was wearing a sweater with kind of a metallic sheen to it that I thought was really cute, not great. Thankfully, because it was an interview with Damon John, most of the camera shots were on him, not me. But that was also the day I learned that I tended to arch my eyebrow up when I asked a question. Oops. Learn these things ahead of time if you can, and remember that your visual brand is a part of your brand. So bear that in mind too. And in fact, For anybody on a hot seat, being asked hard questions, their body language is answering faster than their mouth by a long shot. And it's clear, even without training, we know, when somebody's face turns red, they start over answering, they're talking louder and faster. They're over answering. Those are clues. Those are big clues. So that's something to consider as well as we start to prepare for all of these things. So get the branding decisions made first. Yes, stumbling for words. These are all things that you can and will, I'm sure, through all of the things that you're doing here, get more training in. How to keep your cool under pressure. How to not stumble for words. Honestly, a big secret in that front is if you're up against a hard situation, take a pause, take a breath. Now, if somebody's in essence heckling you, ask the question back from the stage, from whatever, and say, so you're asking me, and now all the eyes turn on that person. And if they're being a butt, maybe they like that. Maybe that's what they were trying to accomplish, but it turns the cameras on them, and now the heat is on them. And that gives you time to think through, should I answer this question? Do I have a good answer for this question? Don't lie. There are people who've handled it really artfully, and there are people it's fallen flat on their face. So anyway, the verbal brand, the visual brand, make certain you've had at least groundwork in place, and thinking about when my life story is written or written for me by the internet and the press that occurs, what's that story arc going to look like? What do I hope that it'll look like? It may evolve. That's fine. That's fair. That's allowed. Absolutely. But it's still a part of the story, and it's going to be there whether you like it or not. So all of those things are preparation. And then how you can break in there, it's a combination of three things: talent, obviously, opportunity, and then networking. So opportunities, you can find them in a lot of ways. You can publish yourself. You can blog. You can create a podcast. You could start a radio show. You could start a broadcast show too. In some respects, you want to build up because there's going to be some costs, some training, some infrastructure, and better to get your sea legs under you, so to speak, in a smaller arena, smaller stages, smaller audience. Get your patter down, know what you bring to the table, and then make certain that you're prepared to do it well then when you step out into a bigger arena. But a good place to start is by being a value add resource for people who have shows. And when you feel ready for it, even on broadcast, there are some resources. One of them is called HARO, Help a Reporter Out. You could just look it up online. It's free. It can be a big task. This is where reporters put out their bids, their requests for resources, and they can identify who they are or they can shield who they are. I'm pretty circumspect about scoping. If they say this is for a top tier magazine, that could mean that they just want to not say it because they'd be inundated with worthless replies. It could be that they're nobody. It could be that they're a vendor and this is the company's website to promote itself, and they just are looking for free resources to put on it. But that can be a big opportunity. HARO is evolving a little bit. I have not even looked at the new version yet. It's becoming a new name, but in my agency, some of the team has looked this up. And good opportunities. Respond to the ones quickly that make sense for you, and respond in terms of here's who I am, here's what I bring to the table. Now, if I'm pitching someone for broadcast or you're pitching yourself, very, very helpful is think through that producer's brain and eyes. What is going to make the most sense? What can I use? They want to know in advance. You're not going to freeze like a deer in the headlights. I've had clients say, well, just say whatever you need to say that gets me on TV. No, it does not work that way. They want to know what you're going to say before you say it. So let them know if you have an interesting take on an issue that's happening. And of course, the channels are all leaping on it. If you've got an interesting point of view, back it up. Let them know. We hand them what I call a briefing sheet. There's a photo of the individual. There's their threads. There's the angles. Here are the things I'd love to speak to or could speak to well. And if at all possible, a link or two of you doing that very thing. Ideally, even on a live broadcast, but at least a YouTube or something. They want to know how you're going to come across. They don't want that to be a surprise. Especially, it's not as bad anymore. Satellite feed used to be the rule of the day, where there's something as little as an iPad and there's a time delay. That's tough to deal with, and you're trying to respond to someone you can't even see. But some of the more, SpringYard and Zoom kinds of communication make it easier. Now it's live time. There isn't a time delay. But even then, show what you did. They want to know. I've seen people who, while they're being introduced by the host, there were two of them one time, and they were kind of nodding, and they were in unison. So here they are on that stage, and they're absolutely credible, important individuals, and that just looks silly. Or swinging their chair as they talk. All of those kind of things, you just want to make that not part of the equation. Let them see that you know your stuff, you're confident, you have an answer, you're prepared to give it, and that you're going to enhance their presentation with no surprises. So those are the kind of things that you can do to get onto broadcast or be quoted in an article. That's a good place to start. Smaller stages, make certain that you're providing things that have interest and add value, that you're not standing there overtly selling anything, but that you're adding to the event, to the occasion. If you have a small radio show, and then just advance it, take it a little bigger. If your stage of career has shifted, one of the people I really watch and admire that way, Clarissa Burt, she was one of the original supermodels. But this was in the 80s, and we're no longer in the 80s. That was 40 years ago. She's still a beautiful, accomplished human being. But what she's doing now is different. She's an MC for events. She's got a radio show out of Phoenix. And these make sense. Now, for her, imagine the advantage. You're in that stage of life. Now you have a show. Well, if it's a valuable show, now you have access to whoever you want and emulate. Get them on your show. You're doing them a favor. So that was a thing that I did too. When I was with Forbes, I could reach anyone I wanted to reach. In fact, a lot of them were trying to reach me because they could see what I was writing. And I didn't promote anything, but because I was writing about, I wrote a lot about crisis PR, what to do if you find yourself in a crisis, how to prevent one. So I came to be known on Google and in circles as the expert in crisis PR. My agency, that's a big emphasis and crux of what we do. We call it high stakes communications. It's not necessarily a crisis, a bad crisis. It's just the floodlights on you. Now, what are you going to do? And that created a lot of business for us, but nothing was ever sold in the process. So think about that too. What of what you have to say and what you have to share with your talent is going to be most interesting and useful. Give it freely, give it openly, and it will advance you. It will advance your brand. It will advance your business. It will increase the number of opportunities as well. Because we don't have enough time to go through so many nuts and bolts, I've got the articles that I've written and can share with you. You can find, now Muckrack is a good resource. You don't have to be a journalist to register on there, and they give an instant up-to-date chronology of everything that I've written is up there. I looked at it this weekend and can see that there are some false positives. Entrepreneur Magazine, it's like whatever shows up on that page makes you show up as an author, even if it wasn't the page where your article was. So I'm going to have to talk to them about that. But, 750 articles. But there are ways to find that by database or just ping me. People are honored if you direct message them, if you email them, if you tweet to them. I'm interested in that article. Can you share it? They're honored. So do that broadly, do that freely. And that's a positive way of networking that is genuine. It is heart to heart, and get more opportunity that way. People you've worked with on a segment one time, let them know your thoughts. Have you thought about a column on X? I think this could be really interesting. Or a segment on X. I've got some thoughts. I'm happy to participate. I'm happy to suggest some other sources as well. Be the aspirin, not the source of the headache. That's a big thing. In everything that you do, when you can be the aspirin instead of the headache, you're going to get further ahead. Okay, because time is advancing quickly, I'm going to spend a little time on opportunity PR or nightmare PR, both of those. So something happens, and now the floodlight's on you, and what are you going to do? Here are some examples. Anthony Scaramucci, the mooch. But now think about his wife. He was the individual who was famously communications director for the president of the United States for 11 days and lost that job very publicly and in a very embarrassing way, and concurrently was in a divorce. Now it was repaired, no longer divorcing. But one of the most famous anecdotes about this was that his wife was in the hospital having their baby and he didn't go. He was otherwise obtained at work and said, anyway, whatever he said, it wasn't good. And what about her? What about this individual who didn't do that, didn't say that? What will happen with the rest of her life? So, strategy, discussion, when you can't step out the door without 100 cameras in your face, most of them looking for problems, that's a bad place to be. She came through that. They came through that. Last I saw, I look on Google, and she was in talks to be on one of the Real Housewives of New York. That's a pivotal point. Do I change my name? Do I make my name separate from that individual? How do we go forward? Those are key decisions that they could be a launching pad, or they could be a nightmare. Here's one. This is a little bit funny because the individual it happened to worked for us in our agency, a former newscaster, John Dupree, JONDU space PRE. If you look him on Google, instantly you'll see what the issue is. He's an author. He wrote a book, The Prodigal Father. He was on Oprah's couch with that book. It did really well. He's working on his second book. He dated Bill Gates' ex-wife. In fact, was or is the first person she dated after going through that very, very famous divorce. Well, okay, is that good? Is that bad? Well, when that happened, people started looking into his background and pulled up the fact that he, some great things coming through the chat. I will address those. What does he do now? But in public, he had said prior to ever any of this happening that he had been abusive to his first wife. So you can imagine what the headlines are saying. Melissa Gates, Bill Gates' ex-wife, is dating a wife abuser. This is rough. This is rough stuff. That is hard. Another example. This one is a happy ending. A family-oriented couple. The husband, how do I manage my teenagers? And one of the teenagers was about to walk out the door for a family activity wearing these extremely short shorts that were a little, not appropriate. Well, rather than have a knockdown fight about it, he thought, okay, I'm going to teach her a lesson. He went and cut off his own pants, walked out the door in these tiny short shorts of his pants and said, okay, we're ready to go. And the wife was laughing and she's snickering and, she's taking pictures. Well, long story short, this became a national phenomenon. How did the dad handle this and how did it go over and how did he teach her something without a knockdown fight? Within a week, that couple, that set of parents, they were on the Today Show, Good Morning America, you name it. You could look them up. Scott and Becky McIntosh, MCKIN. Anyway, they decided that they had a different career. They had a career in speaking. speaking about family and parenting issues, keynotes, all kinds of opportunities. Later on, this was much later, their son came out as gay, and they were very publicly in an environment where that was really difficult to deal with. She has now written 2 books and gives regular speeches. It changed their entire career. They were able to navigate that gracefully, and it led to opportunities to have a megaphone, really, and a stage that didn't even exist. Yes, really, honestly, in the questions, accept the situations, surmounting it gracefully, without lying, without self-defense, really surmounting things and thinking, I think the key question is, so what does this open up for me? So what did this just open up? Use that wisely and well, and think about it in the bigger perspective. Even if it's the roughest moment of your life, well, that's a part of your future story. So, bear it up well and think about that. If my children, if my grandchildren see this someday, and in all likelihood they will they be proud of me? Am I representing what I really stand for as I go through this? So it can be surmounted. Let's see, before we turn to Q&A entirely, the Boise Boys, how they got onto HGTV. They just simply entered a contest and said, let's do this, and did this. And they just became kind of a phenomena and had this amazing show. They did 1 season, 2 seasons. Then they were running into kind of a hiccup. They were about to launch their 2nd show. I wrote an article. I can't really share it because it didn't see the light of day, because they ended up delayed on the opening of their 2nd show. Business-wise, the economics of business again, they were having to build 13 houses a year that were timed for segments of a show. And because these were spec houses, they were funding these houses themselves. All of them were selling nicely, but to navigate, it's like a company in rapid growth phase, and without enough funding to navigate the growth, without getting tripped by their own success. They had to line up on that. But oh my goodness, how do we find a director? This is networking. If you get into the circles, and this community right here is one of those circles where you know people who are succeeding or in the sector, ask their inputs. They're good directors, they're poor directors. My company is based in Salt Lake City. I happen to be personally based out of Boise, Idaho, most of the time. But that's kind of a mecca for up and coming film development. Don't know how and when that happened entirely, but it's the case. That's a good place to network. And getting into some of those communities, whether it's live or virtually, so that you can ask the questions. And I think the really important questions to ask of anybody, show me the work that you did. We do this in PR. Okay, show me examples of what did the client pay, what was the challenge, and what was the results. Square that up so that you walk in prepared. There aren't any surprises, because people could say, I charge X per hour, or I'm 125 an hour. I hate that answer because it could mean so many things. That doesn't really help me. You could do that and produce nothing, or you could be the best investment I ever made. I'd rather we price it by the outcomes. So think about that when you're thinking about that resource. Just make certain you get good validation. And then there's another kind of principle that I like as well, which is bring the rifle first, try a small engagement for a limited price, see how that goes. And if it's really hitting the mark, then you bring the cannonballs. You don't do the reverse. If an advertising campaign is not working, you don't double down and spend twice as much to still probably have it not working. So do some test engagements, vet it out, but ask the right questions. It's similar to when you give that briefing sheet to that broadcaster. You need to pre-answer all the risks that you can. So when you're choosing somebody, same thing. I want to know how this is going to come out before I invest the money, before I prepare. So So give me that verification, that validation. And you prepare the same for when you're selling yourself to someone. Make certain you've taken away the risk and made them comfortable that this is going to be a win. And then you make certain that it is. All of the creative ways to get in, to break in. Let's see, another one, a recent article I wrote, the pro wrestler Brimstone. He's been in the entertainment sector since he was a kid. This article was really interesting. Now, it was interesting in that I was barely allowed to write about this for Entrepreneur because they've got a rule. You can only write about household names. Well, this guy's got credentials as long as his arm, but is he a household name? No. In fact, if you didn't follow worldwide wrestling, you may not even know how many reality shows and different things that he's been on, but he has. But that left him with the talents to create. He's got a radio show, what is it? Why am I forgetting the name of his radio show? Grindhouse Radio out of Long Island, New York. They've got a massive listenership and he's done really, really well. But he's been a real resourceful person. Everybody that he meets, everybody he knows, he figures out where he can add value, makes a business out of it, makes it sustaining. So he's a business success. And I'd say you want to think about that. Every reason for getting into the entertainment industry, make certain that it's a business success of the things that it achieves for you, that you can justify it. If it's, personal meaning, I want to leave a mark in the world, I want to leave a legacy, that is great, but also make certain that it's going to sustain you as a business. Think like a business person, behave like a business person. And that article will be interesting as well. But again, it's the talent, then the opportunities, and the networking. The Greg Reed in LA, the things that he does with Secret Knock, those are interesting. Think about that as being a kind of event that you can attend. He has a number of people from the entertainment industry who come and they not only speak, they're there, they're available. You can have a conversation with them. Get to know people there. That's a good place to go and ask the questions about how do I find a director? How do I find an agent? What should be my first steps on that regard? Doing your own PR, you could dedicate an hour a day, go through the kind of steps that make sense for you. And in the articles that I can send you, we actually outline them. Do these things, maybe every day, maybe several days a week. Go through those functional steps. Look to see where you could be. Where could you be a contributing author? Where could you be a good source for somebody who is writing? Wrong things to do would be stalking or just aggressively pitching yourself. I've gotten tweets from people I've never heard of saying, I'm looking for someone to profile me in Huffington Post or Forbes. So how about it? And, I've been really even affronted and offended by the boldness. There was a woman who called me on my cell phone on New Year's Day and said, I went from being homeless to this business success. She said, it's my birthday today, and my gift to myself is that you were going to profile me and you were going to do it in Forbes. And my question, why? Well, because it's an inspiration to other people. Well, I hate to break it to you, that's inspiring, but it's a unique story. Does that show a template that other people can follow? What would be in this for other people beyond seeing you? And there weren't good answers, and I couldn't follow through. Plus, I was a little affronted. There are ways to be a really bad source for articles. But following the people who have the kind of ethos and sensibilities you like, whose material you enjoy, like and share their things, get acquainted with them. Anyone who's a book author, I don't care how big you are. If it's a book author, they care that you liked your book. I noticed that, famous author, he's out on Amazon and thousands of reviews. And one guy just lambasted him. And that author got on there personally to have it out with him, to protest it. It hurt him that deeply. And out of 1,000 positive reviews, somebody was going for his guts. So, think about the ways to be a good follower, to engage. Always be honest. When there's something you want, don't shield it, be honest, but also look through the eyes of how can I be a resource to you? Here is something I think might be of interest to your readers. Even reference which pieces make them believe. When you spoke about this, that really touched me. I think it hit a chord. And if you're willing to consider it, taking that topic deeper with this slant and this could make some good sense. Is that something I could help you with? That is a meaningful offer because you're thinking about their interests even more than your own, and you are respectfully understanding that it's their show, their column, their place, and their decision. That will get you further ahead. Let's see. Gosh, 10:44. We should think about some questions. If you want to pose some that I could answer. Communication skills, yes. Brimstone inspired me to go into acting. That is great. Oh my God. Now, and he is somebody, if you reach out and tell him that, he'll be honored. He would be honored. Tell him you read the article in Entrepreneur and you love what he's about. That was cool. He did cool things.
Awesome. Girl, your presentation is so amazing. Thank you so much. So what I'm going to do is I'll open it up. Does anyone have any questions for Cheryl? I was sitting there listening, and the information you gave over the last 45 minutes has been mind-blowing. It's awesome. Thank you so much for sharing.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, if anyone has a question, you can raise your Zoom hand and we will call on to ask a question. All right. Yaz, let's see here. All right, Yaz, what is your question for Cheryl?
Thank you for this presentation. First of all, it was amazing and I took many notes. And I would like to ask you, what are the things that me as a person should think about when it comes to the branding? Like in the early stage, in the beginning, what is it I need to put in? What is it I should take away? How do I start this process with branding myself, if that makes any sense?
Oh, that's a very good question.
Thank
you. What is it that you love to do? And what would you like to receive in compensation and enrichment for it? Where do you shine best? Where are you most in the flow, most yourself? Define that. But then, and this is important, this is the part too many people forget. Then what is the audience? What are the programs, the shows, or even the mediums of communication that want that and need that? Look for, it's a Venn diagram. Find the intersection. And if you do that and focus on that, what I do best and want to do, and what these companies or programs most want to receive, that's going to be your magic place. And that's what you aim for. If you want to raise your rates as a consultant, well, what do you do that you are most good at, that people most need to receive, that's worth the money? And I have to be honest, in my business, it's crisis PR. People may quibble and want to pay very little for ongoing nuts and bolts PR, but when they are in the headlines for the wrong reasons and it's not fair, you better believe it's priority number one. It's a midnight board meeting to figure out what's going to happen. And if someone from the outside with the wherewithal can help them walk through that. I'll give a very quick example. A company that does automated payments, and they wouldn't even mind, their name is ProPay. Some of their data might have been leaked, and there was a situation where people's online accounts were being repeat billed for things that weren't real. And so here's a convention in Texas, and the Merry Maids or whoever they were, somebody standing in the parking lot just saying, I blame ProPay. My account was wrongfully charged, blah, blah, blah per month. Well, as a PR lead, I knew there was a big problem in that, and that the broadcasters had not contacted ProPay to confirm or get their response or reaction to this accusation. It had just run as it was. So at midnight, I found that webmaster and said, this is a big problem. We were not contacted. This article just lambasted our company without asking us for a reaction or to verify that this had occurred. And I was able to say, you know, my client, they're getting legal counsel. But if we could talk tomorrow and you could run a segment that allows them to give their perspective on the situation, that could solve it. They did. They took the other segment down immediately, did an interview the next morning, and it turned out to be a home run for the company. So that's something, you know, that's an example. Find the sweet spot of what you can do. And I charge a fair amount of money. It's like a $5,000 retainer if the world just stopped because of a crisis. Very seldom can something not be solved within one retainer. And in fact, most of the time it's solved in half a retainer, and then the person gets some PR to go along with it afterwards. But that use that kind of thinking. Find out what you do that puts you in the flow. That's going to be better. You know, if I wanted to be a supermodel, oh my goodness, I'm 65. I'm a grandmother. Now, and actually there is a big call right now for realism in modeling. There is a big market for women who are 65 and have gray hair, but they'll be, if they've already been in the industry and have really honed their skills, that's another equation that's going to make it far easier than if it was a new idea. Like, oh, here's what I'd like to do. Far better to get in your flow and think about that. Hopefully that's an answer, a good answer.
Yes, absolutely. It was. I'm sorry, just one more thing. Is it like when on Instagram, for instance, right? When you are presenting yourself, I am a very creative person, so I also do create a lot of stuff. Would that be a conflict to present both of those things, or you see?
Not at all.
So
It's
I can kind of make my business with this and then also represent myself. Awesome. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
There could be a time you want to separate the two, but you've got a captive test group right there. See what people respond to, and then decide, do you want to break that out later or not? But that's a good way to know. There are people who they just want to be seen just to be seen, and that grates on people and is annoying and even makes them a target over time.
I'm the opposite. I don't want to be seen, but my story needs to be told. So that's why I'm doing this. So it's really exciting. I'm interested, and I'm looking forward to where it leads me. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you, Yaz. All right. We have another question from Masharad Swinson. All right, Masharad, what is your question, sir? And before you do, let's introduce ourselves. Let Cheryl know who you are. You know who she is. Let her know who you are.
Hello, Cheryl. My name is Masharad Swinson. I am an actor and model based in San Francisco. My question is, what are some pet peeves of yours from your time working in PR?
Pet peeves. Oh, I have a lot of them. People who don't listen, who think I know better. And, you know, I've had people just say, I'm going to write my own press release, so can you cut your rate? And then hand something that's just not going to work with the press. So people who won't trust or won't listen to the voice of experience, just determine that they know better. If they do really solidly feel they know better, they should be doing it themselves, and they'll learn from their own trips in the potholes. But that would be one big pet peeve. Or can you do this on credit, and then when I get the business, can I pay you then? That doesn't work either. But you know, we solve that. We charge in advance or at the first going forward. So those are probably, or rudeness. People who are rude to reporters, or who unrealistically think we could order a reporter to do something, order them to remove something. We can't. We have to be deft. We have to be careful. We have to respect the rules of the road and work within the ecosystem. So those are probably it. See a few more hands here.
Awesome. All right. What we're actually going to, thank you for your question, Masharad. All right. So I think what we're going to do, Cheryl, is just to be aware of your time. I know I have a lot of questions here, and I love questions, but I think what we're going to here, let me put myself back on so I can see. There we are. All right, so what I think we're going to do is I just want to thank you so much for your time today, because it was absolutely amazing, and I just want to make sure that we're being aware of your time. So, again, you said that people can follow all we have to do is Google you, right? And we can
Yes.
find you on social media and find out where to follow you.
Yes, I'll
Awesome.
respond, email, everything, fire away.
Awesome. And then also, Cheryl, I emailed you. If you wanted to share some of those resources, we do have a Facebook community. So what I would love to do is share like the template or something like that in the Facebook community with our talent as well. Would you guys like those templates? If you like those templates, type yes in the comments. Awesome. But sure, that was phenomenal. And I know Michael's excited. He's going to meet you in like a week and a half in
I think
Sarasota,
so.
right?
Yes.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time.
Yeah. Thanks, everyone.
All right. Awesome. All right, guys. How awesome was it to have the opportunity to hear from a publicist? Like, this is what I want you guys to think about. Imagine you had to go hire a publicist, right? It ranges, you heard Cheryl say this. A publicist could range anywhere from like 5,000 to 10,000. Like, imagine you're having a crisis and like you need to call Cheryl. Like, I want you to really sit back and take stock of the value that you just got. Do you see the tremendous value that you just received? How many of you took so many notes that your hand is cramped? Because I was behind the scenes, I was taking so many notes too. But think about this. Think about a couple of the things that Cheryl was talking about. Like, one of the things you need to do before you start getting to a place where you need someone to do your PR is you have to create that brand. You have to make that, and you have to make yourself, put yourself out there and make yourself known. Right? I couldn't do anything and listen and trust. I understand, right? I know it was so much information, but I want you guys to really like sit back and like start thinking about the information that you just received. 3 pages of notes, right? And you had the opportunity to ask a question as well. But how many of you are a part of our Rising Star Academy? Raise your hands. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with someone like Cheryl and have her do a deep dive training in a small environment where you could ask her questions and she would answer them in real time? If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. I want to know who would love that opportunity. Yeah, I've actually had people like reaching out to me. Oh my gosh, Denise, how can I get the opportunity to work with Cheryl? Don't worry, we're going to talk about that later. But having the opportunity to learn PR now is so important, because you need to be building your brand. You need to be doing all these amazing things. And I think you all understand also you have to invest, right? How many of you understand like you have to make some investments, whether it's your time or your resources? You're always going to have to invest in what you're doing. And Mike talked about that this morning in his presentation, right? He talked about how it's important to invest in yourself, because then you have the leverage, right? Because we're going to have the opportunity to hear from an agent later on today, and we're going to talk to him about like, what is it that he's looking for in talent? Like what, because our goal over the course of this weekend is for you to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with, right? And imagine sitting down with Cheryl and we talked earlier about buying 3 feet from gold. How many of you have already put that on your wish list on Amazon? Right? Imagine like Cheryl was just talking about Greg Reed. How cool is it that we work with Gregory. We did a podcast with him. She was talking about an event that Greg Reed runs. But this is what I want you guys to think about. You can go to an event where it's an entrepreneurial event, or imagine having the opportunity to actually sit down and meet face to face with people who are there to look for new talent. Do you want to go to an event where, ask? Very good. Oh my gosh. Remind me later, Yaz, to tell you about my interview with Mark Victor Hansen. It was phenomenal. What I want you guys to think about is this, okay? I want you to think about the fact that if you go in and you meet someone, like, do you have your 30-second elevator pitch? Do you already know how to talk about yourself in 25 words or less, or 100 words or less? How many of you would love the opportunity to do that? Like, how many of you want that skill? How many of you want to be able to walk into a room and say, hey, look, this is who I am? That elevator pitch, you're going to hear more about that as we go along too. So having the opportunity to work with someone like Cheryl on an ongoing basis, do you think that might help you? Yes or yes in the comments. Yes. Awesome. All right. Well, guys, before we move on to our next speaker, this is what I want you guys to do. I told you guys, make sure you all have pants on. Do we all have our pants on? I want everyone to stand up really quickly. Just stand up. I want to get you guys moving because we have our next guest is a casting director for Apple TV. I'm going to introduce you, but I want you guys to be energized. So make sure that you stretch it out a little bit, move around a little bit, shake it out, whatever you have to do to get your blood flowing a little bit, dance it out. I wish I had a soundtrack here. Facebook would hate it. Facebook would take us down immediately if I put on some music, but all right. Feeling good? Feeling a little energized? All right. Everyone take a seat. Let's hydrate as well. I refilled. I don't know if you guys can see, but I was empty. I refilled. All right. Are you guys ready for our next guest? Yes? Okay. Here we go. So our next guest, here, let me do this. Our next guest is a filmmaker and casting director based in New York City and Los Angeles. In 2022, Aaron wrote, directed, and produced the short film Rabbit Hole, starring Katherine Curtin in his hometown of Akron, Ohio. Currently serving as a longtime associate to casting director Bess Pfeiffer on the Emmy-nominated series Severance. Additional casting credits include City on Fire, The Tender Bar, The Unheard, and The Seating. Aaron has been fortunate to work alongside Emmy and Artios award-winning casting directors Jennifer Houston, Rachel Tenner, and Patrick Rush. Casting has provided Aaron the invaluable privilege of observing great directors, producers, and showrunners at work, such as Ben Stiller, Jenji Kohan, Leslie Heelan, Ryan Murphy, Jim Jarmusch, sorry, tell him I'm sorry, Cyan Hader, Matthew Weiner. From 2013 to 2017, Aaron served as extras casting department head on high-level projects, including Orange is the New Black, Fosse Verdon, Pose, The Big Sick, Sleeping with Other People, Adam, The Assistant, 7 Second, and more. Everyone give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Aaron Schoonover.
Hi.
Hi, Aaron. How are you?
Good. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Jim Jarmusch. That's how you say it.
How do you say it?
Jim Jarmusch.
Jarmusch. Okay. I won't mess it up next time, I promise.
Oh, all good. How are you? Good morning. Well, good morning over here.
Well,
Afternoon.
You're still in LA. Hello.
Yeah. Hi. Hi, everyone.
All right, so we have a lot to go over. Deneen, do you want me to go ahead and do some Q&A?
You're on, Alicia. This is your area of expertise.
I love it. Hi, Aaron. Okay.
Hi.
Hi. All right, so I have my coffee now. I am caffeinated. So,
Love it.
okay, before we get into the whole thing about Aaron, what is going on with this strike? Can you be a little bit, give us a tidbit of what's happening where you are right now?
Yeah, everything's on pause. SAG-AFTRA is striking, WGA is striking. It seems that the AMPTP does not want to negotiate. So I think everything is just kind of deadlocked right now. But the good news is that there are smaller companies like A24 who do, I don't know what my camera's doing, who do really good movies.
Must be really important.
Yeah.
It's like zooming in. But wait, can you go over what this strike is actually about? Like for anybody on here that's like brand new and they're like, well, what is the writer strike about and why is this SAG-AFTRA striking?
So every however many years, the contracts get renegotiated. And for both of them, it's just about the last time they were negotiated, television and film was in a much different place in terms of now everything is streaming, everything is available 24/7. So there's certain things that they need negotiated into their contracts to, updated to this current world we're in. And basically it comes down to fair pay. They need better pay, and a lot of things regarding AI technology trying to replace people's jobs. So those are two things that like the broadest strokes of it. But basically the studios, all the big players don't want to negotiate for those things, and the two unions have gone on strike, which essentially means everything is shut down. Actors are allowed to work on certain projects under certain agreements, like if they're super independent projects, low budget, but the writers essentially aren't writing anything, so there'll be no new scripts or TV or anything. So yeah, it's kind of crazy. But the studios just don't want to negotiate, and they've kind of said that basically they're going to starve us out because we're artists and we're going to have to eventually pay our rent. But I don't think they know that a lot of working class actors and writers have second jobs just to get by within the industry. So I think we're kind of used to that, and we're going to wait them out. So yeah.
Yeah, because literally it's like a standstill. I mean, for even the cast of Oppenheimer on the red carpet, they left in solidarity to, they left the red carpet, their own movie premiere to, because of the writers. I mean, what do you do? And then the actors. So, but this is such a great time to get into the industry now for anybody that's brand new or anybody maybe that's struggling, because Hollywood is resilient. We know this. In the Great Depression, I mean, it doesn't matter what's happening in the world. Hollywood is always going to come back. Now, you primarily live in New York City, but right now you're in LA. Can you talk a little bit about kind of like how the industry works in both regions, just a little bit? Because I get a lot of people that want to live in New York City or LA. And what are you finding out there is like the difference between like the actors? Any difference, or the casting process?
I mean, well, we've cast projects that were based out of LA while I was in New York, and vice versa. But I mean, since I've been here, everything's been shut down, so I haven't been doing any work. But I think overall, the market in New York is definitely more theater based in terms of like the acting community. But they do have like a decent sized pool of film and TV productions there. And it maybe is a smaller pool of people, which is nice, but still very competitive though. And then in LA, I think, it's more known as the capital of film and television. So there's a lot more actors out here, but also a lot more filming out here too. So.
Yeah. And since the pandemic, I mean, this business has changed so much. Can you go over a little bit about the casting process now? How many of you guys are looking to get into acting? And I want to make sure that you guys know, even if you're brand new or you've been in this business for years, and I would say I'm sorry that you're on mute, but I'm not sorry, because there's over 100 people on here. And if everybody was off of mute, it would be pure pandemonium. So you're welcome. But if you're interested in acting, type acting, and let me know where you are on your journey. Are you brand new, or have you been in this for a while? And if you have been in this for a while, what is your biggest obstacle? Because Erin, I don't know about you, but whenever we do these boot camps, I feel like a doctor. Like, I can't prescribe how we can best help you unless we know what you're ailing from. And I think most people that want to get into show business, they think it's impossible. And I love it when you come on, because you have such a big heart. And I love it because I think the casting process doesn't seem so scary for anybody trying to get into this business, because you ultimately want to book them. You know what I mean? And that's like the best thing about your job. And you've worked on some tremendous projects, but back in the day, is it okay if I share my screen? Because I'm a super visual person. Is that good? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Hi, Carlette. Okay, sorry. So I'm going to share my screen because I think this is kind of important. So back in the day, prior to, like, I hate to use the C word, COVID, but back in the day, do you remember having like a bunch of people like in offices where people would be like lining up, and it was a little bit crazy, kind of looked like some American Idol auditions, or like the casting process where they would come in and physically audition for you? I mean, I'm going to curse right now. I think this is freaking awesome. I didn't curse. I curbed myself before I did it. But I think this is so great that we're all on Zoom right now. But do you miss the old way of people physically coming in to audition for you? Do you miss that?
I mean, a little bit. There's something about the in-person connection that's really nice, but ultimately we can get the same thing on Zoom or through a self-tape. And it allows us now, because when we were seeing people in person, we never had lines like that or anything. We would, have a very specific schedule each day where we are sending appointments to people to come in at certain times. But that being said, the audition takes 5 minutes and we only have a full day. We can only see 20, 25 people. So now with self-tapes, it's definitely allowed us to see more people, which is great. And I think it also just saves actors having to commute, having to wait in a waiting room. So there's definitely perks to the self-tape Zoom world of it. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's nice to be in person and, small talk.
Yeah. And that's
But
the one
yeah.
thing I miss. For those of you guys that don't know, I was New York and LA based for 6 years. And then 2020 magic, I had a little baby. This is Caden. He's
Aw.
almost 3. So I
Aw.
currently live in Florida, which, I'll be in LA in 2 weeks and I can't wait to get back. But I do miss the in-person, because if somebody was brand new and they, the one thing I think, and I know you'll agree with me, sometimes you meet people that are so attractive or they have such a stellar resume, but kind of like Tinder, their personality kind of ruins it for them, where you're like, you were really cute until you started talking. Shh. That's the one thing I think that I mean, as far as the casting process that I kind of miss, because, we did a lot of Broadway in New York City, the fact that somebody could come in and even their personality could sell them. Did you ever cast anybody brand new? Like, had you looked at their headshot or their resume, you're like, probably not, but then they came in and you're like, I have to have this person?
I don't know. I mean, definitely we've cast people who are more green. I mean, the one kid we cast who was brand new was like a kid in the tender bar who had never acted before. But yeah, I don't know if I have a specific story about someone like that or being.
Well, I mean, you work for Apple, so you weren't doing these massive open calls The Voice or Top Model or anything like that. Yours was a little bit more regulated. I will see you at 1:15. And when people would come in for these big auditions, what would they bring with them, for these live auditions?
I mean, just usually printed out sides that they're, that they can use if they need. But that's kind of it. I mean, there's nothing really required. But yeah, I think, in New York, especially logging from place to place, everybody has a backpack full of their headshots and whatever it is.
An actor's headshot and a resume, right?
Yeah.
So how many of you guys are really excited that, and I'm, again, 2020 kind of threw the whole entire business on its head. And now that the business has essentially reopened, but then shut down again due to the strike, but it's still technically open. It's crazy that you're still not physically in offices, because so many of my friends, Warner Brothers, Sony, even the head of IMG models, nobody really works from an office anymore. Everybody works from home. I work from home now, which is surreal. But do you think it's weird now to work from home, or do you kind of like it? Do you miss going into the office every day?
No, I don't miss it at all. I will, especially in New York, something so silly. I couldn't take the subway anymore. I was having full body reactions on the subway. So I was biking and Ubering everywhere. So it was a little difficult for me to commute, but I don't miss it. I like being at home with my dog. We can do more work from home and not have to commute. It's just so many more perks for my end of the job. But
I have a 2-year-old in the living room most days. I'm lucky if I even put a bra on. You know what I mean? I love Zoom. I do love Zoom, and I love it because it's my way. I can get on at 6 a.m. I can get on at midnight if I needed to, and I love it. I'm not having to sit in traffic and pay for gas and tolls. And but one thing I kind of really want to go over with everybody, and we're going to go through the casting process now that this is all done on Zoom. How many of you guys love the fact that you no longer have to live in New York or LA, because primarily, Aaron, when you would have a casting, they would physically have to come into one of the offices, correct?
Yeah.
So like if somebody lived in Connecticut, they would have to get their happy little butt on a train and spend their own money to get to an audition. Or if they live in Maryland, drive. If they wanted to fly, they would have to fly in at their own dollar, at their own accord. No one pays for you to audition, just so you guys understand. So you would have to get there on your own. You'd have to cover all of your own marketing materials. How many of you guys love the fact that you no longer have to live in New York City or LA to be able to audition? If you love that type, I love that. And Aaron, I don't know if you read lately, but New York City average rent, 1 bedroom, $6,500 right now.
Wow. Yeah,
Miss
it's
it,
crazy.
you don't miss it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So many people are saying they love that. Do you think that the business has gotten easier or harder now that they physically don't have to live in New York or LA, but now Zoom is opened up to the entire world, so there's a lot more competition? Do you think it's gotten easier or harder?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think I love that the pandemic made a lot of people realize that they can maybe move elsewhere. I think that it was difficult with COVID because with the logistics of it, we were still only casting out of wherever the thing was filming because we didn't want people flying, people had to test. And still it is that way a little bit where, we'll specify like you must be local to this area, because the way things work in production, you just really never know. And they might be like, we need a fitting. So you fit, and then it's 2 weeks until your shoot date. So then you're flying back and forth. So it is still a little difficult if you're not in a major market. Atlanta is another one, New Orleans. If you're not like in those vicinities, it can be difficult. But if they're doing a nationwide casting call for someone, then that's great. You can audition from anywhere. But I think it's great that people are elsewhere, but I think that it still kind of helps if you're near a central hub. Yeah.
So you essentially could do training in Kansas, but
Yes.
if you're really going to do this and you're going to be going for callbacks and auditions and chemistry reads and whatever else, it's going to be in your best interest, obviously, to live in that market. So you live in New York right now, you're in LA, so you're getting a taste of the sunshine, which is great. So why do you think that, the business now as a whole, other than the strike, with the streamers, do you feel as though the actors maybe are in the right for this one? Because Scarlett Johansson, for an example, when she was doing Black Widow, and the story, and for those of you guys that don't know, she was paid obviously a good amount for a salary, but she was paid according to ticket sales. But then when Disney decided to do streaming, they did her dirty by not telling her that they were also going to stream it simultaneously with the release of the movie in the theaters. And she wasn't compensated on any of the streaming. So now that like a lot of television shows, HBO is now Max, the contracts, like Aaron said, the contracts definitely, it's the wild, wild west now. These big production companies and, these big networks like Netflix, we have AI and all these crazy things that are in the works. Crazy if you don't know how they work. It's really about protecting the actors, just so you guys know. So that's the reason why we love doing these boot camps, because here's Aaron, Apple TV, filmmaker, writer, you know what I mean? We absolutely love having you. So when you talk to a talent, do you know right away whether or not somebody has what it takes to get into this business?
Yes and no. I feel like people can surprise you with their talent. Some of the best actors are really reserved people. And once they start acting, they just come alive. So I think it definitely depends, but there's also the idea of like, if someone is too much, or maybe has the opposite of being really reserved, like maybe more of a combative personality, or you can just tell that maybe they're not pursuing for the right reasons. Like that kind of thing, I think for sure. But ultimately, like when we are doing the auditions and we have the tapes, we are very familiar with the scene that we've assigned for the audition, so we know what beats we're looking for. So you can usually tell within the first 10, 15 seconds, or we'll like scrub through to like the important moment of the scene at the end just to see. But yeah, it's really kind of quick that you can just figure out if someone feels right or not for it. And they might be very talented, but you just know like not right for this, but keep them in mind for the next thing,
So now that you don't see talent physically coming into one of your offices, when you get a breakdown from Apple, can you go over what a breakdown is, like from the production side? And are breakdowns available to anyone? Because there's a lot of people on here. They join every website under the sun, the Backstages, the Casting 360s, the Project Castings, the 99s. And this is not to throw any company under the bus, guys. That's not what we're doing. We're showing transparency. Anyone with a credit card can join a casting site. I have no qualms about that. You could do indie films, you could do student films, you could do web series, you could do, background extra work. But to do principal roles, speaking roles for major motion pictures or television shows, you don't have access to that, guys, on casting sites. Do you guys all understand that? If you understand that, type understood. So anytime you go online and you look up like Marvel movie casting, speaking roles, that's clickbait. That's for gullible people. No. You cannot star in an Apple series because you clicked on a link. They're not picking you based on your headshot. You need an agent or a manager because breakdowns come from casting directors and you don't get those if you're a freelance. Okay. So Erin, can you go over a little bit about working with Apple and what your job is and kind of why those castings aren't available? And then we're going to actually go through the casting process. So we're going to break it down for you guys.
Yeah. So, I work with a woman named Bess Pfeiffer, and we're freelance within the casting industry. So we're not employed directly by Apple per se, but we've worked on a couple Apple projects. So all the different streamers have their own casting teams internally who handle like the overseeing of casting of shows, and they'll attach a lot of the big names to projects before they come to the actual casting director. So, it helps to have relationships with those people. So then they'll hire us to cast the film, and and then we work a lot with production and the director and the producers to cast it, while then sending everything for approval to Apple, the Apple casting team, so that they can approve everybody that we cast. But essentially that's kind of like the flow chart of it.
But like you get the script and then you kind of figure out like, what are they looking for? So like a Jennifer Garner, right? Like, a Jennifer Garner type drama, or Severance, that's one of your shows. Who like the main cast member is, but then sometimes you have to find the ensemble. You kind of know like what they're looking for, like quirky, the sultry neighbor, the cougar, the serial killer neighbor, right? So
it's about building the world, and we get the scripts and we'll break down the script, we'll write out all the characters, we'll kind of do the descriptions on our end of what we think, and then we'll have a meeting with the director, with the producer of the show, and they'll kind of adjust the character descriptions or be like, I think I was thinking of this type, like a Jennifer Garner type for this. So it helps us kind of know going into it. Once we have the approved breakdown character descriptions from them, that's when we go on to Breakdown Express. We'll put it all in, the dates, the rate, all the pertinent information with all the breakdown, the characters. That'll get released out to agents and managers only. And
I'm going to stop you for a second because you're in the hot seat.
Okay.
You guys ready? I'm putting him in the hot seat. Everybody feel the fire. Ooh, it's getting hot in here. But are you looking primarily for SAG actors? Are these union, non-union?
Well, all the major streaming are SAG signatory films or TV shows. But we go with the agents, and sometimes agents do rep non-union people, but it's primarily they rep all SAG actors. So there are cases when we will hire a non-union person if they're the best person for the job. But mostly SAG.
Get a cap hardly, but we can go over that later. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you send over the breakdown to the agent. Now, it's literally giving what? Age, height. I mean, what is the breakdown?
So it'll be character name, age, ethnicity breakdown, and then we try to give as much as we can that's going to help you with the audition, because a lot of these, like when we were doing Severance season 1, no one knew what that show was about. So the character description, it has kind of the essence of the character, but also like, you know, their motives, their wants, things that are going to be helpful for you when you're going into the scene breakdown and breaking down the acting of it. But yeah, we try to give as much as we can. And, you know, sometimes it's really simple. It's like a grocery store clerk with one line. It's literally just like white male 30s bagging groceries. That's the breakdown that you get, you know? So it depends on the size of the role for sure. But yeah, the agents they'll submit people, they'll submit maybe kind of some outside the box ideas for us. And then that's the fun part. We get to go through and kind of pick who we want to tape for the roles.
Okay, so we're going to break this down even further. And guys, we're going to go over how to get an agent. We will have a licensed SAG agent on, I think, tomorrow. We have a good friend from HRI coming on tomorrow. So guys, bear with us. We're, again, A plus B equals C. Right now, we're talking to a casting director. So everybody focus on the task at hand, okay? So when you say you send over a breakdown, so you know exactly what they're looking for. So it's kind of like if I went on Google and I'm looking for a restaurant, can you be more specific? I'm looking for an Italian restaurant. Again, still on the water, you know, whatever. So a breakdown, and it's coming from the production company. So essentially, you're not just casting just to cast. You're casting based on what the production company is looking for. So they're essentially the client. So you work for the client. So when you send over the breakdown to the agent, how much time does the agent typically have before they start sending over candidates to you for review?
Well, usually, I mean, it has like a deadline that we put, usually 3 to 4 days. But as soon as we submit it, as soon as it's live, they start coming through, right?
Time kills all deals. Let's go. Right. So agents, that's why agents get paid commission. Agents only get paid when you book work. So if an agent gets an amazing casting and they're like, oh shit, like I know somebody, oh my gosh, Danielle Simpson, now let's go, right? So a lot of times your agent will know this person's perfect for the role and then they submit you over. But that's why agents use databases. They type in the components, kind of like what you would do if you were looking for a restaurant. You type in the components and boom, magic. Everybody who qualifies gets submitted. Now, when an agent submits the talent to you, what are they essentially submitting to you? Are they submitting over a headshot, a reel, a resume? What are they submitting?
Yeah, it's on the site we use is called Breakdown. It's the same as Actors Access, but it's the other side of it that's only for agents, managers. But essentially, what we see when we look at it is just a ton of little headshots, and then we have links that we can watch reels and scenes. And we can pull up your resume. And then there's like a note section that if the agent wants to write a little note, they can as well. So when we first pull up like the character and we go into the role, that's just essentially what it is. And the headshots, the first thing we see, and we kind of will judge from there whether we want to click in.
And I'll show a headshot like as we're just talking. Just so I'll just show a headshot of like Jessica DiGiovanni, who's one of our amazing talent. So here's a headshot. So headshots are great. But it's kind of like, well, can she act? We don't know. And then that's why a reel is so important, because again, you're physically not going into the office to audition for you. You need to know if someone can legit act. So guys, for those of you that don't know what a reel is, I'll just play this for a second. A reel is no more than 2 minutes, but you don't watch the full reel. Do you, Aaron? I mean, in good faith,
no.
You do. Right.
We'll skip through and it's helpful now. People are breaking out the scenes and labeling them separately, which is really helpful because if I'm looking for a dramatic father role, I can click on that if it's listed there, you know?
Yeah. So like this one, you obviously know who he is, you know who the character is, but these are components from maybe indie films, student films, web series. If you're brand new, you may not have access to actual work. You can kind of fake it till you make it, maybe, you know, memorize some monologues, get some good cameras. But you kind of want to show that you can act, that you're not just a pretty face. And you want to show some versatility. So Aaron, in a reel, how many characters do you like to see? Because this kid did one, he did Western, then he did like police, then he did one, you know, Street.
Yeah.
And he did another Western, which I don't think I would have done 2 Westerns. And then he did Serial Killer, which I love, right? It's like, oh, cute boy,
Yeah.
now crazy. You see he shaved off his beard. But if I were a casting director, I'd be like, oh, wow. Okay, maybe he could play the role in, some new whatever you're casting for. So when you're looking at a reel, do you like pretty much stop at like 30 seconds and kind of just hope and pray that it's like kick ass? Or are you going to try to like scroll like what I did to try to see a little bit of
We'll scroll
diversity?
through. I'll look for something that's kind of the similar essence of the character that they were submitted for, or what we're looking for. And it depends, like the question you asked about how many. Some people only have 2 clips from things. Some people have 17, and they can edit a really fast reel. So I think it's helpful too that people break the scenes out now. But if there's something like he has a bunch of Westerns and maybe he doesn't have any scenes that show that he can do like the really sweet rom-com guy, so he could record himself doing a self-tape of that and just put that up there too. So I think if you're just starting out and you're developmental and you don't have anything, record yourself doing a couple self-tapes, find a scene you like that feels right for you and what you want to be, with the kind of character that you want to do, and you can record yourself doing that and put that up. So just at least we have something to see, because it is so hard just based on a headshot alone to commit to having someone tape if you're not familiar with them and what they can do. So
once you see somebody's headshot and then you see their reel, then are you looking at their resume to see, guys, stop asking when we could start this. You're on a call for 2 days. So please don't interrupt my event to ask me when you could start, because already I'm going to think that you're not serious because now you're interrupting me, and that's not cool. When do you start actually looking at resume to see like if there is training important to you? Do they physically need to have training or class? Because I mean, especially in New York City, we deal a lot with the Juilliard and the Yale School of Dramas and the Tisch, and drama school is extremely expensive, guys. And I'm not saying you need to do this by any means, but you are obviously competing with top actors, and there are people out there getting tremendous opportunities with natural abilities, but they have to be in class currently. Is that true, Aaron? You need to know that they're.
Yeah, I think that, especially if you don't have any material and you don't have much on your resume, you need to be showing that you are doing the work. You're not just expecting to show up and get an agent and get a role. So I think, if you're just starting out and you're developmental, now there's a lot of classes that happen over Zoom. There's no reason why you can't have studied with Erica Breens on a self-tape, 6-week session or done things like that. So I think that's important. And if you are lacking in credits, make up for it by putting all the educational stuff that you've been hard at work doing.
So I want everybody to type the following. You need headshots. Guys, you absolutely must have an actor's headshot. So for those of you guys, that don't understand the power of investment, Aaron, like your roles that you typically cast, you know how much they pay, correct? Can you give me like a breakdown of like ranges as far as like fees that actors make?
I mean, it's not much, and that's kind of, why they're striking right now, but it depends on the contract. But the lower budget contracts can be as low as $216 a day. And then getting up to like, on Severance, a day player who's coming in and saying 1 or 2 lines is going to make about $1,000. And then 20% will go towards their agent. 10% will go to taxes. You're probably taking home maybe $400 or $500
a day. Right. But if you're somebody like
you're going to work only for
Gardner
1 day,
or a Jason Segel, a Harrison Ford, somebody of that type of magnitude, I mean, they're banking. You guys know this.
Yeah, they're banking. But a lot of working actors, they'll book 1 to 2 gigs per year, so they're making $1,000 a year, essentially, maybe, if they're lucky.
Yeah. And then even to get a reel, if you don't have those, those components, to kind of splice and dice, and guys, you can kind of record your own. All you need, and I'll show you really quickly, if I don't knock this over, but like to get a good ring light, you know, get something that has like a camera component so you can put your camera in here so it's not wobbling. You don't want to have like your arm out, you know, because sometimes I do it and I'm like a floating head. But you're going to need to get a microphone. I mean, these are little components. I want everybody to type the word investment. You know, we're going to have Tanya on tomorrow, who's a top SAG agent. She has people right now on the hit show Wednesday. You know, it's Tim Burton's show. She has people on Outer Banks. She has people on All American. I mean, these are top shows, some of which 60,000 an episode. So if somebody's griping and moaning about spending, you know, a couple $100 on an actor's headshot, they're not going to take this and you're not going to even be interested. And then not only that, but then you're also going to have to figure out how to do an actor's reel because you're not physically going in. And then you're going to want to know that they're taking classes. Now, when do you actually send over the sides for an actor to then review?
Yeah, so we'll go through all the breakdown or all the submissions. We'll make our selects and then we'll send the self-tape appointment over to the agent that has the scene that they have to tape for us, any information that they need in terms of the direction and the tone of the project. We send over all of the details of the people who are attached, like who's the director, who's the writer, because we want actors to do the research and, you know, they get a scene that's a small portion of a script. You know, they don't know the full story of the whole episode. So it's helpful then that they look up the director and the writer and the producer and see what else these people have done, because that's going to, like, you know, tell a lot for how they should act the scene. And then typically we give people at least 2 days, maybe 3 or 4 to tape and to send them over to us. Yeah.
So you're essentially sending over the sides once you like the headshot and the reel, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're sending over the sides, which is the portion of the script. And that's kind of when the actor maybe finds out the character kind of, and again, you're not sending over the whole script, just a portion. And then that actor then has a couple of days to memorize scripts. Now, when they're memorizing scripts, is it just like a 1-pager, or do you sometimes send over like 5 pages, 10 pages? What's a normal for you?
It depends. Bess and I are conscious of not sending too much because we always tell the director, if you want to do more scenes, we can do them in the callbacks. But that's one of the points that SAG is striking for. They want it in the contract that, you know, auditions will be no longer than 4 or 5 pages. So yeah, depending on the size of the role, it could be a decent scene that you have to prepare. You know, if it's the grocery store clerk who has 1 line, that's super easy. You can do it really fast. But
yeah, if it's like 9 pages like this, you know, you would have to memorize. Is it okay for you when someone is doing an actor side? Is it okay for you to see that they're reading, or do you prefer them to memorize it?
I mean, as long as the acting is good, it's fine if people have to have their scene in their hand. I think a lot of people do memorize, or they have systems where they will put the script up so they can refer to it if they need to, but definitely memorization is not required with auditions. And I think there's like myths out there that I've heard it both ways, that supposedly casting likes seeing you have the sides in your hand because it means that you're prepared. And then I've heard other people say, like, you can't have the sides because if you have the sides, it looks like you're unprepared. We don't care. As long as you're doing good acting, that's what's most important. So, yeah.
Okay, so here's another question. Again, you're in the hot seat. So if it's a monologue, mono meaning one, meaning just me doing a line. But if it's a script and there's multiple characters, then what? What do you do then?
Yeah, so that's another issue that self-tapes have given to actors, is you have to have a reader with you. And it can either be a spouse or someone you live with who stands off camera and reads the other lines. We've also seen, you know,
a neighbor, a pimp.
Yeah, people record on their phone and then they have their computer and someone on Zoom next to them. So that can happen too, where you can have someone on Zoom with you. But yeah, you need someone else to read the line.
Essentially the actor. They could be off camera, correct?
Yeah, they're off camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then when you are recording the self-tape, if somebody doesn't know how to do a proper self-tape, again, there are a lot of places out there that sell classes, but you need to know how to do a proper self-tape if you think you're going to book these roles with companies like Apple and Netflix and Hulu and Disney. So there's so many more components now, like, and it's crazy. We work with Bobby Finaro from The Sopranos. He's part of our company. And he said, back in the day, my biggest stress was just memorizing the lines and trying to figure out where the office was. Now, like, I'm my own wardrobe, I'm my own cinematographer, I'm my own lighting expert, I'm my own, I'm my own everything. And especially during the pandemic when it was just you're like, oh crap, you know what I mean? Like, be an actor now that you have a headshot and a reel, those things are already done. But then when you get a script and you have to memorize 9 pages, I want you all to type, they're looking for actors, not impersonators. You must be able to act. So then they're looking for how much training you have. No one in their right mind is just going to hire somebody. Well, how much money am I going to get? No one is going to pay you 10 grand a day to be on set if you can't even memorize lines. Like, they want a professional, which is why self-taping is a skill, and it's a skill that is learned by training. So have you ever seen, obviously these people wouldn't have agents if their self-tape sucks, because an agent would never submit it over because it would make them, they wouldn't embarrass themselves by submitting over like a shitty self-tape. But have you ever just seen a self-tape that was just so far off, you're like, I can't watch this? Have you, you've seen better self-tapes than not. Can you give us some tips?
Yeah, I think, and we kind of go into it knowing that the actor is winging it. They have no direction. We understand they're wearing a lot of the different hats. So if someone, the tone isn't right, or they didn't understand really the scene, but we see a spark in them, or we think they're interesting, then we'll bring them on Zoom and we'll retape with them or see if they can take direction. But yeah, essentially the agents and the managers are watching all the self-tapes before sending over. So we've never gotten really a bad self-tape, but maybe someone just really didn't understand the scene. Which happens occasionally.
Yeah, and in order to get an agent, guys, an agent's going to make sure that you know how to do all of this. And just so you know, it's not an agent's job to train you. You have to come to the table with all of this done. So like, an agent is kind of like a microwave. You're the TV dinner, everything is done, and they just submit you out. That's it. So I really want to, and that's why we do these calls, because Aaron, there's so many people that want to get into this business. Maybe they've been burned. Maybe they've joined these casting sites. Maybe they've done a lot of extra work. And I'm going to put you in the hot seat right now. A lot of talent do extra work. Can extra work go on a resume?
I would not put it on a resume unless you only want to do extras work full time. If you want to do the speaking roles, you can leave those off. But I definitely encourage it for developmental actors to do extras work at least a couple times where you're on set and you see what it's all about, and that it's really not as glamorous as I think a lot of people think.
I call it the unglamorous life. Being on set, 6 a.m. not going to hair and makeup. Oh, Lauren Cunningham's on. Hi, Lauren. Lauren was on set yesterday, but going into hair and makeup. You've been on set. Can you take me through like a typical day? So like, you go into a holding area. When do you actually go into hair and makeup? And I know every set is different, but how long could somebody expect to be on set for?
Up to 12 hours, maybe more sometimes. For the extras, it's definitely always a full day. You get to set, you check in, you wait around for wardrobe and hair and makeup to start, and they'll kind of usher everybody through. They'll do last looks of everybody, and then you kind of go back to holding and you wait for maybe a couple hours before they're ready to bring you to set. You go on set, you do your thing for like 10, 20 minutes, and then they take you back to holding, where you hang out again for a little bit longer. But so it definitely is not like the most glamorous thing, but it is great to be on set, to see people work. It's also a great place to connect with other actors. You can, form genuine friendships, learn from other people what they're doing, what classes they're taking. A lot of actors are multi-hyphenates too, and they're writing and they're trying to produce things. So I know a lot of extras would do the extras work to get paid, essentially to sit and holding and write their script, or to talk with their friends. So there's that. Principal world is a little different. you have a specific call time, you're brought in, you probably go straight into hair and makeup. It's still a lot of waiting around, but you're usually in a private dressing room or like
And you're
a
making a
semi-private
whole hell of a
opening
lot more
room.
money,
Yeah, more money.
better food.
Yeah. So, but the process is essentially a lot of hurry up and wait kind of thing.
Yeah. So guys, I want everybody to type thank you, not just to Aaron, but thank you. You're hearing directly from a casting director. So a lot of people think, oh, well, I'm just going to become a star. I'm going to join a website. Really? That's sweet. Rainbows and sunshine to everyone on here. But in order to get an agent, again, tomorrow we're going to actually talk to a real agent. Again, today we're talking to a casting director. So they work hand in hand. So it's important that you understand the casting director's perspective, because an agent, when they submit you, everybody's like so worried about getting an agent. Well, we also need to know what a casting director is looking for. This is the full 360. So Aaron, you get these headshots and you watch these reels, and then you find out, somebody is kind of new, but they're in training actively. If someone is not doing any training currently, I don't know one agent out there that would ever sign somebody that's not actively in training. And I get people, well, I did training years ago. Okay, but you're not in training now, so it doesn't count. Training is so important. Right? You would never cast anybody that's not in training. Okay. So when you get these sides, and let's say somebody lives in Mississippi, or let's say Carl, right? Hi, Carl. Carl's amazing. Carl's one of our inner circle members. So if you ever need Carl, let me know. But let's say Carl, where is it that you live again? Where are you? I'm going to take you off of mute for a second, Carl.
I'm in Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville, Kentucky. So let's say, for example, Carl has an agent who he met through us in Hollywood. Yay. But let's say you send over a reel or a side and he does it. When would he actually go to LA or New York or wherever to go to filming? When would he actually go over? Would he go prior to? Would they ever want to meet him prior to the booking?
Prior they would do like a fitting with wardrobe. There's like rare cases where they'll do rehearsals, but those are usually just with the principal, the main actors. So it depends on the level of the role. But that's why it's hard with the local hires. Like, some of the shows are more structured, and then there are other shows, like Severance, we're not filming episode at a time. We're filming all 10 episodes at one time. So it does get hard when, people don't live in the area sometimes, because there might be a need to come back and forth, or, you come and then the shoot gets pushed, or like, oh, we can't film that tomorrow now. And you're there, you know what I mean? So that's where it does get a little. Have an issue with that, right, Carl?
No, I would not.
I'm giving him the stare.
No.
Because he's in Kentucky. Carl, you could speak freely. Money doesn't just grow on trees, but you would figure it out if you got a chance to do something like this, right? Like family and friends, you would be resourceful.
That, and I have a bicycle, and I would take me probably 7 days to ride my bike to LA, but yes,
would do it.
I would do it. I would, I have in the past even taken out personal loans to make stuff happen. Because I'm serious about this. There is, one of the things I've always believed is if a human can think of it, you can make it happen. And so, if to get out there, I would not lose an opportunity just because I personally didn't have the money. I would find someone to invest in me, pay them back, hopefully with interest, but do everything I could to get out there.
So Aaron, when somebody is getting booked for a role, and let's say they're coming in from out of state, would Apple be covering lodging if they actually got booked? Is that how it works?
It depends, but typically no. Unless the casting was posted that we would see people in other markets. And if it's saying local hire to this place, that essentially means they don't have money for housing and for travel. So that's why we're trying to see local people. And I totally get, what Carl was saying of making it work, but it's hard for us to know that people are coming to set for like a day player role, essentially taking home $500, and put up this much for a flight and a hotel. They're actually like losing money. So that is a little hard for us to know that. But yeah, I mean,
You also worry about liability. I mean, it's your ass on the line if they don't show up. And I really want you guys to understand that when you're brand new, and I get people that ask all the time, is this going to cost money? Is this going to cost money? Right? When somebody is investing in training, when someone's investing in headshots, like Carl's going to show up through hell or dead water. He's going to be there with bells on. He's going to be taking a selfie telling me he's on, not from set because he knew he would get in trouble, but he would be telling me he was there. And that's one of the big reasons why, correct? Why you don't just hire people off of websites, because it'd be a flip of a coin whether or not they actually showed up, correct?
Oh yeah, I mean all the time, and even when I was doing extras casting work, people, we were only hiring out of that market. We still would have so many people kind of no show and just flake, and it got to be really, really hard, especially because extras are really important, and we would have people pre-fit and we would have people picture selected for like a featured extra role, and then they just wouldn't show up. So it's definitely hard, and I think that.
Because you're taking their word, at least if you have an agent. I mean, you guys can kind of tell from my emails and my demeanor, I'm not here to play with you. Like I'm hardcore. So like when you go through like 2 days of boot camp, the reason why it's 2 freaking days, this is a full immersive experience. You can't learn Hollywood in an hour. So I'm sorry if it's not convenient for you. Go spend 10 years doing it your way, because I already know it's not going to happen. This is tried and true, 6 Tony Awards. Like we've invested a lot of money and time to work with the best. And that's why we have Aaron on here. This is a legit, real casting director on a Saturday morning. You know what I mean? Like helping us. So if you're really serious about getting into show business, 2 words, show business. And when you go on a website, you don't even know if they accurately look like that. You don't know their mental capacity. Again, you don't even know if they're going to show up. At least if they have an agent or manager submitting them, we're going to scare them shitless that they're going to be on set because they're under contract. Correct? Oh, Carl has a question. Yes, Carl.
So it's not so much question. It's just one more follow-up comment I want to say. So like, as you said, I'm inner circle. I did get signed by an LA based agent through VIP and Truth Management, which is amazing. But I'm still here showing up on this boot camp call, which I went through all this because I'm still learning. There has been a few things on this call so far that I did not know that I've learned through some of the speakers, because they're always bringing in other speakers and you're always going to learn something. So like, I continue to do these calls as I can because they're educational. So it's, just think of it. And that's one of the beautiful, amazing things with this company is they're going to continuously try to do what they can to help you make it. And that was all I wanted to say.
Because you've been up on websites, and websites are sweet, but you could only do so much from the websites.
Yep.
And then you met me, and I think I probably scared you a little bit, but in a way you really liked it. And then you decided to take a chance on you, come out to Hollywood, and then you got signed.
Yep.
Because you trusted the process. And I'm not here to pitch you guys. That's not what I'm doing. But I don't pick people. Like you actually have to sell me as to why we should even take you with this company. And that's why we do a 2-day free boot camp. We really want to show you that we do have a heart. I mean, if you're listening to Aaron now, you could see he really wants to cast. I mean, Aaron, does it break your heart sometimes when you can't find that exact person that you want? I mean, do you ever just like, okay, this person will do, I'm getting a paycheck anyways? I mean, does it stress you
No, I
out
think it's
when
the
you can't
opposite.
find somebody?
I think what happens is we are rooting for everybody. So the heartbreak comes when one person gets it and we're happy for them, but then we're sad for the other 3 people who were also called back, like that.
Yeah.
That's where I get sad, but yeah.
But if you didn't pick them for that role, would you ever consider them for a future role?
Oh, 100%. I say all the time, casting, we are essentially cheerleaders. I think a lot of actors see casting as gatekeepers to the industry, when really it's like we want to find that one person who's right for it. But along the way, we're going to find a lot of other people who are really good, who will keep in mind for the next thing. And, I feel like we're always cheerleading for people, and so excited I'm so excited when I'll watch a show and be like, oh my God, there's so-and-so, I
give
love
me
them.
like your biggest high
They did
moment.
the best
Not
self-tape.
Give me your biggest high moment, not like your 420 high moment, but like your biggest like career high. You're like, holy shit, I can't believe I did that. Or I get to do this. Any like aha,
I
like
think-
wow.
I think Severance was a big one because with new shows, you never know how they'll be received. And to work on a show that was like Emmy nominated was really cool. And I think like one of the moments that I told Bess afterwards, we were in a callback, and it wasn't even our first callback, but Ben was there and I was running the camera and he was like standing next to me and we were just like talking. And then I like had a moment during the person's tape where I was just like, I'm standing in a room next to Ben Stiller doing this that I've wanted to do for so long.
Were you like going through every Ben Stiller movie in your head? Because I would be like rattling off like Kim Polly. I would be literally freaking out.
Well, it wasn't even that starstruckness. It was because we have worked with him for a year or two at that point. But just like the fact that I like realized like I'm in this room doing this job that I want to do, standing next to this person, like I just had like a moment where I was like almost dizzy, you know. I was like, this is crazy. So, but yeah, I mean, it's a lot of hard work. I mean, the industry in general is hard work, and to get anywhere, it's going to be really daunting. And you know, I was doing casting. I've been doing it for like 10 years, trying to small stepping stones forward and forward. So I just don't want, I don't want to dishearten anybody, but like go back to your point, what you were saying and what Carl said, he's some people might look and say like, wow, you have all of this happening for you, but like he's still doing the work here. He's
they
still
would call
coming.
you lucky if you took a selfie. They would just call you lucky. And you're like, F you, I've been working for 10 years. You have no idea what I've had to endure to even get to this level, to be standing next to Ben Stiller. I want you all to type amen, because if you type amen, that means you understand this is the unglamorous, glamorous life. Your friends probably think you're drinking champagne and walking red carpets, and you're like, please, I've worked since 4 a.m. trying to eat. And I know you work 24/7. So what are you doing right now while there's a strike? What are you doing?
I mean, it's the strike has stopped all the big productions, but there are, like I said, smaller independent things that are allowed to happen. So I know I have a couple people who've reached out that they're finally doing the short film that they've been putting off. So I'm casting a couple short films, and then we have a couple independent features that are waiting for the SAG interim agreement to be confirmed so we can start casting those. So, and then, I'm walking my dog a lot. I'm trying to read a lot of books and just like work on myself.
Are you working on, let's talk about yourself. You are also a screenwriter. Can you talk a little bit about your journey from casting to making movies?
Yeah. I've always loved writing. I've done it, forever. And, each year I would like do a script or so. And then during the pandemic, I think like a lot of people, I kind of had this moment of just kind of like, what is a job and like, what are we doing? And like, it was a wake up moment. There's a thing called shadow careers where someone has a fear of failure a little bit. So instead of going for what they really want, they'll find something that is in line with that. And not to say that casting is like my shadow career, but like I love casting so much, but it has elements of directing, it has elements of producing, has elements of working with actors. And I kind of was like, I think I want to direct. So I kind of came out of the pandemic being like, everyone in the industry has a survival job. Like that's no secret, whether it's waiting tables, working as a realtor, you're doing something to make the dream happen. So I was like, it's great I can do casting because I love casting, but then have that pay the bills while I try to do directing. So yeah, I did a short film in 2021, 2022, I forget. But just working on making that happen now too, which is exciting. It's the age of multi-hyphenates. I feel like we're all doing 2 to 3 things minimum.
Yeah, for sure. So
may I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Deneen. Hi.
Hi, Erin.
Hi.
So you said you're reading. What is the book that is right by you right now that you're reading currently?
Well, I'm trying to do one a week and I'm a really slow reader, but the one that I just got that I'm excited to start, and people here might have already done it, it's called The Artist's Way. And it's like a practice of finding your way as an artist. And I've heard from people who've done it. I see someone down here, Ada, shaking her head yes. that it's a lot of work and it's really emotional, but like each chapter is like a week that you're supposed to do all these exercises. And so I'm going to do that. I think it's 13 weeks long. I haven't fully committed yet, but I'm excited to do it. But yeah, other than that, what did I just read? Oh, Stephen King's Fairy Tale, which was fun. I liked that.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
I did a presentation earlier and I was like, okay, whenever you talk to a successful person, you ask the first question you ask is
Ask
what
them.
are they reading?
Yeah,
I
I'm
also
trying
want
to
to
do
know.
like,
Oh, sorry,
Sorry.
go ahead.
I was gonna say the one that's nonfiction that I found is called oh my god, I think it's called 4,000 Weeks, and it's about time management. That what it's called for anyone who likes 4,000 weeks, which is like the average lifespan of a human is 4,000 weeks, which doesn't seem like a lot at all. So yeah, it's about managing your time and going after your dreams and your goals. So it might be helpful for people. Yeah.
It's sad. 4,000 weeks.
I
No, it's
4,000
exciting. That
Mondays?
means you have 4,000 weeks to accomplish amazing things.
Yeah,
That's the way I see it. I don't know.
exactly.
I'm a glass half full kind of gal.
You are. You really are. Erin, what are you watching now? As a casting director, I want to know. I'm not much of a reader, and I hate to sound like that, but I'm much of a watcher. What are you
Yeah.
watching right now where you're like, this is amazing casting? Do you put your casting hat on, your directing hat on? Like, what do you watch?
Oh, yeah. All the time. I'll watch things and be like, I love this person, but why are they cast in this role? Like I don't see it. But oh my god, what am I watching right now? I just started watching Full Circle on HBO. Well, Max is now what it's called, but Steven Soderbergh series, which is good.
Okay.
It's a little
Yeah.
confusing.
That's Claire
um,
Danes, right? She's in that.
Yeah,
Claire and
Um,
Steven.
yeah.
Magic.
And another thing I watched that had her in it was Fleischman's in Trouble, which I kind of was like, another series about like a white dude. But it ended up being so much more than that, and I really liked where it went. That's also Claire Danes is in that. And I just think she's like such an incredible actress. But yeah, I haven't been watching too much. I've been kind of like on a screen break a little bit. I watch Veep all the time on Max as
Best
well.
show.
That's my favorite show. Literally just watch it on repeat. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When somebody's on an Apple show, can they work on other networks? Can they do that?
Yeah. I mean, I think that, yeah, you can work anywhere. I think, yeah.
Awesome.
Yes.
Well,
And Apple pays the best, I've heard, between Netflix and
Really?
Hulu. That's what I've heard.
Maybe for the
Rumor
larger
has it.
stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the contract, the minimum daily scales are all the same across the board, but maybe they paid the famous actors better. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I know. I feel like we didn't even finish we're already at 11 o'clock.
I
didn't
know
even
we
get
could have
whole-
spent
the whole casting process.
well,
so much.
Erin,
Yeah.
this has been awesome. Thank you so much for being on
course.
today. Thank you for being on the hot seat with Alicia. We appreciate that.
Thank
I
you,
love
Erin.
Yeah.
That was awesome.
Very
And
fun.
awesome. So Erin, thank you so much for sharing today. I hope this was
course.
awesome. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you guys learn today? How much did you guys learn?
1,000.
I have a quick question, Erin. What do you wish somebody told you about the casting process before you started? Last hot seat question.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that comes to mind is I'll steal from another casting director is there's one role, there's countless actors who could do that one role. So I feel like it's hard for actors. It's disheartening when you're getting rejection, but just know that like if you're getting that tape, that audition, that is a success. Because there's one role and there's probably, within the people we've called in, 5 to 10 people who could do that role. And it's just about the one who gets lucky that time and the director picks that person. Yeah. So.
But then you could use them for something else. You'll remember them.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Remember them all the time. We're cheerleading for actors. Yeah.
He's cheerleading for actors. Does that not warm your heart? Come on, guys. The casting process is not that scary.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
Well,
Erin,
we'll text you when we get to
thank
LA
you.
in 2 weeks.
yes, we
Okay.
will. We'll be there soon.
Sounds good. Thank you, everybody. Good
Thank
luck
you,
with
Erin.
your acting journeys.
And
Thank
we
you so
hope this
much, Erin.
strike ends soon.
Yes.
Like enough.
Yes. I know. Just give them what they need and
Just
let's
give them what
move
they
on.
need. Yeah. AI can, what is your take? Can AI replace actors?
I mean, they could, but no, like it can't happen. There's no way, you know. It should replace the CEOs, I think. That I would rather an AI CEO than an AI actor. But yeah.
Awesome.
I love
All
it.
right. Thank you so much, Erin. That
Thank
was
you,
awesome.
Erin.
Thank you all. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
You
You
too.
too. Awesome.
Bye.
Bye.
I always have so many questions.
I know you do. So here's
I
my
always
question for
do.
all of the talent on here. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with someone like Erin to be able to ask all of the questions? Like how many of you still have burning questions? If you do, type questions in the comments. How many of you would love the opportunity to work with Erin on an ongoing basis where you can pick his brain and find out, okay, you know what, how do I make the best impression on a casting director? I think you definitely you skimmed it, but there's only so much you could do in an hour, right? There's only so much you can do in an hour, but imagine having an ongoing relationship where you have the opportunity to learn from him. You have the opportunity to like really dig into his brain, if you will, not like we're zombies or anything like that, but dig into his brain and like really get those questions answered that you have. And while we're on the subject of questions, I want to address something really quickly. Okay, I would love to work with Erin. I know, right? He's awesome. Let's talk about questions really quickly, okay? Because I think you guys have some amazing questions, and I will give yourselves a round of applause for your exuberance and your energy today. You guys are asking so many questions, and I love that because you know what? There are not a lot of places where you have the opportunity to come and ask people that can actually answer your questions. Okay, but let's talk about our questions for a moment. And I'm going to give you a couple scenarios. So imagine this. Imagine you are in the grocery store and you're checking out. Okay, so now we're all in the grocery store. We're not using Instacart. We're actually shopping on our own, and we're checking out. Okay, what are some questions you can ask the checkout clerk, right? You could ask, hey, where's the rice, right? Where can I find rice? Oh, go down to aisle 12. Or imagine you need milk. Where's the milk? Okay, well, just walk down that way and go to the dairy section, right? Would you go up to the checkout clerk and say, hey, how do I get an agent? Would you do that? Oh, so here's my question. Yeah, what are the best deals? Why would you ask a casting director, how do you get an agent, right? It's kind of like that. I'm going to give you another scenario. We're going to have an agent on in about an hour. He's going to come on. He's going to be asking you questions. Tomorrow, we have another agent, SAG franchise, come on. So I want you to think about this. Now, imagine this. You're in a bar, okay? And since I'm a lady, we're just going to go with the ladies, but you guys can put this however you want, okay? So imagine this. I'm in a bar, and I'm like, you know what? I want to meet a guy tonight, okay? I want to meet a hot guy, and this is going to... So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go up to this guy here. Hey, I have a question for you. Like, imagine I'm walking up to a hot guy. Hey, how you doing? What's up? Let me ask you a question. You know where I can meet a hot guy? Because I want to meet a hot guy. Now, how many of you would do that? Would you go up to like you want to go in there and you want to meet a hot guy, you want to meet a girl, you want to meet someone. Would you go up to someone who fits the description of what you're looking for and say, hey, how can I meet a hot guy? No, you're not going to do that. So when we have an agent on later on today and tomorrow, don't ask them, hey, where can I find an agent? It's kind of like the same thing. What do you want them to send? You want them to send you to their competition? Is that a little bit crazy? Right? So I want you guys to think about the questions that you're asking. Okay. Ask better questions and you'll get better answers. So instead of asking, hey, Mr. Agent, how do I get an agent? Say, hey, how can I become the person that you would want to sign? How can I become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with? Can you see how you might get a better result if you ask better questions? If you can, give me a thumbs up. Give me a thumbs up if you can understand, okay? I'm going to give you one more example just to drive this point home because I am hungry. I've been standing for most of the day today. So imagine this. I want a Big Mac, okay? So I walk into Burger King and I walk up to the counter, the home of the Whopper, and I'm like, hey, I have a question for you. Anyone know where I can get a Big Mac around here? Do you think they're going to let me stay, or do you think they're going to kick me out, right? It's insulting. So I want you guys to think about that when you're asking questions. Make sure that you're asking the right questions in the right environment. So asking a casting director where you're going to get, how you get an agent, not really effective, right? Asking a store clerk, hey, where can I find an agent? A little weird. So when you're asking questions, you got, and I want you guys to understand, I love your exuberance, but what I want you to think about is like, when you're asking questions, ask the right person the right questions. Can we all agree to that? So before you ask a question, just kind of like think, should I ask this person to send me to their competition, or should I ask a better question? Okay. And I want you to write this in the comments. When you ask better questions, you get better results. Ask better questions, you get better results. I know. Where can I get a Whopper, right? Trust me. Now, I warned you guys about the apple pie at the beginning of the day. Now I want a Whopper or Big Mac. Downgrading here. All right, guys. Yeah, ask better questions, get better results. Awesome. All right. So with that thought in mind, are you guys learning a lot today? Are you guys like learning? So are you learning a lot? Yes or yes in the comments. Let's talk about what we've learned so far, and then I'm going to introduce Mr. Michael Fompkin again to come back to help to lead us on what type of modeling we qualify for. But so far today, we've talked about turning our doubt into success. How many of you understand that right now you're literally 3 feet from gold? Do you guys understand that? You guys are 3 feet from gold. How many of you, your confidence is already soaring because you're hearing, you're learning, and you're getting the information that you need? If that sounds like you, raise your hand. Mike talked earlier about the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. How many of you understand now what you need to do? You need to have the right tools in your tool chest, right? In order to start working with an agent. And we're going to have the opportunity to give you those tools. We talked with a PR person. How many of you are like, you're like, I'm on this call and I'm all in, Denise, but I'm ready to start switching up my brand. I'm ready for that. All right. And just so you know, she also sent me a bunch of information for you guys. I'm going to be dropping that into the Facebook group so you can start working on all the things she was talking to you about. Then we just got a glimpse inside the mind of a casting director. Okay. But now, for all of my models out there, are you guys ready to learn what type of modeling you qualify for? I need to see a little excitement. Show me your happy faces. All right, guys. So without further ado, I would like to bring the one and only Mr. Michael Fompkin back to the stage to talk to you about what type of modeling you qualify for. Show him your excited faces right now and go. Awesome. All right.
Hey guys, what's everybody doing? All right. Wow, this is a really good boot camp. Oh my God, this is like for like onboarding the prospective new talent and being able to really get them up to speed on the foundations of the industry. This is really awesome. So make sure you guys are here both, obviously all day today and tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of really exciting things we're going to go over tomorrow. I'm also going to talk a little bit about AI and how you can utilize that as an actor or model. And I'm going to really go into a deep dive a little bit about where the changes in the industry will be and how to stay ahead of that curve, because there will be a lot of changes. And I'm going to kind of give it to you from like 100,000 foot overview, really stepping out and really seeing it from the business perspective. So make sure you're here for that tomorrow. Got lots of exciting things. But right now, let's keep this show on the road, because I know we have Mr. Colby coming up next, and the last thing I want to do is be the guy who was running late with Mr. Ryan Colby coming on board. So let me share my screen. And it's one of my favorite presentations, because I think this really answers a lot of questions, especially for all our new talent. And even for those of you who've been working with us for a long time, I know this is one of our best presentations, especially with so many changes and things going on in the world. So the most important thing to understand is to really grasp the concept of where you fit into the industry. And we're going to talk a lot about that, about acting later today. But right now, what we're going to do is we're going to focus that on the modeling industry. So this is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you? So obviously the world's changed, and, especially in the past few years, the past decade, Honestly, we're reaching a point now with everything that's going on. The world's changing week by week. Literally, soon it'll be day by day and hour by hour. So it's really important to kind of keep up with these changes, keep up with these trends, and accept the fact that things are always going to be different, right? Things are always going to change and things will always come to an end. And the sooner you can accept those two facts, the happier your life will be. So many times people get stuck in the moment of not wanting to accept that something's changing. They want to fight that change, right? It's just the world's always going to change, right? You know, people, you know, even with AI, it's going to change the world. It's going to change how you interact with it, with computers, with knowledge, with education. It's certainly going to have a huge impact on your children and your children's children. So the faster you understand that, and, you know, and it's really just looking back in time, right? Look where the world was 20 years ago, before the internet, 40 years ago, you know, look at the trends in fashion and TV and film, you know, movies and so forth. The world's always changing. Things are always ending and new things are always beginning. And the sooner you accept that, the happier life will be. So obviously, you need to have a new mindset, right? When you have a new mindset, you're going to get new results. So many people, sometimes they get stuck where they can be 3 feet from gold and they give up because they're not willing to make a change. They're not willing to try something different, right? When you're a model, when you're an actor, you know, there's so much to learn, right? Understanding, you know, your brand, understanding where you fit into the industry, understanding, you know, the techniques, the tools, the resources. How do you become the person an agent wants? How do you deal with contracts? How do you deal with, you know, growing your career over time? How do you create a legacy for yourself, right? At what point do you decide to write a book? At what point do you just, you know, handling interviews, right? How do you create generational wealth and so forth? So there's so much to this industry, but it takes a new mindset. When you have a new mindset, you're going to get new results. If something's not working, you make a small adjustment, you make a small change to it. You know, so many people have invested so much time, money, and energy into their modeling and acting career, and they've reached a certain level of success, and then they get stuck. And it's when they change their mindset, that's all of a sudden when they get new results, when they start changing the perspective of who they're working with and so forth. You know, at the end of the day, you know, you have to separate your life into two groups. You have your family and your friends. They may not understand this passion that you have, and that's okay. You need to be in a community with people who do. You need to surround yourself with people who believe in you and people who are aspiring to see your dreams come true. And it doesn't mean you have to leave your family, your friends, your spouse, your significant other. It means that you just keep some relationships separate, right? And I always tell people, if somebody's trying to hold you back and they really love you, they really care about you, there's somebody who has a deep impact on your life, you know, you ask them, say, listen, I know we're together. I know you love me. I know you care about me, but let me ask you something. In your life, did I ever hold you back from living your best life? Did I ever hold you back from pursuing your dreams? Would you allow that? Would you want your parents to do that? Would you want somebody you care about to hold you back? No. Well, then all I ask of you is for me to allow me to live my dreams, to be able to live my passions. See, when you change your story and you change your perspective and you change your mindset, you can get new results. Okay, the story you're telling yourself is what's holding you back, that other people don't believe in you. It doesn't matter. You believe in yourself. You accomplish the goals that you want. Just like each person on this call is an individual. At the end of the day, it's all about what makes you unique. In today's industry, it's all about diversity, right? There's different types of models. There's different age ranges, different ethnicities, okay? In today's industry, it's completely a different industry than it was 2 years ago, 5 years, 10 years ago. In today's world, it is all about what makes you unique, okay? And that's something I want you guys to understand. You know, I spoke about this earlier when I was going through, because I always talk to Ryan and he's always anticipating the different types of talent that are going to be on here, who he recognizes, people that he's seen multiple times, people that he's had the chance to work with on set, and, you know, who's on camera, who's not on camera. And there's not a single person on this call that could not work in this industry. Everybody has to be given a chance, and it's just understanding where you fit in. And hopefully by the end of this presentation today, you'll have a much stronger understanding of where you fit into the industry. Obviously, not only do we host events and conferences and free boot camps and onboarding calls, but we also own an agency. We own a company called Truth Management, which is a development agency, and we represent a wide variety of talent. We started this right prior to COVID, and it was a way for us to be able to represent talent and get them placed with larger agencies. And we knew we had to find our niche. We knew we had to find something very specific that would set us apart from every other agency out there. And it was about being diversified, being able to work with different types of talent, being able to have talent that of different heights, of different ages, because at the end of the day, in today's market, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. And by the end of this presentation, you'll totally understand what I mean by that. So again, we represent different types of talent, from everything from fashion to lifestyle, commercial, voiceover work, TV, film, right? A wide variety of talent from different aspects. And that's what allows us to be able to have such incredible people on these calls, being able to have casting directors from major networks and major agencies and so forth, because they know they can trust us and be able to come to us to be able to find the talent that they're looking for. So let's take a step back. And let's talk a little bit about the modeling industry. And let's put on our, we don't really understand the industry hat, right? We're somebody on the outside. We're a consumer. Most of the people, right? Most of the world, when asked to describe what a model will, what the average model looks like, I find that most people, probably about 98% of the people I ask this question to, will always give me the wrong answer. I always say to them, okay, hey, they say, oh, you work in the entertainment industry, right? I'm like, yeah, quick question. What do you think the average model looks like? This is what I always get back. I always get back, well, the average model, I guess they would be tall, thin, probably female. They walk the runway and they lead a really glitzy and glamorous lifestyle. And what they would be right if they were describing high fashion models, okay? Now, here's the interesting thing. I'm going to give you the exact specification of high fashion. So I'm going to give you high fashion editorial. So this is the exact specification. So for females, they're tall and slender, unique looking models are typically hired for high fashion. British Association of Modeling Agents explain that female models' height should reach between 5'8" and 5'11" with a 6 to 8 dress size, 34, 24, 34 bust, waist and hip measurement, right? Set standard. And I'm going to explain to you why that is. For men, runway models, editorial also, will wear the latest designers' fashions. They must be at least 6 feet tall. Male models photographed for editorial advertising purposes are required to be 5'11", 6'2", and fit into a 40-yard jacket. And here's a great example, this picture that I have here, this image. When doing a runway show, right, designers, there's a reason there's a set standard. When you're doing a show, a runway show, the clothing that designers are producing, they're normally one-of-a-kind pieces, which means they're very labor-intensive to produce, which means when something's one-of-a-kind and labor-intensive, it means it's also very expensive. So by having a set standard and being able to know, when I call an agency, I need 10 girls and 10 guys for a fashion show, the models all have the same exact measurements. So the designer could make the clothing prior to the models showing up. And when the models show up, they just need very little alterations. Okay. Those same clothes that a model was wearing in New York, the designer now is able to ship those to London, to Paris, to Milan. And then he calls an agency in Paris, Milan, London, wherever the next show is. And he says, hey, I need 10 girls and 10 guys from a local agency in that market. When the models show up, the clothing will fit the models the same way they fit them in New York. The clothing will fit the same way the models in London will fit the same way in Milan. So at the end of the day, when you take the glitz and the glamour out of high fashion, the models are just walking hangers, right? There's no magic to this. In reality, less than 2% of the world's population would qualify for high fashion, okay, that have these very specific measurements. Now, I'm not talking about like local shows for a small designer at a mall. Yeah, that's fun. That's like hobby modeling. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Fashion Week in New York. I'm talking about the big shows, the $1 million shows that are 20 minutes long, okay? Now, here's the other thing. So even though I can go up to any single person outside of the industry and ask them, what do they think the average model looks like? They're going to describe high fashion. Here's the reality. High fashion is less than 10% of the entire industry. It is actually the smallest segment of the industry. Not only is it the smallest segment, but obviously it's only 2% of the world's population will qualify. And for most of the models, even a part of that qualification process, and what I was referring to here is, when you look at him, he's got a nice look, but he's considered what's considered unique looking, with striking looking features, which means that, which layman's terms is, he's not good looking enough that you would distract from the clothing. Because when you're having your models walk on the runway, you actually want them not to be attractive looking, right? They have to have the measurements, but they can't be attractive because you want the person, the buyers and the audience looking at the clothing and not looking at the facial structure. So in reality, like I said, it's just like at the end of the day, to take the glitz and glamour out of it, you're kind of a walking hanger, and you had to have the right genetics. So the right mom and the right dad had to meet each other. And then on top of that, you should be really not that good looking. Okay. So high fashion is not all that people think it is to be. Now, let's talk about another segment of the industry, commercial print. So commercial print is going to be magazines, billboards, catalogs. Okay, so if you see this ad here, this is a commercial print ad, right? You can see the mom, the dad, the baby. This ad could be used for a hospital. This ad could be used for paternal care, perhaps some type of diapers or some type of something to do with a baby, right? New parents, right? New parents education. Are you expecting a new child? Do you have this? Do you have that? So this is a commercial print ad, okay? Commercial print is going to account for 80% of the industry. This is going to be the largest segment of the entire industry for modeling. Now, as I was going through everyone who was on camera, the good news is everyone on here that was on camera qualifies for commercial print. Now, I couldn't see people's heights and measurements, so I couldn't tell, a couple people might fall into that editorial, which is great. But the good news is everyone qualifies for commercial print. So commercial print, here's the other great part of it. Commercial print, like I stated earlier, work many different jobs, including print advertisements, catalogs, campaigns, television shows, magazines, trade shows, and much more. In addition to that, commercial print, there are no height or size requirements to be a commercial model. Print models must have an attractive face, good skin, a nice body, and then also a pretty smile. So when you think about commercial print, like here's all examples of commercial print from an ad. When you think about like when you come home, all that like mail that you get, all those advertisements, what I want you to do instead of when you open up your mailbox, instead of like, oh God, look at all this junk mail. No. I want you to start looking at the people in those ads. I want you to start noticing the billboards. I want you to start noticing the ads on commercials. I want you to realize that each and every one of those people, they have an agent, they have perhaps a manager, they have headshots, a portfolio. They went through a process to get them where they were. They understood the industry. They went out and they had the passion to go out and reach the knowledge. And I commend everybody who's here for this weekend because you're doing that. Right? Whether you've been doing this for 20 years or you're doing that, and this is your first experience ever, congratulations, because you're so far ahead of people who aren't on this call, who are just trying to do this on their own without getting an education. Again, commercial print, right? You can see in today's world, it's all about what makes you unique, what makes you different, right? Different types of family units, right? Whether it could be 2 men, 2 women, right? Non-identifying talent, right? There's all different types of interaction in today's industry. Because at the end of the day, do understand this, whatever your personal preference is, that's of no concern. This is a business. This is a multi-trillion-dollar worldwide business. Advertising drives the economy, okay? It is a proven fact. McDonald's and Coca-Cola, they are the 2 biggest advertisers in the world, yet they are the 2 most recognized brands in the world, okay? It is proven the moment they stop advertising, sales will go down. Their competition sales will start going up. So it is an extremely competitive market. It's an extremely lucrative market, and it's the talent, right? It's fitting into the industry, the types of brands you can promote, what you can recognize. And I'll tell you another interesting fact. With the growth of e-commerce and online and advertising and social media, there's more opportunities now for people in not only the modeling, but the TV and film industry in the next 24 months than there have been in the past 10 years combined. So literally, for those of you who are just starting out, you are starting out at the exact perfect moment you could. And for kids fall into commercial print always, right? At the end of the day, the most important part for a child is not, children will always have a nice look. It's going to really be their parents. Do their parents understand the industry? Can their parents be on set? Can their parents take them to auditions? Do they have a trust fund set up? Do they have a Coogan account set up? There's all kinds of things that you need to do as a parent to help prepare them before even approaching an agency. And I'm not going to go through that right now today. We do have some really special trainings that we do with our RSA members and our talent that I can go into more details, but today I just want to focus on what you qualify for. So here's some examples of our talent, right? Commercial print. She also does TV and film, Christine H. She's actually in Vegas right now at a big conference. She's an international speaker. She also does fitness and yoga and so forth. She's amazing. Okay, she's commercial print, so she can do everything from playing the mom. She can play the aunt. She can play the military person, right? She can play that executive, the corporate executive. She can play like the ex-girlfriend or the ex-wife, right? There's lots of roles she can play. So what I want you to start thinking about yourself is thinking about yourself as, what is your versatility? What are the different types of brands that I could promote? Where do I fit into this, right? Can I promote for consumer goods? Can I promote for being the dad next door, the mom? Can I play the grandmother, the aunt, right? You have to start seeing yourself fitting into the industry and understand it's all about versatility. It's about having the right, not only the right look, the right image, the right marketing materials, right? Here's a great example, right? Age doesn't matter, right? Here's somebody who, she's an older woman, right? And here she is in an ad, right? Is your property manager, grumpy cow, relax, nice one to exist. This is an international ad based out of Australia, okay? Location doesn't matter. I'll show you some ads, some Korean-based ads later. They were shot in New York, right? Location doesn't matter. Age doesn't matter. The world has changed. New mindset is new results. Here's a very attractive middle-aged African-American woman. She's doing an ad for AARP in this particular example. But at the same time, she can play a grandmother. She can play a mom, the best friend, the sister, right? She could do a Verizon ad, an AT&T ad. She can do an ad for Five Guys Burgers, right? There's tons of things she can do because she'll fit into a wide range of consumer products and things that she could promote, right? She's an avatar for a very specific demographic, age range, look, and so forth. Again, here's an e-commerce, right? This is an e-commerce ad. You can see the mom, the dad, the little boy. Again, mixed ethnicities in the ads. You wouldn't have seen this 20 years ago. The world's changed and it's continuously changing. For people who are of different ethnicities now, it's such a great opportunity because it's such a growing market. There's so much opportunity out there, whether you're Asian, African-American, Latino, any type of exotic look, any type of mixed look, right? Where people can't quite guess what your look is. Those are hot. Those are what agents are looking for. Okay, here's Sid. She's a great example. She was actually just in New York City with one of our business partners at a very exclusive lunch. She's based out of Philadelphia. She just retired. She worked for the city of Philadelphia her whole life. She just started her career a little over a year ago at over the age of 60, but yet she's been on numerous television shows. She's done numerous jobs. She's shot in Orlando, Tampa, Phoenix, LA, New York. And you can see by her garb, she has a different religious background, but yet she leans into that as her strong point. Not only that, but she follows every framework we laid out for her. Okay. She is so personable on set. She's so kind. She brings so much value that clients want to book her over and over again. She follows up via email. She makes sure she stays in contact. She refers everybody over to the agency because we handle all of that for her. We make sure that she's going to be on a safe set. We make sure that all her contracts are done. That's what an agent does, right? But she pulls her weight. She does all the things that she's needed to do to allow us to be able to do all the things that we do. So again, commercial print, magazines, billboards, catalogs. I want you guys to start seeing the world differently. I want you now to start paying attention to the people in the ads. Look past the product and see the different types of people. And all of a sudden, your whole world's going to change. Like you're not going to look at commercials the same way anymore. I just literally everyone on here, I shifted your identity to seeing the world in a different place than where you were 10 minutes ago. Okay. And why do I know what I'm doing with this? I've been doing this for almost 2 decades with Alicia. We've obviously we've helped talent. We have over 10,000 success stories. We've done everything from Broadway shows. Alicia's had the opportunity to open up the stock market. We work and surround ourselves with the best people in the world. And let me tell you something. I'll give you another nugget right now. When you want to do something, anything in life that you're struggling at, find who the best person in the world is doing what you want to do, and surround yourself and follow their examples. It's like a shortcut to success, because I can guarantee you, anyone who's successful, the reason they got there is because they made so many mistakes. They had to learn from their mistakes. And when you are able to follow somebody's leadership and follow somebody as a mentor, as a guide, as a coach, that will help you overcome and get to your destination so much faster. Doesn't mean you still don't put in the hard work, but it means you're able to avoid a lot of early on mistakes, and questions, and get them answered, because then that way you can progress faster. Again, billboards, commercial print. Okay, here's some examples, right? These are some of Ryan's models. This was all shot in New York for a Korean clothing company. So again, location doesn't matter. There's so much opportunity all across the United States. It doesn't matter what market you are in. There's advertising agencies, there's clients, there's local auto ship dealerships, there's e-commerce, there's technology. Like, there's so much opportunity, but the reason you don't see it is because you're not on that wavelength, right? Think of the industry like a radio, right? You turn the radio, you get one station. There could be 100 other stations there. If you're not dialed into the station, you're missing out on that opportunity. It's the same thing. You have to work with an agency. You have to have somebody who can introduce you, get you signed to higher level agencies. That's what we do. That's what our whole process is about. Again, some more examples. Commercial print. Again, these were shot in New York, even though these are based upon a Korean clothing line. Here's another great example. It's one of our talent. Lives out in LA right now. He started in a small town in I believe it was South Dakota. His town was so small, there was literally only one traffic light in the entire town. He worked as a barista in a small coffee shop, came to New York, met with his agent. He's done fashion shows in New York, Milan, multiple things. This is a few years ago. He's now transferred where he lives in LA, and he does a lot of writing now, a lot of acting for TV and film. He's consistently auditioning. He's created his own shows. So this is somebody who, like, literally three and a half years ago was literally a barista in a coffee shop with one traffic light. And now he's living full-time in Los Angeles, pursuing his dreams at the highest level, connected with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, all because he believed in himself and he took a chance and he decided to work with us, and he followed our frameworks. He followed our step-by-step guidance. Here's Mike Trash, one of my favorite talent, okay? Former wrestler, filmmaker, podcast host, comedian. His new movie is going to be coming out. I just got to see the trailer in it. He was playing a monster in it, right? He's got some other projects in the works, but he's amazing. He leans into his character. He's actually a part of him and Christina are part of our inner circle. That's our highest level of talent that we work with. But he's going to be in Beverly Hills at a private meeting next week with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, okay? Because he follows the process. Right. And he leans into his character. He could play the dad, the uncle, the monster, right? There's so many characters he can play, and he leans into that. And he's so personable. He's so great to work with. And he's so helpful. Whenever he's on set, he brings value. He gives advice. And he's educated in so many different aspects. Okay. So it's like all the things you've learned, all the accomplishments you had in life, you bring these into this industry, and they bring value. They elevate you, right? You become step by step more closer to being that person not only an agency wants, but multiple agencies want. And then eventually you become the person some of the top agencies in the world are fighting for. But it all begins with following a process and a framework. Here's Tony. Tony, actually, I posted this in the Facebook group because I wanted him to jump on the call, and he was actually filming, okay? Right? His background, he was a nurse. He's still a nurse. Right? But yeah, look, he's got that cool look. He could play that Latino gangster. He could play James Bond. He could play a doctor, a lawyer, a police officer. He could play President of the United States. He leans into his character. Right? He actually came out to LA, one of the very first events he came out to us with, and he got signed to one of the biggest agencies in the world because he followed the process. He showed up to the calls. He worked with his coaches. He worked with his mentors. He got the right marketing materials. He knew the right questions to ask, and he knew the answers to the questions that he would be asked. And now, because of that, in less than a year, just about 1 year, he's on that road and on that journey to success. And the great thing about being on that road is you'll never reach the destination because you can always do more, right? It's about becoming a person. And when you become that person, you become the next level, the next level. Who you were, think about this, guys, who you were this morning at 8 a.m. before this call started. You're a completely different person than who you were just a few hours ago. Imagine where you could be in 3 months, 4 months, 5 months when you follow the process. Again, right? Commercial print. Here's two different gentlemen, two different age ranges, right? The one on the right, my right, you guys will recognize me, recognize that voice from the ads. But again, age doesn't matter. Location doesn't matter. Okay. Here's again the mom, the dad, the kid, the Geico ad, right? Again, see the people in the ad, see the possibilities of all the work and all the opportunity that's in front of you, right? Here's Flo from Progressive, right? Okay. Anybody know who she is? Right? Everybody wants to be in commercials and on TV. Do you know who she is? Do you know her real name? Do you know her agent? Well, I do. I know her whole background. I know her whole resume. Okay. And I'll share it with you guys. Right? Her name's Stephanie Courtney. There she is without her makeup. Right? She originally wanted to be a comedian. She actually went to Second City. It's one of the best comedy schools for improv in the country in Chicago. And she got herself an agent. And one day she got an opportunity to be in a commercial. And she said yes. When an opportunity is in front of you, you say yes. You take that opportunity, you run with it. Okay. For most of you guys, you probably wouldn't even recognize it without her hair and her makeup and her little flow outfit going on. Okay. Here's another gentleman, right? This is Bar Raphael, the supermodel. Okay, this is Jesse Hyman. He's considered the world's greatest extra, full-time working actor in LA. He's been in probably over 500 films and TV shows. He's been in over a dozen movies that have won Academy Awards. He's been in over a dozen shows that have won multiple Emmys. He was in a Super Bowl ad with Bar Raphael, a Super Bowl ad seen by like 1/3 of the population on the entire planet. Okay, but for most of you guys, this was the kid you might have picked on in school, right? This might have been the kid that the other kids picked on, but he leans into that geeky character. He leans into who he is, and because of that, he now has a legacy, has an income. He supports himself, his family, right? He's always consistently getting booked. He has representation. So again, age doesn't matter, location doesn't matter. It's all about what makes you unique. He leans into his uniqueness, and because of that, he's now living the dream that most people wish they could live. Again, it's mindset. Mindset is everything. Let's talk about Courtney here, right? From Flo. Here's her resume. Her resume was so big, it would have taken me 3 screens, so I just literally cut out pieces of it. Okay, but look how long she's been doing this. Look at all the shows she's done. All the things she's been on. She was on Mad Men for 5 episodes, Cavemen. What other shows do I know? Mike Tyson's Mysteries, right? The Goldbergs. One of our coaches is from the Goldbergs. She was trained in Harvard as an actress, and now she's actually one of our coaches for our talent in our RSA program. But here's what's so cool about this. Like, most of you guys didn't know all of this, right? 2 minutes ago, she was just Flo, but now all of a sudden she's a person, right? She's built up this amazing resume. Right? She earns over $1 million per year was her original contract. They just renegotiated it. She's earning over $2 million a year. Stephanie Courtney, right? She not only does the commercials, she does e-commerce, she does personal appearances and all that. Like, all because her agent called her one day and said, "Hey, there's this opportunity for you to be on a commercial for an insurance company." Right? Shortly, Ryan Colby's going to come on. Danine's going to say, "Hey, turn your cameras on." I can guarantee there'll be 1 or 2 people on here who won't turn their cameras on. I don't know why. Opportunity is right there. And that's okay. You don't have to turn your camera on. It's okay. You can sit and be shy. You can learn, right? As long as you're getting the knowledge, you're making the right steps. So many people in this industry, when they're brand new, they're worried. They're always skeptic. They don't understand the industry. You're here. Is it legitimate and all that, right? Think about those questions. Ask better questions. How do I find the right companies? What are the companies already producing content? Here's Stephanie. Who's her agent? Who's her manager? What was her career path? See, ask better questions instead of sitting and being helpless, showing up to events like this that are free, right? I've been to events not even as nearly as well organized with such content that I've paid tens of thousands of dollars to attend. And I was happy if I got one nugget of information that changed my life, because that was worth the investment. right? We try to give you dozens throughout the weekend here at no cost, because part of our values is to educate the people in the industry, to help work with new talent. We understand that. We're involved with company Operation Underground Railroad, right? It's an organization that helps free children from sex trafficking. These are all things that run in the background. Every one of our talent, when they come to our events, we help feed homeless people. We help provide outreach programs. There's all these things that we do because this is what our values are. And I hope you guys appreciate that, because we certainly appreciate you guys being here and learning from us. Promotional modeling, right? So we talked about high fashion editorial, promotional modeling. Promotional modeling is live events, trade shows, boat shows, car shows, right? You can do stuff, hair shows. Hair shows pay like $750 a day. You can do those on the weekends, make $1,500, work twice a month, make $3,000 a month, right? You get to interact with people. There's no age range. You have to be 18 or over to do promotional modeling. We happen to work, one of our partners owns the largest promotional company in the country. He handles everything from the NFL to all the sports events, boxing events, to consumer trade shows and all that. You're demonstrating products, right? There's so much out there. It's just a matter of learning, right? So many different avenues into the industry. There's fitness, right? So fitness modeling, it's just not Nike, but all these new e-commerce brands, from the clothing, the sportswear, supplements in health, right? Are billion-dollar brands. So there's so much opportunity out there, right? So maybe you could do commercial print, you could do commercial fitness, maybe you could do lifestyle, right? There's so many opportunities out there. Plus size and curve, another multi-billion-dollar product range, right? Again, it's having a new mindset. It's leaning into what makes you unique. And all of a sudden, the doors of opportunity will swing open for you. Kids will always have opportunities. But again, it's the parents, right? Can the parents be there? Do they understand the industry? Do they understand having a Coogan account, a trust fund, and so forth? Again, here's some more examples. Commercial print, lifestyle, right? You can see the lady on the left. She could be playing a receptionist. She could be playing the billionaire's assistant. She can also play the president of the United States, the vice president. She can play the pretty girl at the bar, right? The jealous girlfriend, the jealous wife. Again, you can see the mixed ethnicities, the mixed differences, and how ads today are so much different, okay? Guys, it's 2023, okay? We are headed into 2024. Time is your most valuable resource you have, right? You just heard Aaron talk about this. How many of you guys took your calculator and said, well, if I got 4,000 weeks to accomplish my life, take how old you are, right? And times it by 52 weeks, which would give you a number of how many weeks you've been alive, and take that number and subtract it from 4,000. That now gives you how many weeks you have left. People are always concerned about money and I want to be rich, I want to be famous. Okay, money is a result of success. Money is not the goal. You will have unlimited abundance financially when you focus on how to become successful and you accept the fact that money is a result of that success, and that money is used as an abundance to help others, right? Of course, you should help yourself, right? You should have a nice home and a nice car. You should do things for your family, but then how else can you leverage your platform, okay? You can always make more money. People so many times are afraid of investments and investing in themselves because they live in fear. We talked about that earlier, how to have confidence, but I can give you one piece of advice. Always remember this, you can always replace money. You can't replace time. Those weeks that you have lived, that you haven't lived your best life, you can't get them back. I'm telling you, every single person I've met that is, and I work with people that have made millions, hundreds of millions, and billions. And the one thing they all have in common is they understand the fact that time is their most valuable resource. They never let a day go by where they're not accomplishing a list of goals. For them to decide to sleep in and just let the day go by is unimaginable to them, because that's how much they value time. So please, golden nugget, money can be replaced, time cannot be. Time is your most valuable resource. Again, guys, the world has changed. Mindset is everything. It's all about what makes you unique.
And some of my favorite quotes, we're partners with Tony Robbins, and I've had the chance to travel around the world with him, and he's absolutely phenomenal. And people who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're just doing something differently than everyone else. And remember that. You're in a good group. You're in a good environment this week. We're going to bring guys, we're going to bring in the fire on the rest of this weekend. We're going to teach you so much. There's not a single person who will leave here this weekend, as long as they're all in, they're taking notes, and you're going to have the foundational tools. And tomorrow we're going to talk about transformation to live the life of your dreams. Because at the end of the day, if you talk about it, it's just a dream. If you envision it, it becomes possible. But if you schedule it, it's real. You have to plan. You have to say, this is what I'm doing a week from now. This is what I'm doing a month from now. You guys, some of you guys will have the opportunity to come to Hollywood out with us. Okay, schedule it. You put it in your calendar, you write it down, because then it becomes real. If not, you're going to wake up on Monday and it's just going to be a dream still, right? You can envision it, but when you schedule it, that's when it becomes real. It's in the moments. And so moments of decision, when you take massive action, is when your life changes. Please, the one thing I can inspire you to do is do not be lackadaisical with your life. Okay, you all have a purpose. You all have a destiny. Please live your destiny, because the worst thing in the world is to go to your grave one day and not live your best life that you could have possibly lived. Okay, so with that thought in mind, my name is Michael Fomkin. This is diversity and being you, the science, the structure, and the framework. What type of model are you, right? And now you guys should all know, I have a very stronger understanding of where you fit in the industry, whether you're high fashion, runway, editorial, promotional, fitness, plus, curve, teen, child, commercial, print, lifestyle, and so forth. But with that thought in mind, let me turn this back over to Mr. Neem, because we got the big guns are coming on, guys. Thank you so much, and I appreciate all my heartfelt gratitude and blessings for allowing me to share this information with you guys today. And I will talk to you guys later. Bye, guys.
Awesome. How awesome was that presentation? Are you guys all excited now? Congratulations. You all qualify to be a model. Okay, so I just want to see who is taking notes and who is paying attention. So in the comments, let me know, what type of modeling do you qualify for? Go ahead. What type of modeling do you qualify for? Commercial, promotional and commercial. Awesome. Lifestyle, commercial, high fashion. Yes, definitely. Mike Trash is definitely our most high fashion model. He's also in the running to be a comedian too. So just be on the lookout for the stand-up comedy of Mr. Mike Trash. Commercial, print, lifestyle, commercial. Yeah, you know what? I see all these commercial prints. That's awesome. How many of you have the gift of gab like I do? I love to talk to people. I love to educate people. So I think we might want to add promotional modeling in here too. Would that be okay? Can we up level our level of modeling and add some promotional modeling in there? Thank you all very much. Just humor me. The reason I'm asking you to do that is this whole day is about laying the foundation. And a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, how many of you have ever laid a foundation for a pool, for a house, for a deck, for anything? Okay, so I'm the only one that's done construction here. Okay, that's cool. Well, thank you, Dad, for giving me that experience. But okay, so I'll tell you guys, is it okay if I tell you a story? This will all make sense in a moment, especially considering it's like 1,000 degrees outside here in Pennsylvania. So when I was in high school, we were really excited because my dad decided, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get a pool. My sister and I thought we were the cat's pajamas. We were so excited. I'm like, okay. So we went and we picked out the pool and we're like, yeah, it's awesome. It took longer to lay the foundation for the pool than to actually put the pool up, right? So literally they had to come into our backyard. We had this big tree. So they had to take out all of the roots from this tree. This tree was I couldn't even hug it. It was a ginormous tree. But they had to tear, the tree had to come down before we could get the pool. And then after that, they had to come in and they had to dig everything up and take out the roots from this tree that had probably been there 50, 60, 70 years before they could lay down the sand and then they could build the pool. And that's what today is like for you guys. Today is foundation day. So there are a lot of times when we have people come in, even if you've been on these events before, you have some preconceived notions about the way the world works, right? But what we do on foundation day is we take those roots and we toss them out. And then today we're putting down some sand. We're like, whenever you take something out, you have to replace it, right? Does everyone know that rule? Like if you take something out, you have to replace it. Like if you're trying to get rid of a bad habit, like if you're trying to stop eating Whoppers, okay, you have to replace it with carrots or something like that. You always need to replace. So I just want you guys to think about that. Today, what we're doing is we're taking out a lot of deep-rooted beliefs that you may have so that we can replace them and build something new. And how many of you right now feel like we've been pulling some roots? How many of you feel like we've been pulling some roots out? Is that a couple of you? If we've been pulling some roots out, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. I can only see a couple of you beautiful people. I can't see everyone because of the way that my screen is. Yeah. And sometimes, can we be honest? Sometimes having those roots pulled out, but you're like, but no, it's not so good to believe that. But the whole point of today is to pull those roots out so that tomorrow we can start building. And in order to build a good, solid house, you have to have a firm foundation. You have to have the flat. And that's what we're doing today. And I know that throughout the day, that's what we've been doing. Because so many times I interview a lot of talent, not only on do I have the opportunity to interview them when I'm speaking one-on-one with them, but I also have the opportunity to interview them on a podcast, or when we're in Hollywood or something like that. I get to see them. And so many times I talk to people and they have these preconceived notions that we have to break down. And what I want you guys to understand is, like, today we're building those things up. And where was I going with this? Sorry, Ryan Colby was texting me. Are we on time? Arr! He's like an angry old man sometimes. But we talked about confidence. So many times I talk to people and they lack confidence and they think, yeah, it's always the way I've been. I'm an introvert. It's always the way I've been. You know, I like to make fun of myself. It's always the way I've been. And I'm talking to myself right now. I'm literally looking myself in the eye and saying, hey, I'm looking at you too, Carl. I'm looking myself in the eye. I'm like, do you remember that person that you were before? It's Carl and I, he's pointing at himself just so everyone doesn't think I'm picking on him. Okay. But so many, like, I remember being in that confident girl that lacked complete confidence. Like, I used to keep my nose in books because I didn't have the confidence to go out and hang out with people. But now I'm literally in the last 2 weeks have interviewed two multi-millionaires who are on their way to being billionaires. And I'm not saying that to impress you. I'm saying that to impress upon you that no matter where you are, if you put in concerted effort, you can be much further along just by employing what we're showing you today. How many of you would like to work with someone who can help you build your confidence? Someone who absolutely had no confidence, who can now help up level you to get you how to have confidence. If that sounds like you, type me in the comments. And again, Mike talked today about making an investment in yourself. And so many times when you hear that word, like you think Axelrod on billions. Oh, I don't want to invest in myself. Or maybe you think of money. But we talked today about how your only non-renewable resource is time. Today, you're investing time in yourself. You're never going to get this time back. So what are you going to do with the investment that you're making in yourself today? I want you to think about that. What tools are you already putting in your toolkit that you can take forward with you? In a couple of minutes, you're going to have the opportunity to ask Ryan Colby questions. You're not going to be like, hey, Ryan, how do I get an agent? Because you're talking to an agent, right? We already covered that. We're not going to, hey, baby, where do I find a hot guy? Oh, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, we're not going to do that anymore. We're already learning. Okay. We talked about PR. We talked about how important it is to build a brand. We talked about how important it is to be someone. And not just, Cheryl said this probably 5 times. I didn't count every time, but she said so many times people just want to be seen to be seen. That breaks my heart. I talked to so many people. I just want to be seen. I just want to be seen. Okay, that's great. But do you want to be remembered? How do you want to be remembered? Today, as we're ripping out those roots, and creating a new foundation? That's a question I want you to answer. Exactly. What do you have to offer? What is your legacy? Yes, I love you. You're like feeding me the right question. You're like feeding me the right comments. It's almost like you have like I've never met you, but I feel like you're like you're on the same page, you're on the same wavelength. But how do you want to be remembered? Start thinking about that. That's why that talent success guide that we're going to go over in a little while. That's why that's so important. Like, how do you want to be remembered? You want to be a legend. That's awesome. Billy the Kid is a legend because he killed people. He robbed people. Why do you want to be a legend? What does that mean to you? I want to be famous. Okay, well, you know what? Go out and stick up your local 7-Eleven. Congratulations. You'll be famous. Is that what you want to be famous for? You want to be famous for your good words. That's awesome. But I want you guys to really start thinking about these things. The words that you say are very powerful. And I want you, as we're doing this, as we're building you a new foundation today, the words that you speak are very powerful. And this is what I want you to understand too. When we talk to Aaron, right? He talked about all the people that he's worked with. He had the opportunity to work with Ben Stiller. He had the opportunity to work with amazing legends in casting. He didn't get where he is on his own. He got where he is because he has a team of people. Do you think that he does not call them and say, oh my gosh, I'm struggling with this casting. Like, let's talk me through this. How many of you want someone on speed dial that maybe when you're having trouble putting together your reel, maybe when you're having trouble putting together that self-tape, maybe when you're having trouble, like you're just having I'm going to curse for 2 seconds. Maybe you're just having a shit day and you're like, God, I suck at everything. How many of you want someone on speed dial that you can have and call to, hey, look, I'm having a Danina's shit day. Not Danina's the shit, Danina's shit day. I need some support. How many of you want a community of people that can help you with that? Raise your hands, type me in the comments. That's what we're talking about, because you know what the thing is like, if you want to move forward, you can't do this alone. No man is an island. There is not one person who is truly successful. And when I say successful, I don't only mean financially successful. I mean, they're making a difference in the world. There's not one person that I've ever spoken to, and I've interviewed billionaires. Never once have I ever spoken to anyone, whether they are homeless on the street or whether they're billionaires. Never once have I ever spoken to anyone that has ever done this on their own. And that's what we're talking about. Like, the foundation is you have to know you can't do this on your own. Like, it's like, again, it's kind of like going into the Burger King and asking for a Big Mac. Why would you do that? Why would you do this on your own if you don't have to? Yeah. And Kelly, let me tell you something. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm going to share one more story, and then I bet you Mr. Ryan Colby is on. So I'm going to share just one more story with you. Like, in my former, I like to say this, in my former life, I always say that, in my former life, I was a completely different person. Growing up, I didn't have a crowd of people that I was spending time with that were super supportive and super positive. I was super negative. Like, you could give me a sunny day. I'm like, oh, well, I'm going to go out there and get some sunburn. Okay. Have you ever met someone like that? That literally was me. Like, I was always so negative. But what I've learned is that when I surround myself by people that are positive, when I surround myself by people that are going where I want to go, all of a sudden I get uplifted. And here's the story I was going to tell. So right out of high school, I worked in a medical office. Okay. And I will never forget, I was this super know-it-all person. When I was 18 years old, y'all, I knew everything. Okay. I knew everything in the whole entire world. And I was a receptionist in a medical office at a geriatric office, which is older patients. And I remember this man came in one day and I was like, how are you? He was like, I'm phenomenal. How are you? And I was like, what makes you so phenomenal? Like, you're an old, and this is what I thought. I didn't say this. I wasn't that ignorant, but I was like, you're an old person in a geriatric office here to get blood work. Like, what makes you so awesome? And you know what he said to me? He said, Deneen, do you want to know why I'm awesome? I was like, yeah, please let me know. Why are you so awesome? He said, this morning, and he had his newspaper with him. He said, this morning, I looked at this newspaper and I looked in the obituaries. I was thinking, this is going downhill real fast, sir. But he said, I looked in the obituaries and my name wasn't in there. So today is an awesome day. And you know what? That struck me. Every day that I'm here able to talk, I'm able to use my voice. Every day that I'm alive is an awesome day. So this is what I want you to do in the comments. What I want you to do is in the comments, write, today is an awesome day. Today is an awesome day. I want you to speak that. Today is an awesome day. Foundation Day is an awesome day. You know why Foundation Day is an awesome day? You don't have to write all of that. It's okay. Leah's like, hold on. I have to put in my next one. I want you guys to understand that every day that you're alive, every day that your heart is beating, every day that you have the opportunity to pursue your dream is an awesome day. And I want you to remember that. Because you know what? If you walk out every day saying, you know what, today's going to be a great day, then you know what, today will be a great day. And if you are struggling because there's this going on or that going on, all I want you to understand is this. There is one thing that's going to happen to you today that makes it awesome. And maybe it's just because you woke up. Congratulations. Okay, so everyone put your, oh, that's a really good one. Do you have a bad day or does the day have a bad you? Oh, stepping on some toes, Yaz. Stepping on some toes. I love it. Yeah, you have to declare. You have to declare that today is an awesome day. And if you have a heartbeat, guess what? You have an opportunity for everything to be amazing. And I want you to remember that. All right, let's see here if our next esteemed guest is here. Because you know what he loves more than anything? He absolutely loves it. He loves inspirational talks. All right, are you guys ready for our next guest? Is today an awesome day or is today an awesome day? Awesome. All right, let's introduce our next esteemed guest. So, are you ready? Here we go. Our next guest has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career at the age of 12 as a model and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. He opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan at the age of 15. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 12 years. Through the good times and the bad times, never once has he wavered. He had a record number of magazine covers in 1 year, 72. For 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars, and he has taken some stars from the worst dressed to the best dressed list. He has also placed talent worldwide for campaigns for top luxury brands in the world. Everyone, please give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hi, everyone. How are you?
We're awesome, Mr. Colby. How are you?
Hi, good. I'm recovering. Last night was rough, but I'm here.
Well, you look so cheerful in yellow, sir. I love it.
I got this from a designer. It's like a designer named Ian Alexander. He's on the rise.
Oh.
He does like sportswear for like all the rappers and stuff. He's really good.
Is that your future?
Colorful. He like repurposes stuff and makes it cool looking. Like he uses old stuff from like Adidas and Nike and all this old stuff, and then he like turns it into something else.
Very
So he gave me a couple t-shirts.
nice. I like the butter color. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
So,
Well, Mr. Colby, what we're going to do before we start Model Garage, I have some questions I want to ask you. Is that okay?
okay.
Are
Yeah.
you ready?
And my
I'm
new
putting
cover
you on
boy
the
is
hot
here,
seat.
Ben.
Hi, Ben.
So I knew he just got his new cover.
Oh, that's awesome.
Speaking of covers, he just got his new cover.
Awesome. I
He's
was
on
in, hold on, I was in Barnes and Noble last weekend and I saw some of your covers.
Yeah.
I was like, oh my gosh, it was crazy. It was really exciting. All right. So before we go through the list of people here and we pick out a couple people to talk about, is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you ready? Let's go. So the entertainment industry often demands constant self-improvement and adaptability. From your perspective, how can aspiring actors and models stay ahead of the curve and continuously enhance their skills and abilities to remain relevant in the dynamic of Hollywood?
I just keep reading, always read and always read scripts, even if you have no auditions for weeks at a time. You should always be reading scripts and memorizing. Your brain is a muscle, so you have to constantly be working on it. So when the time comes for you to have a last minute audition or, something that's challenging, like 6 pages of dialogue overnight, you're ready to do it because you've been practicing for months, waiting for this audition. Don't just say, oh, I'm an actor, and then 4 months go by, you've never read a script and you haven't done a scene with a friend, or you haven't done a self-tape just for fun. You should be self-taping once a week, twice a week, just for no reason, just to do it, just to practice lighting, practice cropping, practice eye lines, practice, delivery, practice comedy, drama, crying, anger, sad. You should just be doing these things on a regular basis. So when it comes time for Hollywood to want you, you're ready to go.
I love that answer. Do you have your talent submit you self tapes, or do you
sometimes like Ben? Speaking of Ben, I had him do one a couple weeks ago, just because he's never done one. His career is getting higher and higher, and I'm smelling it's gonna start to happen. And he was like, I've never seen a script. I've never done a self tape. I'm like, well, guess what? We're doing one today. And we went into my room. I gave him the script in the morning. I go, we're going to do this afternoon. And he killed it. He did a really good job for someone who's never, ever read a piece of dialogue in his life. So I did that. That was just like a month ago, just because I felt like it. Yeah. So I do that I do pop quizzes from time to time.
Oh, I love pop. Speaking of pop quizzes, with your talent, how important is it for them to get you materials in a timely manner?
Oh, it's extremely important. When I ask for selfies, I want them before my sentence is finished. I'm waiting for selfies right now from a boy. He got his haircut in Miami. I'm like, when I'm done with this call, I better have selfies in my text. He better be texting me while I'm talking to you.
Okay, wait, I'm going to interject. A selfie, Ryan, is not a duck face selfie. What is a selfie? No. Like an agent selfie.
A normal selfie without the filters, without the duck face, without the stupid apps with the freckles and the dog ears or whatever. It's literally just a selfie. You just put the phone in front of you and you just document what you look like right now. So
face or waist up, full body. What do you want?
Yeah, waist up, full body, face. For today, I just want his face because I want to see this haircut that I did authorize, but I kind of forgot about. But then he reminded me I said it.
Wait, when you said you authorize, models have to get authorization from you to get a haircut?
Yes, they do. Yes.
Okay, why?
Because he will look completely different if the haircut, because the way I'm marketing him is a specific way. If you change the look too much, it starts to deviate from what I've been marketing you as. So we had to come to a good happy medium of 2 inches off where he won't look so different from the book that's online. So that's why, because if you kind of let them do what they want, they could come back with a buzz cut or something that completely deviates from the marketing material that I've had on them for 6 months.
I have a funny story. Remember, we had a kid back in the day, 10, 15 years ago. He looked like Jared Leto, gorgeous. And his girlfriend dumped him, and then he did a buzz cut. Remember?
Oh.
Yeah, that was fun.
I mean, it's happened to me, so I don't remember the specific
Or they dye
boy,
their hair. They give themselves a mohawk because their friends think it's cool. Your agent doesn't think it's cool. And now you're sitting out because you're losing money.
Yeah, and you're losing opportunities because that's not the way I'm marketing you, and I'm not redoing your book. So you just have to wait for it to grow back in. And
guys, when you get photos done, for those of you guys that gain weight, lose weight, change your hair color quite often, like to get tattoos, piercing, whatever it is that you like to do to yourselves, understand that kind of like a pizza, if this is what they ordered, this is what's showing up to the door. So you can't like go from brown to blonde on a whim. Then you need all new photos because you're misrepresenting. Type understood. And you have to get consent from your agent. So if Leia decided to go green hair, not saying Leia would, but you never know. No Mike Tyson face tattoos either. Your agent would have to give you permission. Ryan, have you ever told a model to grow their hair out, or you don't like their hair color?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then we'll get into model garage.
I don't do it so much. I don't do color so much because I do it boys mainly, and I'm not a fan of hair color on men. It depends. It's very rare do I like it. It just depends on the man. It depends on the person. But cutting and hair growth or hair growing out is a common thing. I tell people all the time, you need to cut your hair or you need to grow it out another month. I do it all the time.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah.
okay. Well, I have a couple more questions before we get into model garage. Is that okay? Okay. So as an agent working with top tier talent, can you share some examples of actors or models who made a significant personal and professional investments in themselves and how those investments translated into exceptional opportunities and success?
Like, what do you mean? Like moving to New York or LA?
Like moving, time.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, funny enough, Ben is a good example. He, you know, I'm not putting his business out there, but he was going through a very messy divorce when I met him, and he has a child. And when you're doing that, it's hard to be a model. But he made it work, and he sacrificed, and he came up to the city when I needed him, and he did the jobs. And I'm sure it was extremely stressful. I actually, half of what he was going through, I didn't even know because he didn't really tell me until recently. And he put the work in and sacrificed all of that energy and stress to fulfill his dream, even though something kind of annoying and stressful was going on in the background. So that's a good example. And he just happens to be sitting here, so it just came to my head. But
good job, Ben, on being persistent and chasing after.
He couldn't give you an example, like how did you get through all of that? Because it was really stressful.
I got through it because of you, mainly.
I did not tell him to say that.
Yeah.
How much did you pay? You can tell me later.
No, Ryan was just great the whole time. He just worked with me through my times when I was unavailable, and as soon as I was available, he just did a great job of booking every opportunity I could get. So yeah, I think Ryan was probably the main piece there to make all that kind of work.
Hey Ryan, can you talk about tattoos real quick in the industry?
Okay, yeah, he's got a few.
Yeah, I see.
He was in the Navy, so it's kind of a given, but it's tattoos are on the shelf because some clients love them and they think they're sexy and interesting, and some clients hate them. So you just have to have shots that show you with and without them. You know, when he wears a button-up shirt or a sweater, you can't see it, so he can look very innocent, young, and sellable and marketable. And then he takes his shirt off and he's got the abs and the tattoos, and then he looks like he's gonna rob your house. So
so if this were casting and somebody says, what kind of roles could you see me as? I see you as, okay, cool.
Yeah, I mean, he can go the gamut from super sexy and kind of sketchy looking and dangerous and sexy, and then he can look very innocent and doe-eyed and like he's
and usually those are the dangerous ones, just from past experience, speaking from a friend's perspective. Wait,
this is true.
Wait, Ryan, how old is he?
30, actually.
Okay, but he could totally pass for high school.
Yeah, I know.
What are your thoughts, guys? Could you vote high school? Like, could he be in like a Gossip Girl?
Yeah, he could be.
On TV,
he
but
literally looks like he's graduating high school, but he's 30.
Let me see. How many of you guys think let me see Ben's face again. Hi, Ben.
Ben,
Come here, Ben.
he's in the
How many of you
kitchen.
guys think he could be in high school? Not college, Alicia. That's not
Judging your
trying to be a
age.
smart ass. High school.
Oh, my age. Okay.
High school. Like if you
Yeah.
like a senior, right?
Yeah, no, he's got
Yeah.
a youthful face.
That's the best compliment ever. Because my age is so far from that.
What do people tell you that you look like?
Who do I look like? What I get more often is Tom Holland.
Yeah, I see it. Ryan, does that help at all for somebody to look like somebody?
A little bit. I mean, he doesn't look enough like him that it bothersome. Like he resembles him. So it doesn't come up to me. Like no one ever. I think a couple of people have told me that, but it doesn't bother him. It doesn't bother me, or doesn't bother the clients, because Tom Holland is relevant. He's successful. He's relevant. If his face got on screen, why can't his? So it could be slightly helpful. If you look too much like someone, it probably could be a problem. He resembles Tom Holland. He doesn't look like him. Like I wouldn't like mistake him for him, you know, so.
Okay. Now, when he's going on castings and when he's getting photos, are you doing glasses or no glasses or both?
Both. He's just sitting here with me, so he's got glasses on. But when he shoots, he doesn't he wears them sometimes. Sometimes they want them. If you look at his book online, sometimes the clients will want them, but for the most part, no.
Okay. All right.
Or they'll put another pair of glasses on him that aren't his.
Okay. So guys.
But mostly no. But when he's just sitting around because he hates contacts, he wears the glasses.
Okay. Okay, got it. All right. So guys, I kind of want to say one thing, and Deneen, I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm going to interrupt. But I have a lot of people texting me right now as I'm speaking, which I don't know how you expect me to be on my own company's Zoom, and also text you respectfully asking how do I get an agent while I have an agent on the line. I just want to know, is there something wrong with you that like he's here
we
and
covered that
I'm
earlier
here and I'm working and I'm doing this to help you, and you're already asking like the dumbest question in the world. So why would anybody want to work with you? I mean, not to be a bitch, but like what?
We also covered asking, if you ask better questions, you'll get better answers. So let's ask better questions.
I can't.
In the comments, everyone say, ask better questions. Ask better questions. Reginald's saying, just ignore them. Exactly.
It's hard, Reginald. Right. It's hard.
All right. So why don't we do this? I know that everyone's really excited to have Ryan Colby evaluate them. So Ryan, are you ready to start with Model Garage? All right. All right.
All right, I got to go over what Model Garage actually is before it's kind of like playing chess. You know what I mean? For anybody here who's ever seen Queen's Gambit, we got to give the backstory of like what the game's about. All right, so guys, you could tell this is all about transparency, right? We all understand show business, 2 words, show business. There are a lot of really great perks to it, but then there's also translucency. You're trying to get into show business. What you may like may not be what an agent likes, right? You guys all understand this? So I need everybody to put on their little thick skin here because it's time for Model Garage. I want everybody to type it's on because you never know who's going to get called on, number 1. I'm not going to call on you because you raise your little hand. I don't do that. I go by who I want to call on or who Ryan wants to call on. And we're going to go off of people who have cameras on and who also haven't pissed me off today. And we're going to just get started. Now, Model Garage, Ryan, we see so many people, and I'm going to say this as sweetly and as just rainbows and unicorns as I can. But over the years, we've seen so many people that want to get into TV and film or even modeling, and they just have really crappy photos, or they think that there's something that they're not. Like I get a lot of these like Barbizons. Oh, I want to be a runway model. That's sweet. I want to walk on water. So when people are trying to get into show business as a top agent, you worked with Wilhelmina and IMG and former art director of Vogue, and you do primarily book men, but you also have booked women. You're a stylist for Liam Neeson and Ben Affleck and all these amazing people, Stanley Tucci over the years. You are, I'm getting choked up saying this because it's so sweet, but you're really good at what you do.
I know.
You're one of the best in the world. And again, Deneen, you can take that, you can record it and play it again for him every morning.
I can use it as my ringtone.
I know.
You're
But
really good at what you do. You're really good at what you
you're
do.
really
Every time
one of the
somebody calls.
best in the world, which is why it's coveted that you're here. Great. Round of
Mhm.
applause. But everybody wants to get into show business, and what they think they can do versus what the industry says they can do, it could be completely different. So Model
Okay.
Garage is where it's kind of like one of those shows on A&E where, hi, I want to be a model. Hi, I want to be an actor. Okay, great. Step on into Model Garage. Okay, Ryan, go. Unleash the flying monkeys. Let's do it. So Ryan is going to go over what it is that you qualify for, what you may, again, he already said Ben could look like a serial killer or whatever. So understand Ryan's going to go over what he sees you as far as characters. Also, we get a lot of people that want to move to New York or LA based on weather. Like for me, I love LA because there's no humidity. So my hair has never looked better. So like, we don't go based on your, wants. We go based on what the industry wants you to be at. So Model Garage is not for the weak. Anybody here ready to play the game? If you're ready, type game on. And Ryan, there's no holding back. I want people to come into Model Garage wanting to actually be real models or actors, not impersonators. This isn't for your friends on Facebook and Instagram, because most likely they're not booking real work. You're here because you want to be successful. And here you are, top agent, asking for you to be here. Ryan, are you always looking for new faces?
Yeah, always, every day.
Always.
I mean, I don't physically scout anymore, but I'm always looking. I mean,
but we do. We do,
yeah,
and they're all here
but
because
I
you need
don't
people
personally anymore.
Right.
I mean, I have a submittal form on my website, so I get submittals dozens of times a day. And sometimes I look at them, sometimes I don't.
But one thing you guys should know is not only does Ryan book New York, LA, but he also books throughout the country. He also does international placement, Milan and Paris and Mexico. I mean, you name it, he books it. Not to mention, Ryan, I know you're in LA right now, and you happen to be pretty good friends with a gentleman that created American Horror Story, Mr. Ryan Murphy himself. And you guys talk about looking for new faces all of the freaking time. And you know I'm a huge fan of his, which I'm very pissed that I still have yet to meet him. He's on my list.
He's here.
I know, and I'll be there in 2 weeks. So let's line it up. Okay. Anyways, but you're always looking for new faces. So sometimes you may find somebody with zero training, zero anything, but you may just be like, that's it, done. And that's happening.
Yeah, it's an unseen feeling. You can't really verbalize it. Like, I mean, most of the people I do find have no experience, and I have to decide, do I want to put that work in to make them into something? And sometimes the answer is no. I don't want to do that.
You could tell just by looking at them that they may have like, yes, I'm interested, but then do they ever open up their mouth and you're like, shh, honey, you were really cute till you started talking?
Yes, that happens.
Yeah, I know, I've been there. Yeah, okay. So I want everybody to do a big smile, right? Because Ryan is now looking, and so am I. Okay, so welcome to Model Garage. All right, winner, chicken dinner. Who am I going to pick first? Going through. Let's see. Who am I going to pick first? Who am I going to pick first? Yaz. Yaz has been on. I'm going to pull Yaz up. Now, guys, when you pull into Model Garage, I want you to say your first and last name, just in case your stage name is different on Zoom, which, again, we get a lot of fun people on here. Also, your location, not street address, okay? City and state, just so we know where in the world you are. And also just a fun fact about yourself, but keep it like under 30 seconds. All right, so I'm going to ask to unmute you. Go ahead, Yaz. Introduce yourself to Ryan.
Hi, very nice to meet you, Ryan. Thank you. My name is Jasmine Övros. I use Yaz for short. And I live in Orlando, Florida right now. And I was actually born and raised above the Arctic Circle of Norway.
Oh, interesting.
Mhm.
Okay. I actually prefer Yasmin. It's more elegant. It sounds more regal. Yas sounds like you want to be a rapper. That's not the case. I can say by looking at you. So I would stick with Yasmin. It's a lot more elegant and endearing. That's my opinion. But you have a really good look. You have great cheekbones. You have good skin. How old are you?
47.
47. Okay. You can play, definitely like, the stern mom. You have nice, elegant features, but I could also see you being mean, as far as like your features. Put a little, dark lighting on you and you look sinister. You could look like
she's gonna run an orphanage, right?
something. Yeah, exactly. Like be the mean one or running an orphanage or being the stern mom. Have you seen the movie Flowers in the Attic?
No, unfortunately.
It's a famous 80s movie where the mother keeps her kids in the attic for years and barely feeds them. It's a very famous movie, and you kind of look like the lead woman that played that role, and she was not very nice.
And I'm sure you're very nice, Yas.
Model Garage. Your look, it lends to that with the cheekbones. You have a long neck, your alabaster skin, like your deep set eyes. Like these are great qualities to have because they fake that sometimes with prosthetics on actresses, and if you already have them, you don't need to be, faked. But you also look very expensive too. So you soften that look. You put a light in front of you, and now you look like you have $1 million. Now you look like you have 2 dead husbands and you got their money. Now you look like,
I cannot. Way too much dynasty. Way too much.
Now you look like you got some money. You put a nice suit on you. Now you look like you own the companies. You own everything. And those are 2 different looks. With lighting and clothing and makeup, you can look like that or you can look like that. So you definitely have the good features for this industry. How tall are you?
5'7".
Okay, it's a great height for girls. It's a great height for television and film because you could look more, regal, or, that's a good height. So you don't want to be too tall. You don't want to be too short. So that's a good height. So that's great.
What is stand up?
No, it's fine. I believe you. So you're 5'7".
Now I just thought about the shape of my body.
Yeah, no, I can tell. I can look at your shoulders. I don't need to see.
She also has an elongated neck. Were you a ballerina?
No.
Okay,
No.
go with it. Okay.
I actually have been dancing ballet when I was a child. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know I learned the positions and yeah.
Yeah. As did I. So you have good shoulders. You look very slight. So yeah, both of these characters would be good for you. You're more of a New York face because you're your character in your face. So I would send the casting directors in New York would take to you faster than the LA ones. Once you work in New York, then the LA ones obviously would come calling because that's just the way the business is. But at first, I could see the New York casting people being more into you in the beginning of your career.
And what would you do as far as photos? I see like pearls. I see like.
Yeah, I wouldn't go too old. I don't want her to look 70, but I would do
Chanel?
I would do lots of suitings, Chanel, if you had any Chanel, or even Chanel looking things. I would do lots of browns and burgundies and dark colors. I would stick to darker colors, not to make you look mean, but to make you look expensive. I would definitely have some jewelry on you. I wouldn't go crazy with the jewelry, but with that neck, you definitely need something on it to get the eye there because it's a long neck and it's very white, so you don't want to look too white there. So I put something of color like an emerald or a ruby, something like that. Costume jewelry. Obviously, it doesn't need to be real, but costume jewelry.
I love it when you say expensive. I want to be here when you call somebody cheap. I think that would be great.
I've said it. I said it on here before that you look cheap. You look your hair, your makeup, you look
whatever
cheap.
it takes. Model Garage.
But anyway, so that's what I would do. I would keep you in darker colors and pantsuits, skirt suits, form-fitting dresses, but not like you're going out, but just to show the elongation of your body. And
like an Ann Taylor-ish?
yeah, Ann Taylor, exactly. I would do an Ann Taylor dress that was form-fitting, but not too tight, with 3/4 sleeves, half sleeve. I would do stuff like that.
And then
So, yeah.
what kind of work? Like commercial print, catalog, e-commerce, and what are the pay ranges?
E-commerce, she could probably do some e-commerce because she's 5'7" and probably a size 3, 2, 3. Chico's would probably like her because they like women 40 to 60. That's the demographic and that's who wears their clothes. Chico's, Dillard's, stuff like that. So, but also for print, just normal commercial print. She can do a bank ad tomorrow. She could do some sort of pharmaceutical ad the next day. I mean, she can do everything.
And what
You put a
what do
lab
those
coat on
jobs
her,
pay?
and now she
Yeah.
looks like a scientist, and now she's in a lab coat.
You look like a scientist who killed your husband to take perfect. And you knew how to do it properly because
Exactly.
we're making a movie. We'll put it in some kind of AI shit and it will
Yeah,
write the best
so-
screenplay ever. And everybody on this call will give you credit for it. Okay. You see how we just did that, Mike? We're bringing this whole entire boot camp into okay.
So yeah, that's how I would market you. Yeah.
Can I ask you just one quick question? Because I actually have Studio One in Parkland, Florida, has taken my photo shoot already. And I was then having braids and they were pretty cool. Is that
You had
recommendable?
what?
I had braids.
Oh no.
No, you don't want me to have those braids.
Braids? Absolutely not.
Okay.
I almost just fell out of my chair when you
How
said
do you
that.
really feel,
Absolutely
Ryan?
not.
I feel as though you're holding back.
No.
Can you please?
No.
Yeah, but that's
No.
awesome. Thank you.
That is a travesty. I can't even think of anything worse.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Now I want to piggyback. I'm from Parkland. I went to school at Stoneman Douglas in Parkland, class of 94, but that's a different story. Okay, yay. Okay, round of applause. Yay. All right, great. Adorable. How long have you been trying to get into this industry and what did you feel was your biggest obstacle? Oh, she's on mute. How did you end up on mute? Hold on.
I don't know.
I don't know how it happens. Hold on. Ask to unmute.
That was my fault. I thought we were moving on, but yeah.
I'll be the one to unmute.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Well, actually not very long, because it was from this summer that I saw this advertisement and I sent in pictures and I just like, okay, let's see what this goes to. And I am having fun. I'm taking classes and it's just like, oh, I think it's amazing. So just a few months, but when I was 5, above the Arctic Circle in Norway, I was telling everyone that when I grow up, I'm gonna be an actress in Hollywood. So that is kind of like, it's the full circle now. So, but yeah, no, it's just something I kind of have stumbled into and I really, really enjoy it. So I'll see how far it
That's right. And that's the first rule, is that you have to like doing this. I mean, as a hobby, it's cute and everything, but if you want to, having a hobby is cute, but when you try and take it to the next level as an actual career, it is extremely daunting, extremely difficult. And as long as you like it, you could probably persevere through it, because it will no longer be fun once the work comes. It's kind of, lots of people have hobbies, but as soon as you turn it into a job, it's no longer fun.
Yeah, I understand. Absolutely. Thank you.
And what kind of classes are you taking? And the classes are in Parkland?
No, they are online. It's John Casablanca.
Okay. You're taking modeling classes?
And acting classes.
Okay. Ryan, would the modeling classes help her at all? John Casablanca's?
Not really, no, unfortunately. And it's not a bad thing that you got into that, because that's just, you were looking, you found it, you signed up, great. But unfortunately, they can't really do anything for you. Modeling, there is no such thing as a modeling class. You kind of have to learn by doing. So, I mean, you're already in it. So you know, just.
Yeah, we practice in Zoom and stuff, so we have to stand
Yeah.
up and do the things, but it's not the same thing as in person.
It's not the same thing, and it
Exactly.
doesn't really translate to real life. But if you already did it, it's done. It's nothing we can do about it. But just for future reference, those kinds of classes don't translate to real life modeling.
Exactly.
So
Yeah.
Can she put that on
therefore,
her resume, or casting directors would not want that?
they would not want it. So, you know, you did it, it's too late and move on, but it's not something that anyone cares about. So if you told, like, say I sent you to Chico's and they asked, okay, what have you been doing for the past year? Just as an example, I would not want you saying that, because that, here's my word, cheapens you, actually.
See, I,
Say
It
that
cheapens
again,
you.
please.
You want to go in there looking and being and having a background of elitism. And if you do something like that, it knocks you down a few pegs. So you don't want anyone knowing that of any value. So when a casting director asks you what you've been doing for a year, you basically just say, trying to do this, getting my feet wet, learning the ropes, and that's it. That's the end of the discussion. No classes with John Casablancas, blah, 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 because then they're looking at you like, you did what? Because
then
now
they don't want to
find-
be affiliated either.
Exactly. Okay.
Yeah, so just move on, and it's life happens. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, but still, it's not. I'm not regretting it because I've learned a lot.
No,
You know what
that's
I'm
fine.
saying? So it's like you have to start somewhere, and
Exactly, and you
it
should
felt
never regret
right
doing anything that
when
you've
I
done.
did it. So it's like, yeah, no,
You
I'm
you didn't do
learning.
anything
and
wrong.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
And
you
that
should
piqued
never
your
regret.
interest to be here.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
exactly. But that is the thing, because if I wasn't with them, I would never have got the advertisement on Facebook to join you guys.
See?
So that is what I love with the
Serendipity.
universe and the algorithm. So yeah, thank you very
Exactly.
much. I'm here and I love
And no
it.
braids and pictures. We model garage.
Yeah,
All right,
no.
cool.
Oh my God, no. That
Okay.
goes under the guise of, that goes under the annals of the cow print.
Yeah.
No.
My neighbor is gonna love this when I tell him, because he was the only one who did not like my braids.
I guess we found our sound snippet for all advertisements of all boot camps.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right, who is going to be next? Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm going to mute you now. Oh, Kyla, I told you I was going to call on you. I warned her. All right. Hi, Kyla. All right, introduce yourself. Her internet. Go ahead.
My name is Kyla Olds, and I'm from Fremont, Ohio, and I've been a dancer since I was 3.
Okay. How old are you?
18,
18, and how tall?
5'5".
5'5", and you're in Ohio, is what you said?
Yep.
Okay. You have nice hair, you have good skin, you have a good look. You definitely look collegiate, but the look you have on now is aging you. You're looking
Kyla,
24,
take off your jacket
25.
and stand up.
Yeah, take off the jacket. It's making you look 24, 25.
Are those shoulder pads? Take off your jacket and stand up.
Yeah.
Okay, don't mind the pants because you weren't supposed to see those, but
It's okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so you look very athletic. You look very collegiate. Yeah, I would go with things that just brighten your face and open up your skin and show your arms and stuff, because that was just making you look 25, and you're not 25, and you don't want to look 25 when you're 18. So
I wouldn't mind looking 25, just putting it out there, but keep going.
But yeah, you have a nice California look. I would definitely start you in LA. I would have you do sport shots, playing some sort of soccer, playing some sort of volleyball. I would have you doing something athletic, surfing. Even if you kind of don't know how to do it, I would still do the pictures just because you fit that look. And it is Hollywood, and they fake everything. And you know, you don't need to play soccer to be in a soccer ad. You know, you don't need, you don't really need to do those things. It helps if you do know, but you don't need to know. So I would definitely do some athletic yoga stuff. I would definitely put you in leggings, sports bra. I would definitely have you jogging, ponytail. You have that quintessential California girl look. I would also make you look very young and collegiate, a freshman, very, I would have you, have some sweaters on, some jeans, some spring type dresses. I would definitely put color on you, yellows, pinks, light blues, lavenders. Those would work well with your skin. Obviously you've colored your hair. It's actually a good color. I would keep it just like that. I wouldn't play games and go any lighter. And it complements your skin, so it's fine.
Kyla, what was the color of your hair before it's that color now?
Well, it's originally blonde, but I did do hot pink hair.
Okay, well, you got lucky that it got fixed, because once you start playing games with those colors, it's hard to get a real color back,
Mm-hmm.
But
And what about the piercings, right?
The color's fine on you. It works with your skin, so it's believable. It's not like not believable. What about the what?
Piercings.
The piercings would have to come out for shoots. I mean, you can keep them in for real life, but they would have to come out for shootings because it just isn't marketable. But for your type of face, if you had a different type of face, I would say fine. But for your type of face, it's not marketable. They would just have to come out for jobs and shoots, and then just put them back in for your real life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine.
And what type of so you said like athletic wear, so no runway for her.
What'd you say?
No runway for her, correct?
No, she's too short and too commercial looking.
But Barbizon would charge her 10 grand to teach her how to walk the runway, just putting it out there. We call that the bad boyfriend of the business. So when you book out somebody like a Kyla, and I know everybody wants to do runway, it's super glamorous and super sexy, but commercial print, catalog work, they yield some pretty good paychecks. Can you go over?
Oh yeah, commercial print's great. I mean, that's great. There's nothing wrong with it. You don't have to have a crazy lifestyle for it. You don't have to travel a lot. I mean, yeah, they're on location jobs sometimes, but when you're a full-time runway model, I mean, that's a bizarre lifestyle that very few people can
lifestyle. Everybody, I'm sure if you gave somebody an opportunity, including Mike
I
Trash,
get it. It's a bizarre lifestyle. It's not for the faint of heart, and it's weird. So
why is it weird though? Because I think it sounds sexy. Why is it weird?
It's not sexy.
Why is it weird? Are they eating Altoids and smoking cigarettes all day? What's weird about it?
Pretty much, yes. That's you're not eating properly. You don't have time for any sort of cooked meals. You're in a hotel or a model apartment for 2 nights, 3 nights. You're being physically poked and prodded. You're running around the city to 8 to 10 different locations a day. You're walking a lot. It's not for the faint of heart. It's really not. So it sounds and physically the final product is extremely glamorous, but the behind the scenes of it is anything but. So I would have preferred a more commercial print life if I could do it all again.
What is the pay difference? Because I personally think runway, because it's so, I mean, it's based on genetics and there's so few people that could like physically do it. Does runway pay more than commercial print models? Can you go over that?
Commercial print pays more on average, but not a lot of people know that because it's not put in the glamour spotlight. When you see a bank ad or when you see an ad for Ford cars or for Lexus or something, you're not thinking glamour. You're thinking, oh, that's just a job. But that pays way more than doing a runway show for Calvin Klein or Tommy Hilfiger or anybody. So
what do they pay, Rye? Like, you know what they pay.
If you're a top girl or guy, yes, you could get a couple grand for doing Tommy or Calvin or
unless you're Gigi Hadid. I mean,
yeah,
but
if you're a top, like she's a top girl, yes, you're getting, for a girl like her now in the 21st century, she's only getting like 5 to 7 grand per show. In the 80s and 90s, you're getting 12, 15, 20 grand per show. The rates have changed. So that's why all of these models are now hosts. That's why they're on television. That's why they're talking, because that's where the money is. Because you can't really make it in the runway. Gigi Hadid is famous, but she's doing TV commercials now. I just saw her in one like 2 days ago on when I was watching Young and the Restless. It's like some commercial with her popped up, for like, so I think it was Diet Coke or something. I'm not quite sure, but that's where the money is. That's where you get the 5 figures, 6 figure gigs. You don't get it anymore with runway. So even as famous as her, she's only getting 7,000, maybe 10 if her booker is bitchy enough to get it for her, but no more than that. The days of the 20
Like if
grand.
you're not Gigi and you're Jamie Block,
then you're getting,
do not look at me drive.
You're getting 500 a day you're getting 500 per show.
Okay, and in order to walk runway, do you physically have to live in New York City?
For that month, you do. For that month, yes, you do.
Okay, so does that help you guys? If you've ever seen like New York City castings for runway shows, you physically have to live in New York City. Number one, to book those runway shows. And 2, you must have an agent submit you. You can't book runway shows. Is that correct, Ryan?
No, you can't.
Okay.
There are one-off shows that, play the game and people get suckered into it, but you can't book CFDA shows without an agency. They don't outsource. They don't look for people on the street. They don't do that. They don't put up ads. And
you don't sell tickets for runway shows. They're not asking you to promote it.
No, there's so many
That's
agency
fake.
represented models.
Okay.
It's wait, be careful, you're stepping.
Ryan, if you ever did one of those runway shows that were fake, could it ever hinder your career or like completely derail it?
Doing one, no, but if that becomes your lifestyle, then yeah. If you just think that that's so cool and you do it over and over and over and over again, and you publicize it constantly, yes, it could hurt you in the future. Yes.
Okay.
But doing one and making the mistake and being like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Okay, well, life happens.
Okay. But now that high fashion has evolved and they're not just looking for like 5'10", size 0, 15-year-olds that fell over, they're looking for diversity. They're looking for plus size. They're looking for different sizes. When you do get a booking, you're saying you only get paid a couple of $100, but then you're also doing fittings and you have to physically live in the city to do that, correct?
I mean, doing a big show is important. Yes, you're only getting $500, $600, maybe $1,000 max, but you're also getting stuff after that because
it's a notch in your belt. It's bragging rights, right?
It's a notch in your belt, and the agent uses that as fodder to get you other opportunities. So that's how it works. Like you get a model in Tommy Hilfiger, the second they're done with that show, you're sending out mass emails with photos saying, hey, I have a new guy or girl who just did Tommy Hilfiger. And then you generate e-com from that, from other designers. You generate.
And what is e-com, right? What is e-com?
E-com is e-commerce. It's when you go online to buy a pair of pants. That's e-commerce. So when you see the model wearing the pair of pants that you just bought, that's e-commerce.
Okay, so go over the difference between commercial, catalog, and e-com and editorial.
Commercial and e-com is the same thing. So commercial and e-com is commerce, selling stuff. It's commercial. It's selling stuff to the masses, pants, sweaters, dresses, shoes, hair care. It's all commercial. Editorial is more fantastical. It's more in a magazine. It's more putting together outfits that probably you would never do. It's more kind of unrealistic fashion. When you look at like W Magazine or V-Man or Italian Vogue or that stuff that the girls and the guys are wearing, you're never going to actually see someone wear this in public, but it creates the fantasy for the designer. So you'll go out and you'll buy their lipstick, or you'll go out and you'll buy their eyeglasses and buy their, scents and stuff like that, because it's part of the fantasy of living that lifestyle. But you're never going to wear that bubblegum pink dress that
Margot Robbie wore. Okay.
That takes 4 people to get you out of a car. Like, you're never going to do that.
Okay. Yeah. So if you were to book Kyla on a major casting, let's say for like just a catalog job, what type of clients are there, and what are the ranges for pay, and what type of hours would she be on set?
Well, I would send her to like Lululemon. I would send her to the collegiate market, which is, every college, the collegiate market is actually, they pay pretty well. Like every university in the country they're kind of part of not an agency, but they're part of a group where when they shoot their once a year catalogs to show people come to this school, those are pretty much 90% of them are models. These people aren't actually going to Princeton, like they're just models that they hire. And I would put her in that market because you can do multiple schools. I've seen models in 10 different college catalogs from Oberlin College, Princeton, every college in the country, same girl. She's just got a different backpack on. So I would put her in that market. I would put her in the Missy market, which is like young fashion, frilly dresses, stuff like that. I would also put her in the prom and wedding market because they like that type of look. Young 18 to 21-year-olds, clear skin. I would put her in that market, which is very profitable as well.
And what are the pay rates?
It depends on her book. The book is key because when you don't have a strong book, they'll still pay you like a couple $100. But when you have a strong book, once you work on a couple, then the rate just goes up. So anywhere from $300 a day for doing Vera Wang bridal to $3,000 a day for doing Vera Wang bridal when you just have a better book.
It's a good thing you're coming to New York, huh, Kyla?
You gotta have a better book.
Yeah. And then I know that you booked, it's funny because people always want to walk runway because it sounds sexy, but then you get castings for Belks or Kohl's for what does a company like Kohl's pay for a day?
Same thing. It's based upon the book. All of these jobs are based on the book. The stronger the book, the more money I can command. I can't be like, oh, she's a $5,000 a day girl when she has pictures that your grandmother took. Like it doesn't work that way. So if they really like,
have people that earn $5,000 and it's not a one-hit wonder. They enjoy working with that person. Maybe they have
and they'll use them several. I mean, there are guys that do, Brooks Brothers and Dillard's twice a week. I mean, if they like you, they'll use you over and over and over again because they want consistency. They want the clients, the readers of their catalogs to know the models in the catalog and trust them. And when they're smiling with that red sweater on, they believe that person likes that red sweater. So they're going to go get that red sweater. All of
I
this
want
is
everybody right now to pretend like you're wearing a red sweater and that you really love it, right?
It's all psychological. It's marketing and it's psychological and it's based upon tricking the reader into believing that this is really comfortable, really luxurious, really great, and you need it too. So that's how it works. And if you've got that face and that smile and that demeanor, they're going to pay you over and over and over again to do it because it's hard to find. It's hard to find a model to fake everyday wear, making it look amazing because it is everyday wear. This shirt that I'm wearing is everyday wear. The blouse
and
you have.
And they know your size. So like when you show up and they have like 60 different outfits and you're doing 60 different quick changes and you're there for 7 or 8 hours. It's not a walk in the park. It's a quick change. It's not like, let me take a selfie, let me call my friends. It's like, okay, next. And you're doing these quick changes, these quick poses.
Yeah,
and you're making thousands of dollars, sometimes twice a month, and they're booking you. How many of you guys could handle that? I mean, that's Breaking Bad money. You guys, that's probably making more money than your friends combined. I mean, think about it. Anybody here happy making that kind of money? Because Ryan, I know over the years, I've seen the invoices. You've had kids like under 20 years old booking a $3,800 job at Kohl's because they enjoyed working with this person. They could trust that this person's going to show up. 60 different wardrobe choices, and they're booking them consistently. So like your friends may say, oh, well, that's dumb. Wouldn't you rather do runway? Runway pays $200, Kohl's pays $3,800, and they're booking me every month. So shut it. Right?
Yeah, of course. And you can do both. I mean, if you're a runway model and you can dumb it down for Kohl's and be more commercial and you have that face that can do both, well, then you have best of both worlds, literally. When you look at some of the major department stores, you will recognize some of the runway girls and boys. They're doing both because they can. They've got a face that can translate to both worlds. And that's also very hard to find. There are people that mainly have a runway editorial face, and there are people that have a commercial face. It's hard to find someone that has both. And when you do, you've got to push both because you're not quite sure which one is going to hit first. So you just, volley back and forth to both worlds and see what works.
Do you need different types of books for different type of castings for like runway versus?
No, when you have an agent, you don't need that because I know how to put the book together to appease both worlds. And that's also very rare. That's why I'm who I am.
Thank God you're on payroll. You know what I mean?
I can put a book together and make commercial and runway people happy. When you don't have an agent, it's kind of impossible because you have no idea what you're doing. You don't know what runway people want to see, and you don't know what commercial people want to see. So good luck.
Well, not only that, but you can't even get the castings without an agent. So good luck.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Did you learn anything from that?
I have plenty of models that do both, and I just have to custom make their book to make it work for both worlds.
So I find that most people get taken advantage of when they try to get started in this industry because they run out and they hire photographers and they get photos that maybe they want to see, not what photographers want or what casting directors want to see. So somebody like Kyla is absolutely adorable. I personally did her interview the other day and I was like, oh, well, you're really cute. Her mom is super supportive, but like she's coming to New York City. So you're going to customize her wardrobe, her accessories, and go with what is most marketable for her because it's all about marketability and making sure that the pictures are, it's all about.
And just because she's shooting in New York City doesn't mean her pictures need to look New York City. They can still look LA. The location of the shoot is incidental.
Yeah, but she could also do edgy and sweet, which is great. All right, guys, did you love this segment? Because I'm going to call on one more. If you love this, scale 1 to 10, because we got one more that I'm going to call on. So I need everybody to look happy. So we already learned you can't book real runway shows without an agent. You have to live in New York City to even book runway. You should never be selling tickets or promoting tickets for a runway show.
Well, you have to be in New York City for a long period of time. You don't have to live
for a long period of time.
For the time of the shows, and then you can leave.
But you don't ever sell tickets to a runway show ever, and they're not open to your friends and family to attend. Okay. All right. So who am I gonna call on next that I haven't called on in the past? Hi, Isabel Francis. Who am I gonna call?
Where's Ben?
Eric Walker.
Send me a YouTube video to figure out how to put straw on.
Eric Walker. And guys, I don't care if it's storming where you are. Please don't disrupt. Come on. Don't make this about you. Hi, Brandon Jackson. Hi, Andrea McDonald. Okay. Eric Walker, introduce yourself.
Hey, Ryan. I'm actually based in West Michigan. I am currently looking to be a model and acting. I've taken a few different acting classes with a few different other agencies, I would say. I participated in a showcase as well. Right now, I'm looking to actually start to actually get booked and signed with an agent. I have had a few different castings I was supposed to do a commercial that was supposed to be featured on ESPN, I think in the fall of this upcoming year, but I kind of decided to not participate in that. But yeah, so right now I'm actually looking to, kind of get signed with the agents. I can't hear what you're saying. You're on mute.
Let me find him. Hold on. How did he end up on mute?
I do not know. Someone called me. Maybe that's why.
Maybe.
Okay, so how tall and how old are you? I heard everything you said. You just didn't hear me. So how tall and how old?
I'm 6'3", 35 years old.
6'3", 35. Okay, so based upon what you said, you're probably more of an actor, to be honest. Physically looking at you, you're more of an actor. So, and you're more of a character actor. So at 6'3", I would definitely, you could look two different ways. With the beard that you presently have, it's looking very kind of sinister-ish. So I would definitely work with that. I would keep you maybe as a guard, as a detective, as kind of like a hard-ass detective. I would, maybe a basketball coach, maybe some sort of football coach. Because of your age, you can't really be a football player, but you could be a football coach. And I would probably promote you as like the hard football coach that like really cracks the whip with the kids or the college boys and stuff like that. So I would go that route. Then I would trim the beard down or take it off completely and have you be more executive looking, more the head of the bank, the head of the company, the top lawyer. I would do both in order to cover a wide range of roles that you could possibly go out and read for. So you have a nice voice. You sound clear. You sound, very generically American. So there's no accent. There's no, so that's a good thing because you could play different things. So that's what I would start. I really wouldn't try and model. I mean, maybe for some commercial print during slow times, whatever, when you're not auditioning a lot, but I wouldn't make that the focus. I would really, really focus on television and film and make that the focus. And any commercial print that comes up just comes up. Like I wouldn't make it a priority.
Okay, so kind of like focus on commercial and print modeling.
No, I said I wouldn't do that.
No, I'm saying if I do like try to do modeling, would that be the area?
Oh, that's what you would be doing. You'd be doing commercial print, yes. Like when you're an actor, here's the thing, when you're with an agency for acting, commercial print jobs will just come because commercial print clients don't want models sometimes. They specifically do not want models. They want actors who take pleasant looking pictures. So they don't want models. So you'll automatically get commercial print jobs just by being an actor. It's just kind of a given. It's like part of the job, but I wouldn't focus on it is what I said. Is because when you start focusing on it, then you take away from the acting, which by physicality of looking at you is your strong point. So go with the strong point and then the other stuff will just come.
Okay.
And where would you suggest? I mean, he's in Michigan, right?
He's a New York face. I could see you on Law and Order being a detective tomorrow, or being one of the perps tomorrow. You could do both. That's what I'm saying with the beard. That kind of a beard on a man can really alter how you look at them. So you could be the perp or shave it. You could be, a detective or a judge or the lawyer defending the perp or stuff like that. So I would do both, to make sure you covered your bases. But for sure, New York. And again, you have more of a character face, so New York is more. That's what it's for, is more character faces in New York.
What about like different castings and opportunities that are outside of like the major cities like New York and LA? Like
there's plenty.
Yeah, I ended up getting a few that were like, one was like Savannah, Georgia, then another was
of
like
course.
Tennessee.
But when you have an agent, they will take care of that. I mean, I don't just exclusively get stuff in New York. So I'm saying, based upon your face, I would definitely start you in New York. I would never send you to LA and be like, oh, get an apartment in LA and get a car. Because the chances of the casting directors taking a liking to you in LA is a lot smaller than the casting directors in New York. So that's what I base my opinion on, is what I know the casting directors will physically like. And a lot of this is physicality. Don't make a mistake and think it's about your talent, because it isn't. It's about physicality first and talent second. So therefore, if the physicality of your body and face is more akin to New York, well, then that's where you go. And then you shine there, and then you have the doors open. You have British casting directors following you. You have LA casting directors wanting you. You have the Atlanta casting directors wanting you. But you got to make it somewhere first, and then you move on.
Okay. Cool.
And then what would you like to see him in as far as headshots? Like some button down shirts?
I would do 2 rounds. I would do, I would have a leather coat on with a burgundy t-shirt underneath to give you that hard look. I would have you in some sort of, sport hoodie situation as well. Then I would have your face shaved. I'd put you in a suit with no tie, and maybe a tie as well to make it more formal. I would also just have you in a normal button up as a dad, stuff like that. So that's what I would do.
I had a question about with the facial hair and like the different hair features for I guess African American men. Like say for instance, if you're in a role that like you were saying, like a policeman or something, and you have to have a clean shave, and then you say that the booking is like maybe only a few days, and then your next role that you're casted for, they want you to have a different facial feature or a different hairstyle.
Then that's why you have an agent and you decide which one you're doing. Or you talk to the production, maybe they have a budget to fake it, because it's really not that hard. Just like women have their lace fronts for the hair, there are lace front beards. So, and they're used all the time on television. When you watch like Game of Thrones and all this, and these guys have these bushy beards, that's not real. That's all fake. It's all a wig. But just
Outlander.
It's here, Outlander, all those shows, those are all fake. So if they've got a budget, if it's a big show, then that's why you have to have an agent, because that is a good question. Because if you shave your beard on Monday, but then you have a juicy gig that weekend, you're not going to have that beard. It's impossible. So you'd have to decide either A, do they have the money to fake it? Or B, you don't do that Monday gig.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends. It's all semantics until you get an agent. Because when you have an agent, then they can sit down and talk to the person like, hey, look, my guy's happy to work with you on Saturday, but he's got a gig on Monday that needs the beard gone. Do you have the budget to fake it? And if they say, absolutely not, we don't have any money for that, or we don't have a hair and makeup person that even knows how to do that, then you have to decide with the money or the prestige or the future opportunities. You kind of have to hem and haw it in your head and decide, do I do this job this weekend or do I do Monday's job? Do you know what I mean? And I have to, that's my job. That's what I do.
Now, because he's primarily focused on acting, right? So Eric, I'm going to put you in the hot seat.
Oh boy.
Cool. It's got to be cool. My company, my rules. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
So you're up on websites. Is that right?
Who, me?
No, any other Eric Walker? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're up on websites right now. Do you have any SAG vouchers or waivers?
No, I don't.
Okay. So Ryan, how long have you been in this industry?
For roughly, I'll probably say about, in the media industry itself, I'll probably say about 4 years. Slowly.
4 years.
Yeah.
And you've done extra work?
Most of it's been freelance and like digital publications.
Okay. Have you been on set like as an actor?
So as an actor, as far as like being an actor, I would be like a brand new, fresh, like rookie actor, I would say. Because
Okay.
I've never done any commercials. I've never done, like, everything that I've created has been content creation. So it's not like a signed commercial for, Trident or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. But you've been doing stuff on your own is basically what you're saying, creating your own content.
Yeah,
Okay,
but I've also taken some acting classes from a few different talent agencies as well. So like mother agencies. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have I guess you don't have like a reel because you haven't had a chance to go on set yet, or did you kind of like create one?
No, I have a reel that was created by the Audition Connection. They put one together for me.
Okay.
I mean, you creating your own reel is pretty common now. I mean, 10 years ago, you couldn't have done that. Now the world has changed. Everything's digital. Everything's with a phone. Everything's this. Everything's that. So creating your own reel is actually very popular now, and it's actually it works. I mean, you can convince a casting director that you've got talent shooting a reel in your living room if it's good,
Right.
But it's got to be good though. It can't just be like. It can't be janky, but obviously I'd have to see it to tell you. But it is a popular thing now to shoot your own stuff. because you're sitting around waiting for someone to give you an opportunity. You'll be waiting for 20 more years. But if you do it yourself, show them, hey, I can do this. Someone's going to give you a chance, especially if you're good and it looks good. So, that's a great thing that you create your own content. I'd have to see it to see if you're on the right track or if you've been wasting your time. So, but that's a whole separate call.
But sometimes, I'm going to be honest, sometimes people, especially in the Midwest, it's not New York, it's not LA, they're not licensed through SAG-AFTRA. So therefore anybody can go get professional headshots. My dog gets professional photos done every year at, PetSmart. Anybody with a camera is going to charge money and call themselves a professional. So just because you get a reel done doesn't mean that it's necessarily at level. So that's why we're here. I mean, again, this is not meant to embarrass or, we want to help everybody that's on this call. We want to help you get to the next level. And even if you had a reel, the problem is, and this is me, no one gives a shit if they don't see it. And that's the issue. And, everybody gets photos done. How many of you guys have spent money on photos, right? A lot of people. And even if you get your own headshots or you get a portfolio done, Ryan, why do you need an agent to get real castings?
Because you're not going to work without it.
Well, you're not going to get real castings without it. Right.
No, you're not going to get good top tier castings. Local stuff, obviously, they have no choice but to reach out to the public, but top tier jobs would never do that. So if you want to start working in television and film or print in a major market, you have to have an agent, because Adidas is going to put out an ad online saying, hey, we're looking for new models. Like, you're crazy, because they're not going to do that. So you need an agent to do that, because there's so many represented models in the world. Why on planet Earth would Calvin Klein or Adidas or anyone go out and look in the public when there's 10,000 models to choose from that have an agent that did it the right way? So why would they do that? They wouldn't do that. It would never happen.
And Reginald, you can't hire an agent. It's not a publicist. We're gonna go over how to get an agent. It's very different. And Eric, I want to say this: you may or may not qualify for an agent as of yet, and that's why you're here. There's a lot of steps. You need to be what an agent is looking for, and I want you guys all to understand this. You have to be on all day today and all day tomorrow. We're going to go through what it actually takes to get signed to a top agency. So I want you all to understand, you may not see the rhyme and the reason why it's a 2-day full, 8 hours today, 8 hours tomorrow. But if you listen to the guest speakers, we all went over, it's not based on luck, it's based on endurance, number one. Number two, it's show business. You need to show people that you mean business. This isn't a flash in the pan. You need to be an asset, not a liability. People are looking to book real actors and real models. You need to show them that you're going to be able to handle yourself on set. Again, real castings are only given to actors through an agent or, through a manager. So we're going to go through it today. Ryan Colby does book actors and he does book models. He does commercial print. He does plus, he does petite. You get a little bit of everything, don't you, Ryan? Especially now, yeah. For a while, you did like high fashion only, but now you get like a wide spectrum of the rainbow. I mean, it's everything. And this business has changed dramatically. I remember back in the day, everybody had to live in New York. Now you're getting castings throughout the country. And sometimes you contact Anita and I were like, shit, we don't have anybody in Ohio. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. And we're like literally trying to play like, these games, like who do we know? And that's why you're here. And that's why when we get somebody like Ryan Colby, and when we sent out an email, Ryan's like, we need to know if you're going to be on. We are literally looking for people just like you throughout the US. And it's aggravating to us. Ryan, you've had castings that have paid thousands of dollars that we were not able to place. And I'm going to curse right now. We feel like assholes when every day I want to be a model. I need an agent. I'm like, dude, we've been looking for you. You haven't showed up to the damn call. We can't book you. Right? And Ryan, what would happen if you book somebody and they didn't show up for a job that you placed them on? What would happen to you?
I would be screamed at, and it would be messy and just annoying and disappointing. And
would they ever book you again, or any of your talent? No.
It depends. Some people hold grudges. Some people are understanding.
Gossip girl, never again.
Yeah.
Gossip girl. Never again.
Yeah.
It's okay, the show's off the air now, but never again. So when we do these in Deanna, it doesn't matter where you live in the world. I mean, yeah, primarily New York, LA, Miami, Chicago, Atlanta. Those are the hot spots, yes. But remember, New York and LA, especially during COVID, shut down. It looked like a Will Smith apocalyptic movie. We know this. The business has evolved, guys. They no longer just want high fashion 15-year-olds that look anorexic. They don't just want emaciated teens. They want transgender, they want non-binary, they want amputee, they want everybody. Do you guys understand this? Real companies want real people promoting real brands. If you understand, type I understand. Because every single one of you, I see one thing: money, money, money. You can't book real castings on your own without an agent or manager. Every single one of you are probably leaving money on the table, not getting real opportunities. I know for a fact, Eric Walker, you can't book real castings on your own. Number one, you don't live in a great location. Number two, no matter how great your reel is, or you're up on websites, not legit castings, because you can't get them by yourself. You need an agent or manager to get them for you so that we could submit you. Do you guys understand? If you understand, type understood.
Awesome.
So that's the issue. That is why you're here. And guess what? This is like Survivor. Some of you guys will make it to the very end tomorrow. Some of you won't. And guess what? I don't have to be the bitch to tell you didn't make it. You cut yourself, not me. I didn't do it. You cut yourself. You got it? Cool.
Well, Ryan, thank you so much for being here for
Model
Garage.
Garage
That
is
was
so
awesome
fun.
as always. And thank you for answering our hot seat questions. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow, because tomorrow you're going to be back here. You're going to be here. I think you're going to be here twice tomorrow, and you're continuing to look for new talent all the time. So thank you so much, Ryan, for being here for Model Garage. That was awesome.
Thank you. All right, I'll see you guys
Everyone
tomorrow.
say thank you, Ryan.
Ryan, I need to know, what are you going to wear tomorrow? Do you want to try to color coordinate with me? Wouldn't that be fun?
You guys
I
can
don't know what
text
I'm
off
wearing.
Ryan about that.
Ryan's
I don't know
totally
what I'm
gone
wearing.
LA. See, when he's in New York, it's all black and dark colors. He goes LA and now it's pastel, buttercream, and really?
Yeah.
Are Ryan and Stacy there? Can I talk to them? Are you okay?
They're not. They left. They went to a pony party with Monroe.
Awesome.
All of a sudden
All
they
right,
have
well,
a baby
thank
and
you
now they're
so
at
much.
pony parties. I get it.
I'm going to be aware of everyone's time. So thank you so much for being here. I
Okay.
really appreciate it.
Okay,
And
see you.
we'll see you tomorrow, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye.
We warned you guys, Model Garage, thick skin. Guys, really quick, what was your biggest takeaway? What was your biggest aha moment? Or what is the one thing that you learned from that? Like, what was your biggest takeaway? Like, man, I'm really glad they said this. Anything? Where I fit in. That's a good one. What else? Switching looks. Even if we didn't call on you, what did you learn from somebody else? You need an agent? Well, duh, that's why you're here. You need a correct team? You know it. This team's really real. I'm sorry, did you win 6 Tonys?
Oh, you know what? We'll take that
Why'd
as a
you say
compliment.
that?
We're going to take that as a compliment.
Let me know when you open the stock exchange.
Awesome.
Okay.
All right. Well, I saw a lot of people asking questions also about how do I know where to get the right headshots? How do I know to do all of that? The awesome thing about asking those questions is this. We are here to help you with all of that. Okay. So we're here to guide you. All right. So how many of you are feeling the foundation? Like we talked about the foundation. How many of you are like, your foundation is getting firmer? If you feel that way, type me in the comments. Type me in the comments. Awesome. All right. So we've gone back and forth between modeling and acting, modeling and acting, modeling and acting. Are you guys ready now to go back to the acting side? How many of you know that there's a framework of success that you can follow, that every great actor has followed to become a successful actor? If you believe that, type success in the comments. How many of you can already feel your success elevating? You're here right now. It's 4:20 Eastern Standard Time. Congratulations, you're successful. You're still here.
You said 4:20.
I love that. What?
You said 4:20. Sorry, I was laughing.
It is It is 4:20 p.m.
She'll never get it. Forget it.
I do get it. I'm just awesome. All right, guys.
Lewis
so I'm really
gets
proud of you
it.
guys for being here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take this, and what we're going to do is we are going to talk about the framework of success for actors. Okay. So, and I promise you guys that you're all going to hate me by the end of this because you're going to want some apple pie. So are you guys ready to hear from the one, the only, Mr. Michael Funkin, who is going to talk to you about the Actors Cookbook?
Kelly Walker's ready.
Hold on.
Hi, Kelly.
Show me how excited you are.
Kelly Walker's fully ready.
Come on now. All right.
Okay,
Awesome.
wait, I don't think they're ready. Listen, you guys already know me. You know I don't play. This is my best friend / partner. I need you guys to stand up right now. He makes the decisions in this company. I report to him. Stand your little butts up and you better cheer. Show him the love he deserves because he doesn't sleep. Eric Walker, you want an agent? Stand. Now, everybody stand up and cheer. I'm watching you.
All right.
Everybody cheer. Yay, everybody. How do I get an agent? Hi, I'm asking you to do something. Cheer. Go.
Awesome. Everyone give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Michael Funkin.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? All right, cool. Hey Lauren, how are you?
Lauren Cunningham is here. She's on set like every day.
I know. I was just going back and
here.
forth with her on Instagram. She's got some surprises she's in store in the future. So why don't we I know some people might have jumped on late, Deneen. Why don't we have one of our team members drop the books for Mark Victor Hansen as a gift, and then also have them drop Finding Fame as a gift too. For those of you who haven't had a chance to read Finding Fame, it's a great resource for a lot of foundational stuff, and I think you guys will really enjoy it. So if we can try up, there we go. Thank you so much. Yeah, definitely use these resources, guys. We're going to drop some more gifts tomorrow, maybe even a little bit later, but let's keep this show on the road. And let's keep going. All right. At the end of the day, it's all about education. The more you're educated on what it is you're trying to do, the faster you will reach levels of success that reach behind your wildest dreams. All right, let's pull up my presentation. Okay, and everybody can see my screen. Yes, that should pop up now. Yes, good. All right, thank you, Leah. All right, so this is the Model and Actor Cookbook, the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor or model by creating the secret recipe for long-lasting success, and as a bonus, creating a memorable personality. So obviously, you know, for everybody here, you can see the cover of Finding Fame. So we just dropped that link in there. So everybody should have a copy of that. Compliments of Alicia and myself and the VIP team. So please enjoy that. That's almost 2 decades of knowledge there for you guys to have access. We sat down and interviewed 35 of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. So lots of really great content, and always being able to learn from people who are doing what you're doing is the fastest way to success. We're going to give a shout out to our inner circle and all our team members that are on here today. I just want to give them a thank you for being a part of our company. We always do lots of exciting things, you know, from events in New York to LA to New Orleans. There's just so much, you know, and obviously we've been covered and we've had so much great press and so many great opportunities. And, you know, we may make it look easy, but honestly, it's because of the people we work with, the people that we aspire to help. And at the same time, it's putting in a lot of hard work. You know, we're very dedicated. These events, you know, as fun as they are, there's lots of hours. You know, Deneen will spend 40, 50 hours putting these events together. There's a whole process. We have an international team. We have a team here in the United States, all that come together to make sure that you guys have the best possible experience. So I just want to give a special thanks, gratitude, and blessing to all the people who make these events so special. And of course, to everybody who's here today learning, because that is what we do this. That is, you guys are our inspiration. So obviously you guys got to meet Alicia. She's a firecracker. I've been working with her now for close to 2 decades. And she's just amazing. You know, Alicia's a tough person, right? You want somebody with her type of personality, somebody with her type of attitude on your side. This is the type of person who goes to bat for you. This is the type of person who introduces you to some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. You know, and as you read Finding Fame and you read her story, you'll have a much deeper and greater understanding, because the people you surround yourself with early in your career, these are the people that are going to be with you 10, 15, 20 years. These are people that you want to be a part of your life for a lifetime. So many people can come in and out of your life for a moment. Sometimes people
people may come in for a short while, but you want to surround yourself with the people who are always going to be there for you on an ongoing basis. And again, we know what we're doing here, right? We work with some of the biggest names in the industry. We'll drop in a little while. We've been organizing a little Trello board. We have thousands of success stories. I know I dropped this a few weeks ago, but our team has probably added another 500. This has been a huge undertaking, but I want you guys not so much to, like Deneen said earlier, not to impress you guys with what we've done, but just to impress upon you what you can do with your life when you surround yourself with the right people. There goes one of my favorite pictures of Lauren there. But you guys can see we work with a lot of people. We've helped a lot of people become successful, and we always just surround ourselves with the best people. We put in, hundreds, if not thousands of hours per year, making sure that our events, our trainings, our coaching, our agency, our boot camps are the best that they possibly can be. And we always try to outdo ourselves each and every time. We try to get the best speakers. You saw, earlier, for those of you who were on for the entire day, the publicist that we had, she was amazing. Like the content, the opportunity to be able to work with her on an ongoing basis is priceless. So let's talk a little bit about the acting industry. So in anything, there's a lot of moving parts in becoming a great actor, right? Talent only gets you in the door. So let's compare this to making an apple pie, right? If you wanted to make an apple pie, you have to get all the ingredients, right? It's just the same thing. What are the ingredients to become a great actor, right? You guys are learning. What are the ingredients to become a great actor? What are the ingredients to become a great model, right? So for an apple pie, right, you need to have, pastry. You need to have butter and salt and water and sugar, right? You have to turn the oven on. You have to get it to a certain temperature, right? If it's too low, it's not going to cook right. If it's too high, it's going to burn. Right? So there's all these steps, but when you have steps, you have a recipe. And when you follow a recipe, it's a framework, right? When you have a framework, you can follow step 1, step 2, step 3. And the greatest thing is, it doesn't matter how complicated something may be, it can be broken down into smaller steps. Everything is able to be accomplished by everyone and anyone. There's nobody on this call today who cannot accomplish and change the world if they have a proven framework that they can follow and be able to adapt to their life. Same time, when you think about making an apple pie, right? Things do become complicated. There's different types of ovens, right? I used to work in the restaurant industry for many years before I did this, when I was a lot younger. And I owned many restaurants. And one of the things that I always knew was the difference of the quality of the food, of the way it baked, just based upon the oven, right? So even though I could follow a recipe exactly, right? I had a lot of original recipes from Brooklyn. Some of my restaurants were in Jersey. There was a difference in the water quality. So I had to make slight changes as adjustments. It's like baking. Depending upon where you are, what altitude you are, the recipe changes. So it's the same thing. Each person in this industry is unique. So their recipe for success has to be slightly tweaked. And that's why I have the opportunity to work with people like Ryan, to work with some of our casting directors, our producers, Alicia, Deneen, myself. We're the ones who are able to tweak out those recipes to perfection. But let's just say you're like, you know what, Mike, I have this really great recipe. I know what I'm doing. I think I can do this all on my own. And I'm going to be, I want to go out and I'm going to become this really successful person making apple pies, right? You really understand the difference, right? There's different types of apples, right? Red Delicious, Granny Smith, Honey Crisp, Golden Delicious, Pink Lady, right? You understand the complexities of something as simple as making an apple pie. And you're like, you know what, Mike, I got this. Success, here I come. I'm going to be an apple pie millionaire. I'm going to buy a mansion. I'm going to have a big yacht. I'm going to travel around the world. It's going to be the most fabulous life ever, right? I got this. Well, okay, let's just start breaking this down, right? Obviously, you have to make the apple pies. You're starting off small, right? Just like any other business or entrepreneur. So we're going to put on our entrepreneur hat. And you're going to say, you know what, I'm going to do this locally. I'm going to bake the apple pies at home. Well, great. You have to preheat your oven, wait for it to get hot. You have to prepare the pies. You have to prepare the apples. You have to go out shopping. You have to get your ingredients. You have to prepare the ingredients. And then you have to bake them. So let's just say now, if you have like a traditional oven, well, let's do the math, right? We spoke about earlier, the casting director for Apple and for a lot of different projects talked about everyone has like an average of 4,000 weeks, right? How are you going to spend those weeks? Well, here you are. In an 8-hour day, you can bake 4 pies in the oven per hour. At 8 hours means you can make 32 pies, right? We're breaking it down. 30-minute prep time per 4 pies equals 8 hours of labor.
You have an ingredient cost, right? You have to invest in your ingredients. And if you were to sell these pies at, let's just say $7.50 per pie, that equals $240, right? That you can make per day, minus your 20% is $192 divided by 12, equals $16 per hour, right? Because you're working 12 hours. You're working more now. It's your business, right? You're a model, you're an actor, you're on set. So obviously you still have to take out overhead, but just to make this simple, we can say, okay, well, $16 per hour, not terrible, right? But at the same time, if you were trying to become a millionaire, that would take you 62,500 hours to become a millionaire, or 30 years at earning $16 an hour. It's probably, it's not terrible, but it's probably not the life that you were meant for. You're probably going to have to downsize that yacht, get something a little bit smaller. Maybe instead of getting a mansion, you'd have to get something a little bit smaller. So the point being here is, I want you guys to realize something. I'm not trying to demotivate you. I just want you to understand. And, you know, and these numbers are a little bit outdated, but with the strike and all that, they're within range. Here's like what the average actor earns, right? So this is from the Department of Labor, right? And the numbers will go up a little bit, slightly, probably about 5% after the strike. They're not going to go up tremendously, but you can see the average actor, okay, in the United States. And this is now combining everything from stage, television, radio, video, motion pictures, and so forth. The average mean, so you took all the numbers, so Brad Pitt's salary and then the person who's an extra salary, and combine them and then average it out, you're looking at $29.34 per hour, okay? So the numbers don't lie. Like these are pure facts. This is from the Department of Labor. And if we go even deeper into the numbers, you can see it even breaks it down, where you can see motion picture, right? Average is $31. You can see writers do fairly well. Writers make $39 per hour. Now, of course, there's spectrums, right? There are people who make a lot more, people who make a lot less, but this is the average, okay? So I want you guys to have the reality of how this industry works. Okay, and you can see broken down by state. You can see the states here, depending upon where you live, there's going to be more work available, more larger SAG-AFTRA productions. Now, the states in white doesn't mean there's no work there. It means that you just have to work harder. You're going to be working local student films, community theater. You may be doing local productions. You may be working with local advertising agencies for like regional commercials, regional jobs. So like the cable companies, the car advertisements. There's lots of regional work, but it's going to take a little bit more work, right? And my whole point of this is not to dissuade you guys, but I just want you to understand, if you're going to do this, if you're going to make an apple pie, just like a career, make it the best that you can, because there is a huge difference. There's a reason why so many people get into this industry and they're 3 feet from gold and they give up and they quit, because they don't understand to look at the mathematics of this, plan around it, and understand how to follow a proven track of success that people at the highest possible level are. You want to be in the right rooms. Let me tell you some guys, if you're in a room and you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room. You want to get yourself into rooms with people who are 1 chapter, 2 chapters, 5 chapters ahead of you, because that's what you want to chase after, because you're going to learn from them. And again, I'm not trying to, you know, you guys are like, Mike, what the hell? You were so motivational. This is great. And now it's like, I just want to quit. No, hold on. We're going to fix this, right? But the question is how do we fix this? So staying in the same realm of talking about apple pies, there's a company called Goldbelly, right? And you can see here, here's a gentleman. Was a Broadway actor, still a Broadway actor, and he made these really great pies. And he wasn't able to get them out to the world the way a larger company could, right? He didn't have the publicist. He didn't have the resources to bake thousands of pies. So Goldbelly is a company that takes people's recipes, they create a brand around it, and then you can order and get food delivered, right? And you can see here, you know, he's been listed as the best pie, Time Out Magazine, Rachel Ray Show, the Food Network, and so forth. Sarah Jessica Parker loves his pies and so forth. But what he did was he created a team. He went out and he got the right people to take the concept, to take the idea. And that's the point of having an agency. That's the point of having a manager. That's the point of having relationships in the industry where you're a part of the industry and you're on the inside instead of being on the outside trying to do this all by yourself. It's impossible. There's no way. There's nobody on the planet that has the resources to try and do this at a successful level. They're going to work a lot harder for a lot less pay. Okay. And at the end of the day, they're going to give up when they didn't have to. If they found the right team, they would have been able to find the success that they're looking for. So it's like, let's break down like the casting process. Most people, a lot of times when people are brand new, they kind of believe their agent's getting them a job, right? I hear that, my agent's getting me a job. Well, no, not really. Agent has nothing to do with it. Not getting you the job. He's a part of a process. He's a part of a machine. So let's look at it, right? Step one, client chooses ad agency to design commercial for their new product. So let's just take an example. Let's just say we'll think about Apple computers. They're coming out with a new product, right? They have the Vision Pro, right? The 3D glasses. So they have this new product and they want to now advertise it. So Apple, their specialty is making computers, right? Making phones, marketing. That's what they do. So they come up with an idea for a new product. They go to an ad agency and they say, hey, we have this new product. How can we get it out to market? How do we create the ads, the concept to attract the right person who will want to buy this product? So the ad agency, they come up with the idea. So their lane is one thing and one thing only. They come up with a mock-up, they come up with the concept. Apple approves it. They say, okay, great. Now we have an idea of how we're going to promote this product. Here's the ad we want. They now go to a production company. They go to the production company. The production company's job is to make this ad come to life, to film it, to shoot it, whether it's photographers, videographers, cinematographers. You have to have sound design, engine design, engineers. You have to have lighting, catering. There's a whole thing that a production company does. That's their job, is to now make this ad come to life. But then there's components they need, right? So the components they need are going to be the actors. So the production company goes to a casting agency, right? So they'll go to somebody like you saw earlier from Apple, right? They'll go to a casting director and they say, hey, this is Apple. The ad agency was hired by Apple. They hired us. We now need actors to be in this. These are the types of actors we want. We want somebody Asian, African-American, somebody Latino. We want different ages, different, ethnicities. We want to make it, the world can enjoy this, right? We want to have like an old school ad. So the production company goes to the casting agency. Casting agency, they handle casting. So they're going to sort through people. They don't have people. They're not an agent. They now will reach out. So the casting agency will create what's called a character brief, and then that's sent out to talent agencies. Now, they won't just send it out to one talent agency. They'll send it out to multiple talent agencies in hopes whoever can get them the talent first wins, right? So that may go out to, 10 different agencies. The talent agencies then send the audition brief to their actors. So now that's where you come in. Now you get that brief, right? And maybe I need you to shoot a reel. I need it in 5 minutes. I need some, headshot, whatever it may be, right? Maybe 200, 300 actors will get this. They'll audition. They'll send in their information to their agent. Their agent sends that information back over to the casting agency. The casting agency sorts through. So out of the 200 applicants, they'll narrow it down to 10, right? Then they'll send those over to the production company. Production company says, this looks good. We like these people. We make sure they can show up. They're going to be there on time. They're professional. They can read their lines, so forth, right? They're not going to the street. They're not going to the internet. They're going through professional companies. It's a process. It's going to be a possible $1 billion new technology released to the world, okay? They're not here to play games. And I don't care if it's McDonald's. I don't care if it's Walmart. I don't care what it is. These are $1 billion brands. These are publicly traded companies. They cannot afford to make mistakes. The production company goes to the casting agency, says we got the people. They say, okay, great. They show up to the production company. Production company now films the ad. The agency approves it. They send it to Coca-Cola or to Apple in this example, and they say, great. And now it goes to market, and then the commercial's released, the ad campaign, and so forth. What I want you guys to see, there's a process to this, okay? Your agent, right, your manager, their job is to work with these casting agencies. Casting agencies' job is to work with the production company. Production company's job is to work with the ad agency. The ad agency's job is to work with the client, right? And now sometimes the client goes directly to the agency for clothing and so forth, but for TV and film, there's a process to this. These processes sometimes can take months, sometimes they can take weeks, sometimes it's days. It really goes by how big the project is,
Okay, so I want you to realize there's ways to break these things down to understand it. So you need to break down the process into smaller components that you can manage and direct, right? So let's take that same concept and talk about becoming a SAG-AFTRA actor, right? Right, SAG-AFTRA's on strike, but soon they won't be, and they're going to be excited to bring in new talent. A lot of people, some people look at the strike as being a negative thing. It's not. It's there. There's a strike going on for a reason. It's there to support the actors, the writers, to make sure that they're compensated fairly and so forth. The great news is if you're brand new, there are a lot of actors who the strike might have been the camel that broke their back. They're just like, you know what? I'm burnt out. I'm tired. Maybe just acting is just not for me anymore. I want to shift careers. I want to do something different, right? So there's going to be people who are 3 feet from gold who quit, which means it opens up opportunities for you. So see a moment like this. There are moments where the opportunity is right there in front of you. I've seen so many people go, well, I'm going to wait for the strike before I'm going to start doing anything. No, now's the time to train. Now's the time to load up the guns to get ready, because when this is over, there's a backlog now of opportunity. All these productions that have been frozen, they're now going to be backlogged. All these new productions that are waiting to go start filming, they're going to be backlogged, which means that there's going to be an immediate demand for so much talent. And people can't be in everywhere at once, which means it opens up opportunities for people who are new. Okay, here's the recipe. You want to be a SAG-AFTRA actor? SAG-AFTRA is the union. So that means you get to do speaking roles. So in order for you to do speaking roles, we guys learned about this earlier, right? It has to be on product breakdowns. That's not advertised on the internet. A lot of times people, Mike, how do you know if something's real or not? Okay, what's the casting for? Oh, it's for a Disney film. It's fake. How do you know? You didn't even look at it. I know. It's a breakdown. It's not advertised on the internet. It's just somebody taking advantage of somebody who's so desperate that they don't think, right? If you don't know the right questions to ask and you don't know, that's what they're dependent upon. They're dependent upon taking advantage of people who don't understand the industry. That's why so many people get themselves in trouble, right? Because they just don't take the time to really learn. They're just clicking away. So at the end of the day, you guys are doing the right thing. You're here, read and study. Right? You guys just got the opportunity to get access to 3 amazing books. One of them that's exclusively dedicated to the industry. Familiarize yourself with the industry. That's what you guys are doing, right? Number 1 and 2, pat yourselves on the back. You got it. Don't move right away. There's no reason to move. Location doesn't matter anymore. Age doesn't matter anymore. It's all about what's being unique. There's no reason to move to New York, to move to LA, to change everything in your life until you have a foundation set up. Right? You can audition and train locally, online. We have a whole system and framework where we show you. It's called the Dream 100. We show you how to have unlimited castings, unlimited opportunities in 30 days. Work on your special skills. I love this, right? Can you juggle poker chips? Can you shoot a bow and arrow? Are you good at baseball, basketball? Can you drive stick? Right? You never know. Little special skills can get you opportunities because another actor didn't have the skill that particular casting needed. Right? So go out and learn, do all the things you've wanted to do, because now they become a part of your resume. Start working on your marketing, right? How is your Facebook? How is your Instagram? Is your TikTok? If I went on it, would I see somebody who's an aspiring model or an actor? Or would I just see somebody who's politically motivated and just posting and reposting whatever nonsense is out there? Be somebody who utilizes social media as a business owner. Don't utilize it as a consumer. And if you say, well, Mike, I don't know how to do that, follow some actors that you look up to. See how they're handling their social media. They probably have a team doing it. There's a whole process that you can do this. You can canvas free. You can create templates and quotes, and you should be inspired. Well, just while I was listening to Ryan, I was inspired. I dropped a whole post just about the boot camp on the VIP Ignite social media. I'm doing exactly what I'm teaching you guys, what I'm talking about in real time. Okay, it's the same thing you should be doing, right? Get used to rejection, right? The greatest part about rejection is every no allows me to be one opportunity closer to a yes, okay? I can learn, I got rejected. Was it because of the email I wrote? Did I write a great email, right? You can use artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, we'll talk about that tomorrow, to craft some emails that will get you noticed, okay? It is an amazing tool for actors and models. But rejection is just a part of the industry, right? Once we accept that, then we just know I improve, I get better. And you know what getting better is? You get better at 1%.
If you could get better 1% per day, every day, you could just concentrate to get 1% better. In 365 days, you're 3 times as better as you were the day you started. Like, small things add up very big, very quickly, right? Finally, be patient, but be consistent, right? Don't be that person who gave up 3 feet from gold. Become the person an agent wants to sign. You guys are learning that. Today, remember, it's foundation. Tomorrow's going to be transformation. You got to do background work, right? To get your waivers. Waivers is what you need to get into the union. Background work is like you're in Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man swinging over the crowd. You're running and screaming with the crowd. That's background work. You're in the scene. Most of the stuff we'll do with actors who are new before they're in the union, we'll get them actually in the scene, so that a bartender and so forth. Okay, it's a little bit higher level extra. We'll also call in. We'll get people their waivers. When you have representation, you can get into the union in 90 days. Actors who are unrepresented and are doing background work, it takes them an average of 5 years, right? That's a big difference. They figured out how to get themselves on background work, but they haven't figured themselves how to get the waivers. It takes the average unrepresented actor 5 years. These are all facts. Eventually, you'll join the union. Once you're in the union, then you can get speaking roles. Then you can start doing commercials, right? Things like Flo and stuff like that. Then you'll get small speaking parts. You saw her early when I talked about Flo. She was in so many different shows. Now all of a sudden you're getting small parts. Eventually you may land a pilot. A pilot is like a new show. They may not have gotten it for season 2 and 3. They're testing it out to see if people like it. Then once you're in a pilot, you start building your brand. You start being recognized. Then maybe you'll land a major role. And then you rinse and repeat. Here's the interesting thing. I can get Al Pacino on a call right now, and guess what he's going to say? If he said, what's my 10 things that I do? He's going to say, read and study. Familiarize yourself with the industry. It's always changing. Don't move. Like, it's literally the same thing, right? It becomes the same thing. Get used to rejection. Be patient. Be consistent. Become that person an agent always wants to sign, and then also become the person an agent wants to keep, right? Because you can get an agent, but then now how do you keep your agent? How do you always rise to the occasion, right? And then now you kind of jump past 10 and 11. Now you're doing major roles, rinse and repeat, right? There's a few extra steps when you're new, but once you transfer over, it becomes easier. But the work is always going to stay there, right? The best actors in the world, they always have coaches. It's like playing for the NFL. There's a coach for throwing. There's a coach for your diet. There's a coach for your cardio, right? The more people that, people at the highest level, they micromanage these things to perfection. But right now you're starting out, you have to be that person. You have to have the right team. That's what we do. We provide all of that. There's things you could be doing right now, staying organized, right? Gmail, right? You guys can go to gmail.com, set up an email, right? John the actor, first name, last name at Gmail, right? Create a Gmail has what's called a Google Drive, right? Google Drive, you can start putting together folders. So you can name one folder your headshot, name one folder your resume, name one folder your monologues, name one folder your reels, name one folder your learning stuff, right? We just sent you 3 books. Download those, they're PDFs. Download them, create a thing, knowledge, right? Put those in there, because now Ryan calls you and says, hey, I need 2 photos of you. You're like, well, hold on, I don't know about you guys. I got to go through my phone. I'm like scrolling, right? I'm trying to find files. Hold on, I'm not by a computer. Let me try and jump into my email. Now, literally, Google G Drive, it's free. Now I know where everything I need is. It's very organized. Be the type of person that your red socks are next to your blue socks or next to your green socks. Your white t-shirts are next to your black t-shirts or next to your blue t-shirts. Be that organized. Be maniacal with being organized, because you train yourself today. This will become helpful for you in the future when you're dealing with contracts, when you're dealing with follow-up, okay? I follow up with hundreds of people per year. I have to be so organized. I have to be so on top of my A game, because I can't let anything slip through the crack. It could be $1 million, multi-million-dollar opportunity. So I make sure that we are so organized. You guys can see, even maybe they'll drop that later. If you guys want, we could drop it now. There's the Trello board I was telling you about. We're putting thousands of our success stories in there. We used to have them all over the place. Somebody would call and say, oh, send me some success story. Hold on, let me figure it out. right? It just wasn't important to us. It wasn't on the front of the thing because that's not our success. I didn't have to prove to people we were successful. We were successful. But then I said, you know what? I want to organize this. I want to be able to see the history of the company and its success. So we created this Trello board, and you could see the level of organization in that broken down. And we're still not finished with it. We still have thousands or more that have to be uploaded to it. Our team's been working on it for 2 weeks because it wasn't organized from the start. Had it been organized from day one, it wouldn't have taken us probably what's going to be 3 months by the time it's done, because we weren't organized. So when I tell you these things, I'm telling you these things because I learned the hard way, and I don't want you to have to go through what we went through. People talk about, how do I get, social media. I saw somebody asking about branding, right? How do I do branding? Right? You guys got to hear from the publicist today. Company called Fiverr. I use this all the time. Fiverr. Literally, they have everybody and like literally gigs of people from all over the world, and you can check them out, 5-star ratings, you can see their portfolios. But here's somebody who will come and they'll be your social media manager. They'll create content, they'll manage your platforms, they'll figure out your top hashtags, they'll show you how to get organic traffic, and they'll schedule your posts, create a calendar for you. $40. They'll do this for 3 days, right? Okay, this is what I do. I say, okay, great. I'm going to pay you the $40. I can have you manage it for 3 days, but I want you to show me what you're doing so then I can do this on my own. And they always say, sure, absolutely. And I say, I'm going to give you a 5-star rating. And a lot of times I'll give them an extra tip. I'll tip them an extra $20, $30, right? But like my point being is like for $40, you can have somebody who's a 5-star expert who's helped over 1,000 people organize their social media, and you can learn how to do this in a day. Okay. Video editing. Somebody was asking about reels and talking about reels, right? You can shoot stuff on your phone, but you may not know how to edit it. You can spend 6 months figuring out editing. I know how to edit videos, but I'm certainly not a professional editor, but I do a damn good job. But you know what? I don't do it because my time's too valuable. I'll go on here for $20. I send them over the raw video, right? I just upload it to their G drive most of the times. And in 24 hours, I have a professionally edited video done, right? You can create unlimited reels. You can create unlimited content, right? It's a business. You have to invest in your business. You have to invest in, this is how you become the person a top agency wants to work with, because it's the little things that start adding up. Somebody says, well, Mike, I just want to go and I want to figure out casting directors and advertising agencies. That's just so much work. Okay, for $25, go on Fiverr. This dude's got a 5-star rating. He'll do lead generation on LinkedIn. He'll literally go through LinkedIn and you tell him what you want. I want 100 casting directors in my area. I want their first name, last name, name of their company, the title of what they do there, their company website, and I want their phone number and I want their email. Literally, the person will do it for you. It's $25. They'll clean it up. Like whatever it is, advertising agencies, casting companies, producers, independent film companies, whatever it is. Like the list goes. This is what we do. We build Dream 100s all day long of people we want to work with, people we want to be connected to. And then we know how to follow up with them. But this person will do, he'll even send out the emails. You're gonna have to write the emails, but I'll show you that tomorrow, how to do that on ChatGPT. Write you emails that'll get anybody to respond back. So professional. Right? Plan your time wisely. Having a system, a recipe allows you to grow, allows you to do more in less time, and allows you to get to your destinations faster. The tools and the resources are there. You just have to be resourceful. Okay. There's so much to learn. Just like there's so many different apple pies, right? There's film acting, screen, TV, right? Theater, voiceover, commercial acting, extras, background, classical acting, modern acting, method acting, Meisner technique, Chekhov technique, practical aesthetics acting technique, right? When you walk into a room with the casting director, what have you studied? Are you more modern or are you more Chekhov? And you're like, from Star Trek, right? Like this is your world. Learn the language, understand it. There are so many people I meet that want to be an actor and they put so much time, energy, and money, but they'll know more about a video game or something else. They'll be able to recite off Marvel characters faster than they can understand the verbiage and the language of your industry. This is a profession. Just like a doctor is a profession. We talked about that earlier in a hospital. This is a profession. Learn your profession. The greatest thing is we put together resources and tools. You guys are going to get some surprises tomorrow that literally in 21 days, you will get the foundation of everything you need to know. But you have to be here both days. You have to participate. You have to be all in. Learn time management. So important, right? You got 4,000 weeks. Time management is the process of organizing and planning how to divide your time between specific activities. Good time management enables you to work smarter, not harder, so that you get more done in less time, even when the time is tight and pressures are high. I have so much information that I have to go over with you guys, and I have to do it in a compressed amount of time. I wish I could spend 52 weeks doing this with you guys, but I can't. I'm only given a small amount of time to do this, right? But think about your own life. Like this morning when you got up, what did you do? When people say, well, you know, I was so busy. Busy doing what? What are you busy doing, right? What are you so busy? Measure your time. When you woke up in the morning, what did you do? Well, I kind of lied in bed for a few minutes. Okay, then what'd you do? Well, then I checked my email on my phone. Okay, then what did you do? Well, then I went back to sleep for 20 minutes. Measure how long it takes you from the moment you wake up to the moment you have that cup of coffee or your cereal before you take a shower. Like, how much time did you waste not being productive? People tell me they don't have enough time. I tell them, listen, do this. Wake up an hour earlier, go to bed an hour later. That's 14 hours a week. That's almost 50 hours a month. That's like 600 hours a week. Divide 600 by like 40 hours. That's like 14 weeks. I just gave you 14 weeks. I gave you 3 full months of time. Okay. Again, time's your most valuable asset. And I'm not saying don't relax. I'm not saying, oh my God, I'm tired, whatever, right? You're tired. Believe me, you go turn the energy right on, right? Me, Deneen, Allie, we're doing this 12 hours a day, 10 hours a day, 2 days straight in a row. You guys get to sit back and learn. We're juggling a whole bunch of things, but I could still turn the energy on because it's inside of me. It's my passion. It's what I love. You can do the same thing, right? You stand up, you move, okay? Because again, time is your most valuable resource. You will not ever get this time back. And again, that's why I give you guys so much, because I appreciate that you're spending and sharing this time with us, which is so valuable. Okay, how to become memorable, right? You see here, Allie, she loves watching the comments. And I know a lot of you guys are brand new and some of the questions are basic. That's why I said, hey, let's drop Finding Fame. I want you guys to learn. But how do you become memorable? How do you become that person who walks into a room and people remember, people want to engage with, right? Introduce yourself to others, right? No matter who you are, act like you're the host. Be the first to say hello. Make an extra effort to remember people's names. The sweetest sound to a person is their name, right? When I see people in front of me, Lewis is right in front of me. Elizabeth's right in front of me. Leah's right there. She's taking notes, right? Right? You people want to hear their name, but it's also how do you interact with people? Are you coming in the room like this? Are you shy? Right? I could be I could be in such a great mood, but if I'm sitting like here like this, I'm giving off a different vibe. So you have to be aware of your body language. We do a special training, which is really great. We actually have this membership site where we have it recorded, which is phenomenal. It's all about body language, and it's the person who did the training. He's the most well-known, respected person for body language in the world, right? Because it's so important to be aware of how you're holding yourself. It's so important when we say on these calls. I've seen people on the call, not on this call, because believe me, Ali would have said something, but I've seen people like lying down, or you could just see they're kind of dozing off. And I get it. It's Zoom, right? That's why I love live events. To me, live events, live training, being in the room, there is nothing that will ever replace that. If you have the chance to be able to spend the day training with somebody live in like New York, the top person in the world, or LA, and being able to immerse yourself, like it's an immersion, like this weekend is an immersion. You guys are getting 20 hours of content rapidly, right? And it's overwhelming, but trust me, your mind's learning it. There's going to come times you may not remember everything, but you write it down, it helps you remember. Your mind holds on to it. It'll come up when needed. Everything we're giving it to you in a very precise way, in a very precise order, because we know what works. But again, you have to be aware of your body language, right? Use eye contact, smile, right? People love when somebody smiles, right? Build rapport. The greatest thing you could ever do is to build up a relationship is make the conversation about the other person. Find out what they're interested in, what books they've read, what movies they've seen, what makes them who they are, and be engaged with them, right? Because people will remember the person who made them feel good. And when you get somebody talking about themselves, right? You saw when Allie's engaging with people, they're getting to talk about themselves, they light up. All of a sudden the shoulders go up, the chest comes out, right? People are proud to talk about themselves. So if you're the type of person who can get others to talk about themselves, people will remember you. Okay, it's a great way. And remember, what I'm teaching you guys is powerful, powerful stuff here. Very, very, very level one, but it's still powerful. Use this stuff for good. Don't use this to take advantage of somebody, right? Use this for good. Use this to better your life and to help others. Show others you're enjoying your conversation, right? With them. Don't yawn, look bored, or have a case of roving eyes. Don't play with your watch. Show curiosity and interest in others. Listen, listen, listen. You not only become more likable, but you really start to understand the person's wants, needs, and desires, right? Ask open-ended questions, right? I go up to people all the time. Well, so, what do you do with yourself? Well, I like listening to music. Really great. What kind of music do you listen to? Oh, I love rock. Okay, great. What's your favorite band, right? Push through. Be curious. Always be curious to ask more. Right? Request clarification, be attentive, summarize. Okay, so what you're saying is, okay, so you love music, rock music, favorite bands is the Rolling Stones, and you've been following them forever, right? Got it. That's awesome. Right? Reflect feelings. I totally understand. I understand where you're coming from. I can relate to that. Right? And when you can offer advice that's meaningful. People all the time, I see people that are negative or they got this anger. I usually say, let me ask you something. Being angry, living in fear, living without confidence, how is that serving you? Is that benefiting your life? People say, well, no. Then why are you doing it? And I say to them, well, let me ask you something. If you could describe a person to me who doesn't live in fear, who's confident, who's that person that you look up to, describe to me that person. And then they start describing the person. And I say, okay, great. What would that person's name be? And they give me a name. I say, okay, great. Well, that's going to be your new name now. Whenever you need to be confident, whenever you need to let go of that fear, snap a finger, get that energy, become that person for the moment. Because guess what? When I pull that out of somebody, I'm pulling out who they really are at their core. They're not the fearful person, right? Who are you really at your core? That's who you have to be when you walk into a room, right? I get it. People, you get tired, you get angry, you get something bad happens. But we all understand that things end, things change. When we accept that and we measure our values of against others, what can I do to bring more value to this person's life? Our motto, our core value of almost over anything is we over-deliver. We over-deliver 100% no matter what we're doing, whether it's a paid event, whether it's a production, whether it's a Broadway show, whether it's a film, a reality show, whether it's a training, we over-deliver. We do the best that we possibly can because we know how important that is. We have to rise up to the occasion. We challenge ourselves. Be enthusiastic, right? Oh, boom. About life, about things. Don't be the negative person, right? The negativity loves company. You don't need the company, right? You are the sum of the 5 people you surround yourself with. I can guarantee you your income, your attitude, everything about you, the people that are closest to you are in the same exact position. Change who you surround yourself with, change your story, change your life. People will gravitate to those that are upbeat, positive, and cheerful. Give them more than they expect. In other words, underpromise and over-deliver, right? Above and beyond. Okay? Success is neither magical nor mysterious. Success is the natural consequence of curiosity, of consistently applying fundamentals. Jim Rohn, phenomenal writer, phenomenal person, guys. This was Tony Robbins' mentor. This is a person who trained Tony Robbins. He's passed away, but he still lives on YouTube, his writing, his books. So write that down. I'm giving you another golden nugget right now. Jim Rohn, okay? He's a great person for you guys to learn from. Phenomenal for mindset, for being able to accomplish anything. This is what the titans listen to. These are what the titans of the industry. This is what the people you aspire to be in the entertainment industry. I'm giving you the roadmap here, guys. I've been giving it to you all week. Because at the end of the day, to me, success is a framework. It's like a recipe. It can be duplicated and shared with the world. And for those of you who have who've read Finding Fame, you'll know about my background in the restaurant industry, right? That's why I love doing this particular presentation. That's actually a current picture, right? That's the restaurant. I've owned it for a long time. It is still there, been going strong for close to 30 plus years now. And it's phenomenal, okay? And it's a part of who I was. Doesn't mean it's who I am now, but it's still part of the things I learned, and I can apply those fundamentals. It's just like everybody on here, your guys are all unique. You have so much potential. Just push through, be that person that people want to work with. My name is Michael Fomkin, and this is the Actor's Cookbook. This was the ultimate guide to creating a legacy as a professional actor, and also the secret recipe by creating the secret recipe to long-lasting success. And we did a little bonus today, creating a memorable personality. My name is Michael Fomkin. I'm turning this back over to Ms. Deneen because I want to respect your time, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye, guys. Have a great night.
How awesome was that presentation? Like, how many of you guys are like, okay, you know what? It's time for some apple pie. I warned you. So I guess the theme of Foundation Day is not only laying the foundation and pulling up roots, but I think it's food. I think it's food.
It's part of the No Carb Left Behind tour. Hi,
yeah, that's my favorite tour. Awesome. All right, guys. So today has been really amazing. So we have something special we're going to do now before I do my next presentation. Okay. So how many of you want to say you're already in a commercial? Type me in the comments. How many of you are ready to be a part of a commercial? All right. So this is what we're going to do. For all of you watching on YouTube, for all of you watching on Facebook, it's going to get a little confusing because you're going to see all of us at once. But what we're going to do now is congratulations, everyone. You're booking your first job. So what Alicia is going to do is she is going to actually shoot an ad for VIP Ignite right now. And you are all the stars. Type in the comments, I am a star.
No
and
pressure
anyone here
over
who's
here.
not, anyone who's in the black box, guess what? You're not going to be a star. I'm sorry. Okay, we love you, but you have to be in the video in order to be a part of it. So Alicia, would you like to, are you all set for this? She's like, no, I'm camera shy. I don't want to be on camera. All right, so
I have a fear of public speaking.
and then we're going to move on. We're going to talk about the talent success guide. We're going to give you guys a challenge, and then we're going to get ready for tomorrow. All right, so Alicia, are you ready?
No, but I can be in like a minute.
Okay. How about this? Change of plans. We're going to go over the talent success guide. No one's allowed to leave. Say, I will stay because I am a star. Type that in the comments. I will stay because I am a star. We're going to go over the talent success guide, and then each of you is going to be in a commercial. How's that sound? How exciting! Thank you, Eric. I like that smile. Eric's like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You showed up to this boot camp. Yeah. Okay, awesome. Okay, can you tell it's been a couple minutes since I spoke? My energy level is back up and ready to take this on. All right, so how many of you filled out your talent success guide? If you did, type talent success in the comments. We're going to go over this, and I'm going to give you an opportunity to fill it out, okay? Here, I'm going to also clean up some of my windows here. Awesome. All right. So let's do this. I'm going to share my screen. You guys are going to tell me, hey, Deneen, I can see your screen. And then we are going to do this. All right. All right. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Someone, Eric, I need you to give me a thumbs up because you're the one that said thank you. Thank you very much.
Deneen, I'm going to be right back. I just need to get some stage notes really quick from Mr. Pumpkin.
Okay, you do that. I'm going to be right here talking everyone through the talent success guide. All right. So I don't think I've said this about a million times today yet. So I'm going to say it. I'm going to just let you guys know. My goal for you being here is this. I want you to be my next success story. And when I say that, anyone, how many of you have been on a boot camp or been around me at all? How many of you know that's true? Okay. I want you guys to be my next success story. I'm going to take you through the talent success plan. I'm going to actually take you through a couple of our success stories on the Trello board. Is it okay if I brag on some of our talent? Is that okay with you? Yes or yes in the comments? Because I know some of you are like, okay, you know what? It's really cool that it works for Ben, who's in LA with Ryan, or it's okay if it's works for this one. But what I'm going to do is I want to walk you through some of the talent that we work with that have gone through this. So the first thing we're going to do is go through the talent success guide. So we just shared that in the comments, I believe. I'll share it again here. If you could just share that, Jemima, that would be amazing. Oh, there we go. So there's the talent success guide. So no one can say, Denise, you didn't give me this. I don't have the stuff to do my homework. So let's talk about this, okay? So we talk about how we want you to, this is like the beginning part of your journey. If you don't know where you're going, you won't be able to get there. Lewis here is a flight attendant, okay? Now, Lewis, let me ask you a question. Just give me a thumbs up or down. Would you get on a plane with a pilot who had an idea of where they wanted to go, but they were like, oh, we're just going to wing it? Would you get on a plane with someone who did that? Yes or no? Absolutely not. And if anyone get on a plane with someone, we're going to wing it. We're just going to figure it out. We're going to go on an adventure. Don't do that. So why do you live your life like that? Why are you not someone who's like, okay, you know what? I mean, and I know, again, I'm a type A personality. Like, I want to know where we're going, what we're going to eat. I want to look at the menu. I want to know the weather. I want to know, like, I have like 5 outfits planned for every contingency. I'm a serial overpacker. Okay. But what I want you guys to understand is that in life, you have to know where you're going. And you know what? Sometimes the destination changes. If you change your trajectory by 1 degree, things can go amazing. Okay. So the reason we have this talent success guide is we want you to have an idea of where you want to go. So, and then I'm not asking you guys to answer these questions, but this is going to be something, if you haven't done it already, I want you to work on this tonight, because tomorrow I want to know that you guys take this seriously. Okay. So take stock of where you are and what you want. Why do you want to be a model or an actor? What message do you want to send through modeling and acting? Think about, like, how can you use your modeling and acting career? Then when you think about this, don't just think about, oh my gosh, I can get a sick house in the Hollywood Hills, or I can finally get that Lambo I want. I want you to also think about, you know what? Like, there are people who I can impact through my modeling and acting career. Michael talked about Operation Underground Railroad earlier. One of the reasons I'm standing here in front of you is because I want to eradicate human trafficking. Like, I want to be one of those people who is used to stop people from selling one another. Humans are not for sale. That's part of the reason that I'm here. Okay. So think about, like, what can you do on a grander scale when you reach that level of success? I want you to also think about boundaries. Like, what is it that you would never do? What is something that you would never consider doing? Like, maybe, like, I know my grandmother passed away of lung cancer several years ago. So something I would really not ever want to do is be a spokesperson for a cigarette. I saw the effects of it, and I just know it's terrible. So if I were a model or actor, I would be like, you know what? I really would prefer not to do that. So think about those boundaries too. For you, there could be a lot of different boundaries, right? Okay, so now that's where we are. Where are we, and what do we want? The next thing I want you to think about is where are you really? Like, are you just getting started? Have you not taken any professional photos yet? Are you new, but you've done a few things, but you haven't gotten paid? Or are you professional? You know, you're in SAG, you're an actor, you're like, oh my gosh, like, this strike is affecting my income. Or where are you? What type of modeling do you want to do? And now you're lucky because you don't have to worry about what type of modeling you want to do. You know what you qualify for. So now what you can do is you can put, when you're checking off that box, you're being educated. Okay, you know what? I know that I may want to be a runway model, but I'm definitely commercial print, plus size, and promotional. Okay, so you can answer this question with an educated mind now. What type of acting do you want to do? Do you want to do TV and film? Do you want to do theater, commercials? Do you want to be a public speaker? Do you want to do voiceover work? Do you want to be on reality TV? What kind of acting do you want to do? And I'm gonna interject here. I want all of you to want to do theater. Do you want to know why? Because that's where every great singer, Aisha totally distracted me. That's where every great actor starts, on stage. Okay, so please, you can do whatever you want. You don't have to listen to me, but I am kind of good at what I do. So everyone wants to do theater as well. All right, where do you want to be seen? Locally, nationally, internationally? Do you want to be on television? Do you want to be in magazines? Do you want to be on the internet? Where do you want to be seen? And who do you want to inspire? How many of you are here because when you were a kid or you were going through a really bad time, you watched a movie that totally shook you in the best way? I know I did. For me, it was Stand By Me. I'm dating myself. Some of you probably don't even know what that movie is. But that was, thank you, Lois. Thank you very much. That was one of my favorite movies. But what I want you to think about is, who do you want to inspire? Why are you here? What is it? Who is it that you want to impact? Knowing your why is very important. Okay. All right. So now let's be realistic. What do I have and what do I need? Do you have professional headshots that will make a casting director or an agent want to work with you? Do you have actors' headshots? Do you have a digital portfolio? Do you have a digital comp card? Have you ever been professionally measured before? Be honest with this one. How's your social media? On a scale of 1 to 10, like, is it something you have? Like, yeah, okay, I have an Instagram account, but I have like 3 followers. So do you really have it? So be really honest. Do you have a website? Do you have an agency, or are you looking to become the person that an agent or manager wants to work with? Do you have an acting reel? All right. Something else I want you to think about is, in this industry, and we talked about this in the first presentation this morning, you really have got to have a community of people, and you have to practice self-care. So do you meditate? Do you have a support system? Do you have an accountability partner? That's something we're rolling out over the next couple of weeks. I'm so excited about that. Like, we're going to really hold everyone accountable. Do you have a daily self-care routine? Do you get up and make your bed in the morning? Sounds crazy, but that's self-care. What do you do every day to take care of yourself? And Craig Bruce, who may or may not be on here, totally changed my mentality about self-care. Because before I started working with him, I always thought that self-care was like, oh yeah, you know, I'm going to go get a facial. I'm going to get my hair done. I'm going to get a massage. But let me tell you something, self-care, I want you to change that definition. Self-care is also you taking steps toward the future you. What does that mean? That means you making an impact on the world. That means you practicing your monologues. That means you walking the runway, learning how to walk, learning how to hold yourself. All of that is self-care, as much as getting a massage or taking a bubble bath. So kind of shift your mindset a little bit there. Positive affirmations. Do you say nice things to yourself every day? Do you? Or could you say more? If you could say more, you know what? You need that. Okay. So this is what I want you to do also. Then the next part is identify the top modeling or acting tools to create or improve. Like, what do you need and how can you get them? Okay. So like, do you need headshots? Do you need a reel? Do you need training? What do you need? List those things. Okay. And then list the personal development things that you need to improve. How many of you is perfect? Is anyone here perfect? If you're perfect, type perfect in the comments. No, you're not perfect. None of us is perfect. We all need to grow. I do more. Okay, well, that's great. You do more than you thought. That's great. But you know, we all need to grow. Okay. So I just want you to understand that we're all far from perfect. There was only one perfect person. If you're a Christian, I'm talking about Jesus. And let me tell you something. They weren't so kind to him because he was, even though he was perfect. Okay. But what I want you to understand is there's always room for growth. Al Pacino still takes acting lessons. He still has an acting coach. Al freaking Pacino. So I kind of use him as my bar. If he needs to keep growing, I think we all do. Is that fair to say? Yes or yes in the comments? Yeah, no wonder he's a legend. He's still working on his craft. All right. And then what I want you to do is I want you to set your talent success goal. So what does that mean? Identify your goal and create a plan of action and the steps to achieve it. So there are some examples here. My immediate talent success goal is to explore different modeling genres and connect with industry professionals to gain insights and opportunities that align with my interests or aspirations. That's what you're doing this weekend. My next step in talent success goal is to establish a strong online presence by consistently posting high quality content on social media platforms to expand my reach and attract potential clients and agencies. That's what Cheryl talked about this morning. You have to have a presence. Agents and managers want to work with people that have a presence. Okay, so write your talent success goal. Okay, and just this weekend, you're learning how many of you have learned how to get noticed by the right people? Raise your hand. You should all be raising your hands. We've been doing that since 11 a.m. this morning. Okay, how many of you have learned some secrets that will help you establish and maintain the right connections? Raise your hands. How many of you feel like your mindset has been shifted? Like you're getting a better mindset. You're building a better mindset to build a successful career. How many of you right now can identify your niche in the modeling industry? Raise both hands. Thank you, Yaz. Raise both hands. How to build a professional portfolio and build your brand. Mike talked about that a little bit with the Actors Cookbook. We're going to be talking about that tomorrow. That is Transformation Day. Today, we're building the foundation. Tomorrow, we're going to be transforming. How to grow your social media following and create a fan base. We're going to talk about AI and using AI to help you do that. And how to leave a long-lasting impression. How many of you feel like we have been helping you learn how to leave a long-lasting and positive impression this weekend? So, okay, Eric. Eric's like, I'm not quite committed to raising my hand, but I'll give you the head nod to need. Eric, I'm sorry, you're right in my line of sight. Whenever you are, it's like everyone's in the crosshairs there. All right. So that's the talent success guide. I'm going to talk to you about a few people that we work with too that have done amazing things. And then I'm going to turn this over to Alicia because we have a commercial to shoot, y'all. Okay. So in the upper left-hand corner, this is Avinash. So Avinash came to us and he met us on a Zoom call just like this. Okay. And he is such an amazing human being. He's like the nicest guy in the world, but he kind of came kicking and screaming at first. Not gonna lie, it was like I could take you to the place at lunch where we're like, come on,
he met with me.
You're awesome. Okay, and
of all people, he met with me.
Yeah, he met with Alicia. So, but let me tell you something. With the thing I love about Avinash is this: he may have come in kicking and screaming, but once he got in, he was all in. He wasn't like dipping his toe in the water. He was all in. And he took the process that Mike lays out and he followed it to a T. Avinash, who when he started working with us had zero acting skills. Well, he had some skills, but he had zero experience. He last year booked a commercial where they paid to fly him to Portugal for 10 days. How many of you know the company Upwork? Raise your hands. How many of you have seen the Upwork commercial where the owner is a zombie and his arm gets torn off? Yeah, that's Avinash. Avinash was in that commercial. Oh, right? We traveled to Arizona, Mexico, Florida, all over. This follows me everywhere. I'm like, oh, Michigan. But that's so exciting because you know what? It's so cool to see him. And this commercial won 9 Clio Awards. If you don't know what a Clio Award is, obviously you haven't watched Mad Men, but being more serious, this is the highest award that a commercial can win. Okay. So he started out with us with no acting experience, and his commercial that he booked 9 Clio Awards. How cool is that? Give him a round of applause. That's awesome. In the upper right-hand corner, this is Candace. So when Candace started working with us, Okay, so first of all, she's a musical prodigy. Like this, she's like, she could play, like, I feel like she could play like 10,000 instruments. I don't know how many she could play, but it's definitely upwards of 10. Okay. And she was very introverted when she met us, and she was going through a lot of life. So let's just say that she was going through a lot of life. She joined our inner circle about 1.5 years ago, and she's really started working on her mindset. Because I don't think I've said this today enough, but success in this industry is 80% mindset and 20% actual tools and talent. So she started working on her mindset. When we were in Los Angeles last October, she got signed by a huge agent, and now she's booking work all over California. Okay. When she had to go through a lot, she had to do a lot of mindset work. And now literally she's booking work all over California. She's also practicing Brazilian jiu-jitsu. Just an amazing story. So her confidence has gone from here, like it's soaring right now. Here's Christine Harding. Mike talked about her earlier. She's one of our inner circle members as well. She is an international speaker. She's been texting me all day. She was in Las Vegas working with the people that were auditioning for Dancing with the Stars. And then she was also working with the Las Vegas Raiders. She is an international speaker. She's a model. She recently got booked for her first job, and she lives in the Pacific Northwest. Okay, she recently got booked for her first job. And when she came to us, her husband had just passed away recently, like not long before she started working with us. And she was like, I need to do something, and I don't exactly know what it is. But then all of a sudden she finds herself now literally international speaker, living out her dream. She's a spokesperson for football, for NFL players and sports figures that have traumatic brain injury. She's using everything she's learning through her mindset, through being able to present herself well, to really elevate that. We have Sid here. Sid Sana Rasul, I believe, is on the show. I mean, on the show. On the show. I feel like I'm hosting my podcast. I know that she's on the call. She actually started working with us a little bit later in life. She was getting ready to retire from the transportation industry, but from the time she was a child, she knew that she wanted to get into fashion. She always had this love and this passion for fashion. So right before she retired, she joined our company. She started working with us, another one of our inner circle members. And she's been on set numerous times over the last year. And most recently, she was on Girls on the Bus. And one of the people that she was on the series Girls on the Bus. Okay. And last but certainly not least, we have Tony Aguilera here in the bottom corner. And that's who Mike told. He normally is on all of our boot camps, but he couldn't be on boot camp this weekend because he got booked he's filming. Like, how many of you would be like, Deneen, you know what? I love hearing your stories, but I can't be here because I'm filming. I'll see you next time. If now you want that to be you, type me in the comments. If you want that to be you, type me in the comments, because that's my goal. I told you, my goal is for you to be one of my success stories. And I'm like Mama Bear. Like, I will like hug it out with all of you. But what I want you guys to understand is this can be you. I'm not telling you these stories to impress you. I'm telling you these stories to impress upon you that you're here for such a time as this. You are here because everything that you have ever experienced in your whole entire life, all the good experiences, all the bad experiences have led you to this moment. And I'm really excited about this. Are you guys excited about potentially being successful? Come on, do I need to get you guys up and what? Come on now.
Oh, good. We have a doctor in the house. Hello, doctor.
We have
coming to us from what? Alaska? Is that where you are right now? Dr. Richard?
Oh, hi, Dr. Rich. How are you?
Dr. Rich.
All right, Alicia.
What?
Are you ready to shoot a commercial here?
Yeah, my office kind of looks like a hot mess. Yeah, for those of you guys that don't know, I have a 2-year-old, and he likes to pop up shop here in my office. The glamorous life of working from home. So I had to clean up the office because I didn't realize I was going to go like this. I was like, oh crap, they're going to see everything on this side. Shit. So I had to clean up. So I had to call Jeff going, babe. So yeah, Caden's whole PlayStation gone. But yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, well, what I'm
Not
going
really,
to do
but-
is I'm going to remove our pins
What does
so
that
that we
mean?
are in gallery view. Do you
What
have
are all
gallery
the
view on
pins?
your computer, Alicia?
What does that mean? I'm
Okay.
not allowed to touch Zoom.
Well, you have to now because I'm not there.
Wait,
So go
what
in the
does that
upper
mean?
right hand corner. You see where it
Huh?
says view?
Okay, yeah,
Click on that and click on gallery.
I did that.
Okay, then you should see everyone.
I see Georgia Perry. Hi, Georgia. I see
Okay,
Elizabeth. I see
awesome.
Shannon. Hi, Shannon.
All right.
Okay.
Well, let's make all these people the star of a commercial.
Now I'm nervous. I always talk, but I never have to like talk like 3, 2, 1 talk. I just go.
Okay, well then just go. We'll all just okay, everyone, just be ready and smile, and she'll just go. Ready? But be excited, like we did this morning when you're getting on Zoom. Everyone be excited. So everyone just be excited and let Alicia film when she's ready.
Okay, but wait, I have a question. Am
Why
I supposed
not?
to
What's
film
your
it this way or this way? Because I had to put my case back on because usually I film with my ring light and my speaker thingy, my microphone. Do you know that answer?
Please, how about that? This way you can't be wrong. Do one this way and one this way. There we go. Answer, problem solved.
Oh, I have this too. Thank you, Uncle Mike Funkin.
Come on. Does anyone feel like she's delaying game? Delay of game. If this were a
Time
football
kills
game,
all
this would be a
deals.
penalty.
Hold on.
Come on,
let
Miss
me take a
Payback,
sip
you can
of
do this.
courage.
Flag.
All right, I got this. I don't got this.
Okay, you got this.
Well, wait, am I gonna put you on mute? How's this gonna work? Or are you just gonna stay quiet?
I'll put myself on mute. Ready, set, go.
Really? This is too much. I don't know if you guys know, but Mike and I got picked for a new Shark Tank spinoff. So I'm like freaking the fudge out. So my palms are all sweaty, and I met Robert Herkovich at a coffee bean and tea leaf in Beverly Hills. I'm gonna just tell the story very quickly. And I always joke around like, oh, if I ever got on Shark Tank, I would totally rock it. So of course, me and my big mouth, one day I was like, oh, I'm gonna go get coffee really quick. And I go in like sweatpants, no makeup, glasses. And who do I walk into? One of the judges from Shark Tank. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Seriously? So I'm like, here we go. So I, of course, try to do my pitch and I totally messed it up. And Michael's like, okay, that was it. That was like your trajectory moment, like ruined it, right? So then now we really have a chance to do it for real, for real. So we have 50 Cent's acting coach who's now training me to get ready for TV. And I'm like, oh crap, like this is going to be on real TV. So now I have to do it for real, for real. So now I'm like shooting a bunch of videos and blah, blah, blah. And I like doing Zooms, and obviously I can banter with the best, but Shark Tank, not so much. So yeah, I could do this. This is cake. Speaking of
Hold
cake, apple pie.
Dr. Rich just gave you a note. He said, Alicia, you can do it.
Dr. Rich, you have to say that.
No, he doesn't.
But I love
But he
you.
believes
But
in
yeah.
you. Let's do this, Alicia K-Back.
Was
Come
that
on
a prescription
now.
for being
Stop
awesome?
stalling.
Thank you. Okay, I can do this. Can I just put you on mute so you guys don't have to hear me, and I'll just point to you and then you, can I do that?
Yeah, you put us on mute. You mute yourself,
Hi,
and
Lewis.
I'll get everyone all pumped up. Mute me.
Hi. Okay.
All right, I'll mute you. Ready? Mute all
Really,
of us.
I can be on mute.
Yes, mute us. It's fine.
Okay. All right, hold on. Let me just, okay. Camera. No, I'm gonna do, I have so many apps on this.
I'm gonna mute
phone.
you. This way we don't have. Come on now. You can do this.
I know I
Alicia,
can.
Alicia. Come on, guys,
but
back me up.
can I?
Alicia,
I know I can, but
Alicia.
can I? This is why acting and TV and film so much easier than theater. I'm just putting it out there. I've seen a lot of great TV and film actors totally flub it up live in theater. I'm just gonna put it out there.
Well,
Okay.
that's not going to be you. You're gonna kill.
No, that's not, I could produce Broadway, but okay. That's why I'm not an actor. Okay. All right, let me just, I'm gonna put myself on mute.
And
Is
mute
that
your
cool?
computer too, so you can't hear me cheering you on.
You have to say that because you're like my bestie. Okay.
All right, guys. Are you guys excited? Oh my gosh. Shauna, come on now. Come on, Misha.
And by the way, if you're not cheering, I will totally go through this video and you will never make it through the audition process. Just putting it out there. Okay.
Okay, I think we're going now, guys. I think we're really doing this. Are we really doing this? Okay, ready? Let's go. Come on, everyone. She's sweating and we're all sweating behind her. Let's go.
This is like, these are like the fun extras. Okay,
Come on now.
we got this. I know you will not get a waiver for today.
Come on, everyone. Look excited. I know you're gonna put out more energy now than you did the whole day.
I'm telling the children of the house. I have to tape. Quiet on the set. Caden's like, Mama, I have to tape.
Oh, he's right there.
Well, no, just in case the child wants to come by. Our child. I'm
Oh
number
my
one
God.
mom.
This
Just putting
feels
it
like
out
we're
there.
on set. Hurry up and wait. Hurry.
Okay, hold on. Divas, you know?
I know I'm sweating too, Carl. I'm schwitzing over here. Let's do this. Is anyone else dying with anticipation? I know I
Yeah,
am.
me too. Hold on. I have so many apps. Who's texting Michael? Okay.
Probably saying, let's do this.
Yeah, he is. He's telling me to do it. Okay.
It's not like you're
Are you
being
ready?
390 feet in the air.
All right, we got this. Ready? We totally got this. Ready, set, 5, 4, 3. Hey everybody, I'm Alicia Kivak, co-founder of VIP Ignite, and I love on our VIP Ignite Bundle and Actor 30X Challenge. That's right, this is our amazing bootcamp. All right, so we have so many amazing models and actors looking to get discovered in TV and film and modeling. And listen, they are not alone. So if you're serious about getting into show business and websites, pictures and classes just aren't doing it for you, I don't blame you. You can't get real work that way. So if you're serious about getting into this industry and what you're doing, it just isn't cutting it, I want you to register for one of our fun Zoom calls where you will actually get a chance to meet real casting directors, real agents that are looking for you. So if you're serious about getting into show business and what you're doing isn't working, or maybe you're trying to get started in this industry and you don't know the proper steps, well then join us. What a fun group coming together. All right, guys, you don't even have to travel. You are going to get the best of LA and New York. Again, with real professionals in the industry. I cannot wait to see you. Click the link down below. Again, 2 decades in this business. We produce Broadway. We produce movies. We also have one of the largest mother agencies in the world. If you're looking for placement with some of the biggest agencies throughout the world, you're looking for real castings, I cannot wait to help you. Click the link down below and join us for one of our Zoom calls. All right, guys, click the link down below. We are waiting for you. Come on. Can't wait to see you on a Zoom. Click now. Oh, it was off of mute. Shit. Good job, everybody.
Yourselves a round of applause. Awesome. All right. It's just so hard for me to be quiet because I knew she could hear me. Oh my gosh, you have no idea how hard that was. You guys did a great job. You guys need to hydrate. I think I do. That's everyone take a sip.
I want to
of
hydrate,
something.
but not with water. Just putting it out there.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, congratulations. You were just a part of a commercial. Everyone give yourselves a round of applause. Good job. Awesome. All right, guys. So how awesome has today been? Today we laid a foundation. How do you guys feel about Foundation Day? On a scale of 1 to 10, how much of our foundation have we laid today? 10. Okay, I like it. That's awesome. Let's talk about where we were today. I'm going to give you guys a challenge because, you know, it's who I am. I have to give you guys a challenge because if I didn't, I wouldn't be me. All right, so let's talk. We started off our day by talking up here. We'll do this. Sorry, people at home. Thank you for, thank you for watching us shoot a video. That was pretty cool. All right. So let's talk about where we started. So today we started talking about going from fear to confidence. We talked about how fear is something that is normal to everyone, but it's not something you have to give into unless you're literally being chased by a lion. Then be scared, okay? But if it's something that's not actually a physical harm, you have to really start controlling your mindset. We talked about building confidence and how, like in the comments, I'm going to ask you guys questions because I want to know how much you were listening. What is one thing you're going to start working on to start building your confidence even more? Even if you're already confident, trust me, you can still get more confident. I don't think there's such a thing as too much confidence. So what is one thing that you are going to start working on yourself, your mindset? More organized, right? Practice scripts, videos. Awesome. I love that. Self-care, right? Self-care is not selfish. So we can all agree that we can build our confidence, right? Give me a thumbs up. People are like, I'm typing. I can't give you a thumbs up. You're asking me too many things. We talked about the unexpected links of modeling agencies and hospitals. What is the biggest thing that you learned about how to be an asset from Mike's training on that? From the runway to the ER, explaining the unexpected links of modeling, staying consistent, right? Self-learning, super conscious. You learned why it's so important to invest in yourself, right? Because if you invest in yourself, you hold the cards. That's so important. Taking care of yourself, stay consistent. Awesome. Keep reading, right? Reading. Time is your biggest asset. Drink a lot of water, right? Ken is like, a lot of times when people think of water, they think of me, which I apologize for that, but it is who I am. All right. We also had the opportunity to hear from a publicist today who literally, her presentation was worth tens of thousands of dollars. When Mike and I were listening to her talk, we were like, Mike's invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in training courses throughout the whole world. What we learned there was worth all of that combined. Like being your own publicist, and the thing I loved that she talked about was so many times people want to be seen, but why do you want to be seen? You don't want to be seen just to be seen. There has to be a reason, right? And again, if you wanted to hire a publicist, you're looking at like a $5,000 retainer at the bare minimum. You got to hear from her for an hour. Wrap your heads around that value that you got. You got to hear from one of the biggest publicists in the United States for an hour today. We also had the opportunity to hear from a casting director. How many of you know a little bit more about the casting process? How many of you want to learn even more about the casting process and would love to have the opportunity to be a part of the RSA and work with Aaron on a consistent basis so he can help you learn exactly what casting directors are looking for? How do you make that great impression? If that's something that you want, type me in the comments. We talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. At the end of the day, we all qualify for some type of modeling. I know Ryan was like, no, you should not do modeling. But you know what? At the end of the day, it could be a good way to earn a little extra income. One of the talent that we work with, when she first started working with us, that's all she wanted to do. She only wanted to be a model. And when she started working with us, she was making about $30,000 a year, $35,000 a year. She was a church secretary. She got on one of these Zoom calls, just like you're on. She started working with us. She started going through the process. Okay, she started getting on the Zoom call. She started learning how to do lighting. She learned how to have camera presence. She got on a Zoom call like this, and an agent discovered her. And literally, it's the craziest story. She called me. She's like, Denise, he wants to talk to me. What do I do? I'm like, talk to him. He wants to set up a meeting. What do I do? And then they gave her a contract, and I was like, dude, if you ask me what I think you're about, he gave me a contract. What do I do? I said, you signed the fucking contract. Why are you even calling me asking me this question? I mentioned him to you. You're asking me this question. 3 months later, I'm watching a football game. Can you guys tell I like sports at school? 3 months later, I'm watching the Patriots season opener. I thought to see her and her husband in the commercial for NFL apparel. I'm so loud, I thought the police were going to come to my door. The game hadn't started. Now she earns the same amount per commercial that she used to in a year. How many of you would like to have your life change to the point where you're earning as much in one day as you used to earn in a year? Yes or yes in the comments. Yasmin, I can't help it that I get excited. This stuff fires me up. That's why I stand here for so many hours, right? But that's because she knew what she qualified for. She had the right team around her. She knew she couldn't do this on her own. She had been trying to do this on her own, and you know what happened? Bupkis, nothing, zero. Because she knew she needed the right team. She knew she needed the training. She knew that if she had the right group of people around her, that her success would propel her forward. All right. We had the opportunity to ask Ryan Colby a couple questions, and then some of you got analyzed by Ryan Colby. How many of you were surprised by what you heard him say? Eric's like, me, hold on, I'm going to raise both hands for that one. No, I didn't think you were complaining, Yasmin, trust me. I didn't think that at all. No, but you were surprised, right? What I want you guys to understand is like having the opportunity to have someone like Ryan Colby be one of your guides. That's awesome. That's an amazing opportunity. He was the former art director of Vogue. He worked with Anna Wintour. So when you watch The Devil Wears Prada, there's actually a character based on Ryan Colby in that movie. It's not Miranda. Spoiler alert, but it's one of the other ones, right? But this is who you had the opportunity to interact with. He literally places models throughout the world. One of his models, when he first started working with him, did not have any acting experience. He recently got booked on Grey's Anatomy for 5 figures an episode. What? 5 figures an episode? Darn. How many of you want to earn 5 figures an episode? I know. Sign me up for that. Like, give me some. I want to learn. I want to be represented like that. You had the opportunity to hear from Michael, the Actor's Cookbook. Literally, he laid out a plan for you on how to become a successful actor. Literally, he gave you step 1, 2, 3. I think it's 14 steps. And not only do we all know how to make a banging apple pie, but you also have the steps to success. And then the Talent Success Guide. Everything that you want is on the other side of that Talent Success Guide. And why do I say that? The reason I say that is this, because you have to know where you're going to get there. If I wanted to take a road trip, I'm in Pennsylvania right now. I'm going to Beverly Hills in a couple weeks. If I wanted to, a lot of us, if you're going to Beverly Hills, give me a woo woo. But if I wanted to go to Beverly Hills, if I wanted to drive, do you think it would be smarter for me just to hop in my car and start driving west? Or do you think maybe I should have a GPS? Which one would you, GPS or just wing it? Type it in the comments, GPS or wing it. Yeah, you want a GPS, right? You want a GPS because I want to know how to get there the most efficient way. And I want to make sure that if I have to be there in August, I don't want to wind up in like Alaska. Not that Alaska is not a place I don't want to visit, but I want to end up in Beverly Hills. I got a meeting. I have a meeting I have to host, right? It's the same thing with your career. You have to know where you're going, what you want to do in order to get there. Saying, hey, I want to be an actor. That's great. Like, do you want to be an actor? Do you want to be the actor that hangs out in front of the Verizon store, flipping the little thing around? Or do you want to be an actor that gets paid 5, 6 figures an episode? Which one do you want to be? And how do you get there? By knowing where you want to go. So start setting goals, start setting achievable goals, start setting big, hairy, audacious goals that make your palms sweat. Okay. But then what I also want you to do is I want you to start making achievable goals. And here's the first achievable goal I want all of you to set. Show up tomorrow. Type, I will show up tomorrow. And this is why I want you to type this in the comments. I want to see everyone. I know how many people are on here. I want to see everyone. I will show up tomorrow. This is why I want you to write that. You're not committing that to me. You're not committing to Mike, to Alicia, to Ryan. You're committing to yourself because you know what? I'm going to be here. If it's me standing here alone talking to YouTube and Facebook, I will be here. I don't care. But I want you to show up for your own success because everything you want is on the other side of tomorrow. What does that mean? That means tomorrow. How many of you you need to get some headshots done? You need to get some professional photos that are going to have an agent say, hell yes, I want to work with you. You're going to learn how to do that tomorrow. I saw so many people. What should how do I know that how do I know that it's legit? Like, how do I know a photographer is legit? Why would you worry your pretty little head about that when someone else can worry about that for you? That's the beauty of having a team. Okay. So many, oh my gosh, what kind of acting should I practice? Like what technique do I want to do? We're going to have you covered. The whole point of this is we have you covered. Okay. And again, did you hear how excited I got when I was talking about those success stories? Do you think I'm a little passionate or extremely passionate about what I do? People are like, oh God, if she doesn't stop talking, like her microphone was screaming, come your broke, Denise, I can't take anymore. But if you want a team of people that are passionate, if you want to know the right way to do things, if you want to elevate your success, some of you have had things. Now I'm getting so excited I can't even talk. Some of you have already have some materials, but you need to elevate them, right? So why not allow a team of people that have been doing this for 18 years to guide you? But that's what tomorrow is about. Today was about laying that foundation, tearing up those roots, stepping on some toes a little bit today. That's what we do on day one. We have to step on your toes so that tomorrow we can elevate your success. So this is your challenge for this evening. Super simple. Are you ready? I want you, okay, actually, maybe it won't be super simple. I want you guys to take a selfie in front of in front of all of us. I just put it on gallery view. Put us on gallery view. Take a selfie. Hold on, I'm going to do it too. Ready? Everyone say cheese. Awesome. Take a selfie of yourselves. And I want you to post that in the Facebook group and say, I was in a commercial. All right. I was in a commercial. That's your challenge. All right. And then, oh, hold on 1 second. Sorry, breaking news, everyone. Apparently, the video's already up. It's already up. Oh my gosh, hold on. Where is it, did you say? Under Reels in where? VIP Ignite Instagram. Okay, guys. VIP Ignite Instagram. Derek, we see you. We don't need you to post your photo in here. What are you doing, sir? We talked about this. Thank you, Derek. We talked about not sharing. We're all friends. I mean, we've been here all day, but come on now, sir. All right, you guys want to see the commercial? Do you want to see the commercial? Okay, hold on. I'm going to turn on my VIP Ignite. Okay, ready? Hey, everybody. I'm Alicia Keefe, founder of VIP Ignite, and I'm VIP Ignite Model and Actor 30 at Challenge. That's right. This is our. Oh, you guys can't hear it, can you? All right, so we have so many amazing models and actors looking to get discovered in TV and film and modeling. And listen, okay, they are not alone. So if you're serious about getting into show business and websites, so what I'm going to do, you guys can go see. I realize my microphone is here and my camera's here. There's a bit of a disconnect, huh? Okay, so this is what you're going, William Vincent. Again, we don't need to see your photos. People, stop. Okay. I don't think you guys were here earlier when I warned about this. Stranger danger. We're not sharing our photos in the comments. I mean, I appreciate you guys waiting to misbehave until the end of the day, but come on now. Come on now. We can see your beautiful faces. You're on camera. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to share the VIP Ignite Instagram with you guys. Hold on, VIP. Oh wait, hold on. Brand.com. I bet you Jemima already has it, and I'm like, she's like, Denise, I got you. All right. Wait, hold on. You know what we could do? We could do this. I have it. Hold on, guys. I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm really smart. Are you ready? Hold on. Hold on. I got this. This is how we're going to do it. Phew, thank God I'm smart. Okay, ready? We're sharing my screen. Can you guys see my screen? Oh my gosh. Oh, Dr. Rich already commented. Wait, why don't we have sound? Okay, hold on. Okay. Sometimes I'm smart.
Discovered in TV and film and modeling.
Can you hear it?
They are not alone. So if you're serious about getting into show business and websites, pictures, and classes just aren't doing it for you, I don't blame you. You can't get real work that way. So if you're serious about getting into this industry and what you're doing, it just isn't cutting it. I want you to register for one of our fun Zoom calls where you will actually get a chance to meet real casting directors, real agents that are looking for you. So if you're serious about getting into show business and what you're doing isn't working, or maybe you're trying to get started in this industry and you don't know the proper steps, well then join us. What a fun group. Come. All right, guys, you don't even have to travel. You are going to get the best of LA.
Okay, got it. How awesome is that? You guys were in a commercial. You got to see it. So
I just missed that whole thing, and it's a good thing because I was filming a totally another one. Really? I didn't even. And my Uncle Michael, you see, I had that Mario and Luigi thing that you gave Kaden on the floor.
Okay, well.
So embarrassing, but thanks for being part of it, guys.
We're all human. Okay, so what I want you guys to do is go to the VIP Ignite Instagram. Jemima shared it there. Tag yourselves in the post. And now you have credit for your resume. Congratulations. Just for showing that you're on a resume. You did a commercial. We're not going to give you any SAG waivers for it, but you know what? Now you have something for your resume. Awesome. All right. So I guess our new job is that our new challenge is you go tag yourself in the commercial and then post your selfie saying you were in a commercial. Got it? Does anyone have any questions, any comments, any concerns?
I don't think Monique Jennings is happy. Monique, that makes me sad.
Wait, I don't even see her. She's always like the smiliest person.
I know. I'm just kidding, Monique. I love you.
All right, guys. Today has been awesome. I am so excited that we have this opportunity to spend today together, but don't worry, tomorrow we have more. So tomorrow we're going to start at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Your only challenge tonight is to tag yourself in the VIP Ignite Live Instagram in the commercial you all started. And then what I want you also to do is I want you to go into the Facebook community, share your selfie, and then show up tomorrow morning at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I want you to bring the energy because you know what? Today was Foundation Day. Tomorrow is my favorite day. Tomorrow is Transformation Day. So any questions, any comments, any concerns? Are you guys tired of hearing my voice? You're like, oh my God, I need a break. Diamond Peoples, do not laugh at me. I see that you look astonished. You're like, oh my God, she doesn't stop talking. She looks horrified. All right, guys. I need food. I know, me too. I've definitely burned some calories today. All right, guys, this was amazing. I am so proud of you. Congratulations on booking your first commercial. You didn't even know it when you showed up, but here we are. So please go tag yourself in the, tag yourself on the VIP Ignite Live Instagram, share your selfie, and I will see you tomorrow at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Have a great night. Oh, it was so awesome. All right. Bye, guys. Have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to go get some tea. Bye. Oh, hi, Verna. All right, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.